in clean, renewable energy as part of Africa's energy future. And those investments, hopefully, should be equitable and grant-based for the energy transition that we need. Obviously, private sector investment will be encouraged because that is the only way we can scale up and reach the masses. But there are certain areas, like in our rural areas, where we need rural electrification. And I think for that, we need public investments to be able to bring the situation to the 70% that Agenda 2063 and the Africa we want is expecting. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Esserine, for those opening remarks and for giving us the context in which we are having our discussions this morning. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome to Professor Colin Bain, who is Vice Provost Research and Professor of Chemistry at the University of Durham, which is part of the NH Group of Universities. He will give us an opening statement. Professor Colin Bain, the floor is yours.
Yes. It's a great pleasure to add my welcome to that of Madame Esserine to the delegates to this side event today on behalf of the N8 universities. So 3 of the themes, the energy, sustainable development, and food security, have been key themes of the N8 since its foundation 15 years ago. We're just celebrating our 15th birthday. The N8, as has been mentioned already, is a consortium of 8 research-intensive universities in the north of England. 15 years ago, we decided that we should collaborate much more closely, share expertise, but also try and build partnerships as a collective group of universities with other researchers around the world. For many years, we have had individual links with different groups in the African continent. I think those of you who were at the COP26 event last year will have heard of some of the work that was done between Sheffield University and colleagues in Kenya in the area of agrivoltaics, which is trying to get 2 crops from the same land, 1 crop of energy and 1 crop of fruit and vegetables, and how that work then demonstrated that you could actually increase yields from the shading that one got from, or partial shading from solar cells, at the same time as generating renewable energy in a way that could be rolled out locally into communities around the country and around the continent. And so these, in recognition of these links we had, we've been working with AUDA and NEPAD for many years. That was formalized 3 years ago in this partnership agreement between AUDA and NEPAD, and that led to this the first joint event at the COP26 meeting in Glasgow last year. We're very pleased to welcome our colleagues from Africa to that event. And it's marvellous to see that we're continuing that collaboration with the event today in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. I think characteristics of this collaboration, I think, is very much one of mutuality, where we recognise that all partners bring expertise and knowledge to the partnerships. And we very much enjoy working with research colleagues at universities and institutions in Africa. And I think another a key principle is one of engagement of communities, of local government, of businesses and other stakeholders in the creation of research programs and in the delivery. So it's absolutely critical that we have the complete buy-in from the communities, that they identify the problems, that they are part of the creation of the solutions, because without that joint working from the very earliest stages of projects, the chances of actually having successful outcomes at the end, which can be rolled out by local governments, which are accepted by communities, are very greatly reduced. I think another point I'd like to make is that this is very much one of driving mutual benefit as well. So the learning that we get, for example, from introducing new energy technologies in Africa may also be applicable back here in the UK, and learning that we make in the UK may be applicable in Africa. So I'd like just to give a closing example of a project we're running here in Durham. So County Durham is in the northeast of England. It's a former heavy industrial area, former coal mining area. There are many hundreds of coal mines, all now closed within the county. And there are many deprived communities that formerly relied on coal mining and other heavy industry, which has now disappeared. And so we have many, perhaps different sets of challenges from the colleagues in Africa, but we have many challenges ourselves here around sustainable development, supporting these communities, trying to decarbonise, for example, heating within the county, and trying to reduce the huge social inequalities that we have in this part of the UK. And so what we're doing is we are, as both in Durham University and more broadly in the N8, we're looking at renewable energy sources, and we're particularly looking at how these abandoned mines can be used as a source of heat. And so we have a number of mine water heating projects which we're working on around particularly the northeast of England, but also more widely, where we're trying to develop the technologies, but also not just the technology, but how we actually roll out mine water heating into communities. So we're working with businesses, with communities in places like Lanchester, Gateshead, Seaham, to heat, whether it's businesses or housing. There's a big housing development in Seaham, for example, which is a coastal town in Durham, where there's a development there to try and use the waste heat that exists in old abandoned mines to drive, to be the source for heat pumps for low carbon electricity. And a lot of the challenges here are not necessarily technical ones, but the ones about how you actually roll that technology out into communities, how they are accepted by communities, which would have to perhaps change the way that they think about the way their energy is delivered, but also to businesses, housing developers, house builders, and so on, who are all part of that supply chain for example, for district heating in these communities. And so the sort of learning we get from that is something which we can then look, for example, at other communities around the world who also are sitting in fossil fuel mining areas. And this provides a way of making a transition for those communities away from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources in a way that communities continue to benefit and not left behind by the energy transition. I was very pleased to hear Madam Esselstyn talking about a just energy transition. And that's all about ensuring that all parts of the community, all parts of society are able to benefit from that transition. I'm conscious we're running slightly behind time today. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but just to say, just to thank those delegates who have come along to this session, to reiterate how much we value this partnership we have with AUDA and NEPAD, and to hope that it will continue to grow in strength, and to hope that you get a lot of interesting presentations and useful insights from the panel discussion that's going to happen shortly after I stop talking. So welcome everyone, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to join you in this session.
Yes, let us go ahead and give Professor Colin Bain another round of applause. Thank you so much, Prof, for those remarks. We are glad that you were able to join us online, and we just want to express our heartfelt thanks and gratitude for the coordination of Durham University, of the N8 group of universities. Thank you so much. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to, we now want to move to the next segment of our program, which is the discussion with the experts in the subject matter. So kindly allow me to call to the podium Madam Esselstyn to put on a different hat now and take us through the next session. Madam Esselstyn, you're welcome.
Thank you, Rudo, for moderating the first session that saw the opening remarks from AUD and NEPAD. and from Durham University, representing the N8 universities. Let me actually also join you in thanking Professor Ben for the collaboration with Durham University over the years, and for the work that they do in coordinating the NA universities in this partnership. So we will move now to our panel discussion, and we have a very, very, very high-level panel made up of people who are very, very knowledgeable in this subject. We will be looking through the different presentations of the panelists at a number of questions that they will be responding to. These questions will include how climate change impacts energy supply and food security, how can we address climate change concerns and the urgent need for energy resources, how we can enhance citizen engagement in addressing problems related to energy and food security in Africa, how we can develop a resilient and sustainable food systems in Africa, and lastly, how we can transfer the research findings into policy documents. All the speakers will be speaking either to one or two or several of these questions. So it is my immense pleasure to welcome Professor Ashraf Usman of Durham University to the forum. Please give him a big hand. Thanks, Prof. Let me welcome also Dr. Rebecca Sacco of the University of Leeds. And let me welcome Mr. Abera Ndesho, who is the lead in the Ministry of International Affairs. Thank you, thank you. We will have the other panelists join online, and I don't know if Professor John Lovett is there. Prof, are you online?
I'm online and I can hear you. Thank you, Osreen.
Thank you very much. We'll also have Dr. Manav Roy, who is from the University of Lancaster. He's also joining virtually. Prof. Manoy, are you online? Dr. Manoy, can you just indicate if you are online? Okay, well, I think, okay, all right, you're online. Thank you very much. Thank you. So without much ado, because these are really interesting, this is a very interesting panel, and so I won't take much time but go right straight into calling them for their presentations. So I will start with Professor Ashraf Usman, whom we have been working with over the years as AUD and NEPAD, and who is doing really, really interesting work in terms of integrated solutions to the energy food system nexus. Prof.
Thank you very much, Atharim. And yes, of course, I'm very grateful to ODA and NEPAD for the collaborations over the years. And yes, I will give you an example of one of the collaborative research we are doing with ODA and NEPAD. Which is the particular area we are collaborating is on wind energy for sustainable development in Africa, and how we can address the impact of climate change on energy supplies. So one of the main challenges in Africa, as we all know, that's we have a serious, the total population lacks access to electricity supply in half of the population in Africa lack access to electricity supply, and the supply lacks the demand in 30 countries in Africa, despite the fact that 55% of the world renewable resources are in Africa, and 35% of the wind resources are located in Africa. But the installed capacity is only represent 0.5% of the world capacity. There are many obstacles which hinder the development of wind energy. One of particular challenge is that many areas in Africa that had been identified as suitable for wind turbines or wind farms are underlain by what we call them expansive soil. These type of soil are very sensitive to the change of their water content. So during wetting season or the raining season, when the water content increase, the soil is well, and during dry season, when the water content of the soil reduces, the soil shrink, causing settlement. So these seasonal movement of the soil causes damage to a lot of infrastructure in Africa, and this is evident in many parts of Africa, particularly in East Africa, from Sudan to Tanzania down to South Africa. And this is, makes infrastructures or designing infrastructures for wind turbines are very challenging. So foundations for wind turbine are most high risk element in the design. This is worse because there is no clear guidelines or design codes on how to design these sort of infrastructures or foundations for wind turbines in African soils. Therefore, we have this partnership with Audenibad, and we, a couple of years ago, we started a project called Developing Performance-Based Design for Foundation System of Wind Turbines in Africa, Wind Africa. And we are lucky to have generous funding from the UK Engineering and Physical Research Council, so we got around 1.47 million pounds of the budget of this project. And we work in partnership with Audenibad and with several universities in the UK and around the world, and most importantly with a couple of universities in Africa, University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, University of Khartoum in Sudan, and University of Pretoria in South Africa, and many partners from industry. The main objective of this project is to try to come up with guidelines or rules or manuals for designing the foundations of wind turbines in African soils. And the other thing is to try to understand the impact of climate change on the infrastructure of renewable energy, because as we know, in the recent years, there is extreme climate event in Africa. We have very lengthy drought seasons or dry seasons and very heavy rain and flooding in some part, and this has had implications on the infrastructure of renewable energy. So in this research, we have combinations of laboratory testing of sample of soil and large-scale testing, building models of foundations, and we subject them to typical cyclic wetting and drying loads. And we have numerical models. We took samples of soil from different parts of Africa, from Tanzania, Sudan, South Africa, and we did extensive laboratory testing to characterize this soil and try to understand how this soil, expansive soil, respond to rainfalls and respond to the wetting and drying cycles. And also we had large-scale tests in one of the sites in South Africa. We built full model of foundation. We subject them to typical loads and under different wetting and drying conditions. And the main aim of characterizing this soil and the benefit from that, characterizing the soils and also developing guidelines or design guidelines for foundation will not just be confined to wind turbines, because actually excessive movement affect many structures in Africa, particularly roads, pavements, buildings. So the impact of this research will extend beyond the energy sector. And also, as part of this project, we did a lot of training activities. So we trained researchers from various countries in Durham University, and we organize workshops, and we organize conferences, seminars, also we have some interaction with media, or excessive interaction with media, to try to promote the public awareness and raise the public awareness about the importance of climate change and renewable energies. And also we had school visits, programs of school visits, where we talked to children about the importance of climate change. They are the future generation in the continent, and they must be well aware of the challenges we are facing in terms of climate change and energy resources. And we have this partnership with Audenibad, and the aim of this partnership is to try to produce policy documents and guidelines which could be adopted in various African countries, and also to establish a network of researchers, scientists, policymakers, stakeholders who are focusing on implementing or try to implement or incorporating the renewable energy into national planning and funding cycles, and also looking at various technology which are very suitable in African countries. And we organized a couple of events. The last event we have last January as part of the third Africa Development Forum in Kinshasa. Last January, we have very successful sessions where we have interactions with policymakers, and we got a lot of interest about this aspect of our research. And finally, I would thank all the collaborators in these projects. There are several colleagues in many universities and in industry who contribute to this project. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for that interesting presentation. With those guidelines for wind turbines, I think we are making some headway towards getting to that 70% access. We will take all the presentations, then we engage in discussions later. Let me call Professor John Lovett of University of Leeds. Prof. John, you have the floor. John will be making his presentation virtually.
Thank you very much, Madam Etherine, and also Dr. Rudo for organising the meeting. I'm going to share my screen, and what I would like to do is just give a very short presentation and then show a video from one of our massive open online courses, which I believe will be shown from the Sharm el-Sheikh end of the IT system. Okay. Hello, I'm John Lovett. I'm the Chair of Global Challenges at the School of Geography at the University of Leeds. And my job is to create interdisciplinary research projects and taught courses. Today, I'll briefly introduce the work I've been involved in on bioenergy and microgrids, and then we'll show a video clip from one of our online courses. Africa is not a major contributor to human-induced climate change, but climate change has major impacts on Africa. These include impacts on large-scale energy generation, such as drought, reducing hydropower. Access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy is important for growing, processing, storing, and transporting food. Reducing traditional biomass burning in households is important for reducing killer-in-the-kitchen smoke. Small-scale renewable energy technology is now affordable and can be used to create resilient community-based energy generation and distribution networks. Technologies such as electric slow cookers can replace smoky fireplaces, and Creek in Uganda has written a cookbook of traditional recipes to go with this type of cooking. Challenges remain in capacity building, education, operation and maintenance. Transferring research results can help with all of these, both with in-person training and online courses. I've been involved in 3 major recent projects on capacity building, microgrids and bioenergy, partnered by the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation in Uganda, the Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology in Tanzania, and the University of Mariano Ngoabi in Congo-Brazzaville. As a means to disseminate research findings and build capacity, we collaboratively created 2 massive open online courses on the FutureLearn platform. The bioenergy course was launched last year at COP26 and has now had more than 2,000 participants. And the microgrid course was launched this week, and I think we have more than 100 participants on the microgrid course at the moment. I'll now show you a clip from the microgrid course in which the microgrid design software PyEplan, which was developed by our research project, was used to design a microgrid for the Watoto orphanage near Kampala. So I'll stop sharing there, and then if you can play the clip for me, please do.
Uganda has 70% of the homes without access to electricity. This is similar to our case study of Watoto, a children's village that's 32 kilometers away from the city center. With this village, you find their homes and their children, but they have no access to electricity. And you know the challenges of having no access to electricity. That means their reading hours have been cut short, and they are also exposed to using unsafe forms of energy. So what we are working on right now is a software to help us develop sustainable and resilient mini-grids using hybrid energy solutions. So we are using Python to optimize these energy sources, and what we have developed at the end, our objective is to provide a least cost solution for energy. So we have so far implemented this case study with Watoto homes, and we were combining solar and wind energy resources. And what we have found is a cheaper solution to connect these mini-grids. And we hope to see this also across the country.
Okay, thank you very much.
Uganda has 70%.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. For that presentation and that video that clearly shows us what can be achieved. Let me call Dr. Rebecca Sacco of the Leeds University to make her presentations now.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Sacco, a research fellow in climate change and food system. And I shall make my presentation drawing from my research experience in Ghana, the coastal savanna agroecological region, showing research findings on the effect of climate change and how local communities are using their own local means, efforts to try to tap energy, and then also discuss the way forward and how partnership and also how we can also support local communities in their own way. So we know agriculture is one of the sector that is besieged by climate change, and is also the cause of climate change. But then the issue is there is a solution within this specific context. Agriculture can also stand to provide solution to the challenges of climate change. in my study district, you find that when it comes to climate change, it impacts the rate at which farmers must irrigate their crops. So we talk about intense insolation. When the sun sets in the morning, late evening before it comes down. So there's a need to irrigate the crops, and this leads to the cost of electricity. As you see in the picture, they use generator to pump water to the field, and that depends on fuel, pre-mixed fuel, and you know the current situation. So the climate change is increasing the cost of production. Usually when we talk about food production, this particular agroecological region is also into processing. So they need this energy, sun energy, they need the wind to also process some of the food. We can talk about pepper. If you want to export chili pepper, they have to dry it. And then we have this region, then we have variability in weather condition. So when they are harvesting and they are expecting dry conditions around this time, as we speak, those of us from West Africa, we can attest the rainfall condition. Lagos, Nigeria, we lie in the same latitude. So the rainfall condition now, which is supposed to be a minor season, is not occurring. So we're seeing the effect of climate change on energy. And again, we can talk about extraction of groundwater.
The pathway
energy
description per pathway 6
issue is also relevant here. We can talk about the need to extract groundwater with energy. And here, my farming communities usually have to also use human energy, but this is the sector we usually don't talk about. Human power, manpower, is also energy that we have to classify and talk about today as we discuss Energy Day in COP. How can we address climate change concern? We can talk about renewable energy, solar panel.
And natural systems.
When I went to this community, there's a river close by, which is called the distributary of the Volta River.
Neighborhood mirror ecological patterns. So when we were in Botswana, Coach and I were on team
okay.
About
so this community, the cost of electricity was increasing. Kwame is here when I mentioned the cost of electricity in millions. And you can imagine a smallholder farmer whose income or savings for the entire year is not even up to 100 euro. And it's supposed to pay for the cost of electricity. So they devised and came together and mobilized to write proposal, and then they got solar panel so they can be able to draw water for irrigation. And then you can see in the picture local solution. No one is doing this for them, but their own techniques and ideas. They are able to build these small plumbing techniques to draw water from the ground to irrigate their crops. And we can also talk about the need to also, I am talking and then also advocating for smallholder farmers. Last time at the opening session, the former vice president of the US mentioned something about interest rates. If we want to provide solar solutions for farmers, look at the interest rate in Ghana. I can mention the interest rate in Ghana is 38%. If you want to give solar panel or this solar solution to farmers and the interest rate is that high, then I think that one of the solutions that I can discuss with my colleagues here and with researchers and then the policy colleagues here is that we have to work on regulating the market. For specifically reducing interest rates or work towards that is very important. And the provision of subsidies, I think, is also relevant for farmers. What I observe very often is the provision of fertilizer subsidies or seed subsidies. But I think that when it comes to energy, smallholder farmers also need subsidies in that context. How can we enhance citizen engagement? I think that as we keep talking about climate change, in some contexts, in some communities, the ideas still sound far away from them. Yes, they are aware that there are changes in the weather pattern, but we have to also engage communities to talk about what is this climate change, break the idea down to them that yes, there's a lot to do with climate change. It comes with policy, it comes with finance, it comes with changes in behavioral activities, and it also comes with engaging with policy makers in various levels. And I also talk about capacity building. I have shown you some local solutions, but if we scientists could collaborate with small communities like this to integrate their local knowledge into scientific activities, I think that innovations can be scaled up.
On the floor, yes.
I think innovations can be scaled up and for better development in the energy sector. I would want to end my submission by saying that how can we develop resilience and sustainable food system in Africa? I would want to argue that we need to also look at the gender perspective and when talking about gender, we look at the intersectionality. When you go to this community, we have different groups of farmers. And some farmers are able to afford their resources, others do not have anything at all. So when we are making intervention for communities, let's go beyond just the group word of smallholder farmers. Let's go beyond the word of gender or women. Even a woman can be rich in a village. And there are another sector of a woman who needs resource to scale up. And this is what we have to do so that resources get to the real people who need actual support when it comes to energy and food crop production or enhancing the food system. I can also talk about bringing together partners. I think Madam Estrin mentioned partnership and other colleagues mentioned partnership in their presentation. No one can do this together. So we need partners.
Thank you so much.
From
Please.
Financial sector. We need partnership from smallholder farmers, partnership from private sector, as Madam Estrin mentioned.
For my tie.
Articulation. I am not the one talking. It's not for me. I'm sorry for this. Yeah.
Mixture.
So the last point I will mention is about also increased access to productive use of technology. There are various productive technologies in the system, as Prof has mentioned, wind, and my other colleague has mentioned an option. I've also presented on the solar panel system. We can draw from this knowledge and also use focus on fit for purpose solution. In a village, perhaps solar panel may not work, but in another village, wind solution may work. I want to thank you and also use this opportunity to invite you to my panel this evening, which we discuss on Coronivia joint work on agriculture and agriculture transformation. Thank you very much, Madam Estrin.
Thank you, Rebecca. I can see really why you're doing such a beautiful job with your communities. Apologies for that interference, but you champion on like a woman can do, so thank you. I think that presentation I don't need to add anything to it. It was so clear, and this is what we really have to do. Yes, we are at COP having this high-level discussions,
Ocean.
but we have to take it to the communities where the need is actually felt. So thank you so much. Thank you, Rebecca. So our next presenter will be Dr. Roy of Lancaster University. He's doing it online. He's joining us virtually. Prof Roy?
Hi, good morning everyone, and I very much thank you for welcoming me in this audience. I'm talking from UK. Probably the line may be a little bit dodgy, but let me try my best. And I must thank first Madam Estrin and Rudo for organizing it. And so far you have already learned a number of high quality and top class presentations. So what I am going to be talking about, let me just share my slide. So my presentation is about what we are calling a science in the school, in which we introduced circular processing of fecal matter to a basic school in Ghana. So the school children were involved in the design and implementation of the unit. They learn how to sort of safely manage their fecal material in the school and use that to generate energy as well as soil conditioner. They also went out to learn from industry partners, in this case, Suez System Ghana Limited. They also then, shared their knowledge with their peers as well as their parents. So I'll be going to be sort of introducing this case to you to demonstrate an effort that low-income settlements where informal toilet is the norm, where we can actually introduce the learning about the circular economy, in particular anaerobic digester in primary school, so as to sort of instigate bottom-up learning. So just a quick reflection on why sanitation in low-income settlement and why science in the school. As you are all familiar with, the situation is that using poor quality shared toilet is the everyday reality in low-income settlement. However, these toilet facilities often remain neglected in the official programs and policies. New research in this area, however, is revealing many positives that are missed. That includes potential for saving, carbon dioxide emissions. So one study recently came up with a number that at least 126 kilogram equivalent of carbon dioxide could be saved, could be captured by offsite composting of human waste generated in low-income settlements. So this needs to be changed, both for the health and social well-being of the low-income people, but also for the climate change. And innovative education is needed, and we found that schools are a vital place to begin. So, and this research came from over 7 years of research through these 3 projects. One is Recirculate, which was funded by the UK GCRF, and this is called the Driving Eco-Innovation in Africa, Capacity Building for a Safe Water Economy. The second project was Actuate, which was an offshoot and impact-driven project of Recirculate. So Actuate stands for Accelerating the Adoption of the Circular Sanitation Demonstration System for improved health outcomes. And this Science in the School project was an outcome of this project. Earlier, we also implemented another project called the Last 100 Meter, where we found that within low-income settlements, it is within the small area of toilet users and the water user where fecal contamination actually contaminates the drinking water system. So we actually propose that we need to safeguard that particular little space so that the good work of supplying safe water is actually delivered to the people at the point of their consumption.
Thank you. Play.
Can we address the climate change concern and urgent need for energy resources?
Next,
so
please.
Here are the 2 examples we wanted to share. One is we just published yesterday a blog on international water associations, and that is now UN database of the World Toilet Day, where we say that safe water to the urban poor needs circular processing of their fecal matter. So you may want to have a look when you have got a time. But I also wanted to show that the school where we have got the unit built. There is a very short 1-minute video which you can just quickly see.
Thank you.
Because, for example, in the context of Japan, we are facing in our nature fragmentation or rapid urbanization or climate change.
Hi, Doc. We can't get the sound of the video.
Okay.
Okay. Well.
Okay, so are you still hearing me, all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, so the video link is here in the presentation. So sorry, the sound didn't come through. But that was the second point I wanted to make, and so then the question is that how can you enhance citizen engagement in addressing these?
Thank you.
So through this
this one is very deep.
Science in the School project, we have demonstrated
about
how
what's your experience in Japan
children can
as a person?
themselves become learned. They can see for themselves, and we have actually linked them with the scientific lab where fecal waste is cultured, sampling the water they drink, and they came to see this one, and they visited to the establishment industry partners, and then they produced resources to go and tell the community people. But also on the right, they also performed in the radio and television to sort of really informing the wider society. So science in the school not only benefit the kids, but they can also, mobilize the society. My final slide is that how can you actually transform research these findings into policy document? So we have been trying this, critical urbanist agenda of expose, propose, and politicize. So what we have exposed through our project is that the drinking water that is supplied to the low-income community gets contaminated in the very doorstep of the people when they actually drink. On the left side, you can see the red part is showing that the water comes from very far, but really in the last 25 meters or so, the contamination of fecal material.
Elisa about the pathway 6. This is probably the keyword
And the second is that we actually propose that to address this
about all these keywords is like
exposure
how
to
we organize
contamination.
COP.
What you need to do is to tackle the informal sanitation, and that's where we actually brought both tangible benefit and intangible benefit. And finally, we actually were able to sort of pitch this or work to high-level politicians. In this case, I was able to talk to the president of Ghana. Subsequently, we have managed to contribute.
I will have the speaker. Begin. And let me introduce our.
Sorry, Prof, we just lose the connection, so I think they're trying to fix that. Thank you. While they're doing that, thanks, Prof. We did get most of your presentation, and we're really sorry for that interference. Well, they are fixing it. I think those who are here in person, we can hear them speak. So I would like to invite Mr. Abera. Yes, Mr. Abera? Yeah. Yes, for you too. You can speak here.
Thank you very much. We are sorry for the crisis management on the IT facilities. This is a situation where, technology has its own limitation. Everywhere you go across Europe or America or Africa, wherever you are. And we very kindly request our IT experts to fix it as quickly as possible, please. This has been the situation we were in yesterday. So we shouldn't continue this way for the next couple of days. So very briefly, I'm Abaranda Shao. I'm working in the Federal Ministry of Water and Energy as Senior Advisor to His Excellency the Minister. So very briefly to mention some of the points, appreciating for what our professors has already mentioned earlier. Yes, today we are all in a kind of, climate change and drought effect across many of the African countries and across the other world too. Ethiopia in Africa, being located in the Horn, is the second largest populous country, second to Nigeria, with a total of close to 120 million. And out of this, the total energy coverage this time in Ethiopia is not more than 48%. And as was mentioned in the video from Uganda, we are not very far. And almost, except a very few of the African countries, including Egypt, where we are in now, we are in a very critical shortage in energy supplies, more particularly in the renewable energy sources. So we are generating close to 91% of our energy from the hydro source and not more than 12% from the other renewable energy sources. Ethiopia is supposed to be, at 13 months sunshine, having, the highlands and the lowlands, and endowed with a very huge natural resources that is untapped still for the energy sector. So we have the wind energy sources in the lowland areas from the northeast to southwest of the country. We are endowed with other, wind energy sources in the other part of the highland areas in Ethiopia. But those, endowed resources are not yet, untapped and utilized for the development agenda. As you know, water and energy is supposed to be very central for the sustainable development goals. In the absence of water and energy, we can't think of, sustainable development. And you can imagine all other sectors, in the absence of water and energy. And you could imagine what can happen. So we are supposed to have, a very serious and very friendly policy and institutional reform. A reform that fits into the current scenario of the global, context, whereby the resources in the hands of the private business companies. So we need to make sure that our policy, environment, strategies are very friendly for investment attractions of the private companies. That is one of the very critical issues that I want to mention. In Ethiopia, more than 91 million of our communities are without having access for clean cooking stove. And they are using biomass fuels, deforesting trees. Unlike this, of course, the government of Ethiopia for the last 4 years have been working very aggressively on the Green Legacy Initiative under the leadership of His Excellency the Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed. For the last 4 years, we have planted more than 22 billion seedlings. So this is in response to the drought and climate change effect and focusing more on nature-based solution. And the very reason for us to be serious on plantation of seedlings and trees, including fruit trees, is to make sure the nexus approach. And the plants we are planting in Ethiopia are not just for vegetation cover, rather for ensuring food securities. Fruit trees are planted. As I said, more than 20 million Ethiopian peoples, individually 15 per citizen, 15 seedlings per citizen have been planted, 22 billion, and more than 1 billion in the neighboring countries of Djibouti, in Sudan, in Kenya, in most of the East African neighboring countries. So, as I said, policy and institutional reform that fits into the private business company. The regional integration and cooperation is something that we need to look into, sustainable, energy for food security programs. Is the Pan-African agenda and regional integration and cooperation. 4 days before, Ethiopia has already started energizing Kenya. The Ethiopian-Kenyan, transmission line, the high volt transmission line has been already started, a total of close to 400 megawatt, where energy is now flowing from Ethiopia to Kenya. We have already started, working with Djibouti, with Somalia, with Sudan, with South Sudan. Given that most of our communities are living in darkness, not less than 63 million Ethiopian people are living currently in darkness. But we are a country of hope. A country of hope and a country of high moral. We are building the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam in the Abai River, whereby 2 of the early generation has already started powering. And the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam is to generate close to 5,200 megawatt in its full capacity. On this, energy is to be distributed across East African countries who are interested, to have, a true trust building between nations and a true cooperation and partnership. We Africans do have, many learning and sharing platforms. We have the AU, we have the AMCA, we have the, NEPAD, we have IGAD, we have many regional, national, local learning and sharing platforms. I truly appreciate our professors who have already presented us their evidences. Universities are created to generate evidences, right? So that our policymakers will pass an informed decision. An informed decision that truly directs our development agendas, programs, and projects. But are we really very friendly for investment attraction? Why are not many investments are coming to Africa? What's the problem with us? I don't think the science, the concept is not the problem. Rather, having a very good playground that fits to the interest of the private sector and the current global scenario is something that we are lacking. The stronger platforms, as I said, the Nexus approach. I want to mention very briefly one of our good example of a project which we have already started and financed by JEP. This project is called the DREAM project, Decentralized Renewable Energy Agricultural Modalities, we said it, DREAM. And this DREAM is to replace diesel-powered water pumps, which are currently used for irrigation projects, into solar energy. In Ethiopia alone, we have more than 500,000 of diesel-powered water pumps. You could imagine 500,000 of diesel-powered water pumps. We want to replace this with solar energy. So this DREAM project is currently working in 9 sites in Ethiopia at a pilot level, and we are working aggressively to scale it up across the country. So we need to manage our investment, fossil fuel consumption, the climate change effect. The drought also is another challenge that we are currently facing. In the eastern part of the country, close to Somalia, and on the way to Djibouti, we faced a very serious drought effect, where we lost hundreds of thousands of our cattle because of the reasons that we are not able to supply enough renewable energy and enough water for our communities. So that's my key message. We are against time. I can't take more time than this. If there are some questions, I will be available, and I am very much happy to share with you my business card. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abera, for that very passionate delivery, and having raised so many important issues that we need to address, including, of course, the institutional and policy reforms to support investments coming into our countries. So we have heard from our panelists, very, very rich contributions from all of them. We are really pressed for time, but we cannot conclude this session without taking 1 or 2 contributions or questions from the participants. So, but please just go straight to your question. We really don't have time for long discussion. Fortunately, we have a platform that hopefully we will have all of you at another time. So let me take one or two questions. Yes, my brother here, my sister Burgess. My goodness, so many hands. But let's start first. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam. My name is Mumini Sabatogo, Executive Director for WASCA. I have a question, and I think it is for you, Madam. We have heard about a number of pilot demonstration, research results, and I'm sure if we ask, many of us here will have also our own experiences we can share with you in terms of pilot project, success stories. The point is that, do we have a strategy for scaling up all those success stories in initiative? That's my question.
Thank you, Astrid, and thank you for the presenters for insightful presentations. My first question goes to Dr. Ashraf regarding the wind turbines. You mentioned that they are high risk, and I'd like to know if certain mitigation measures have been implemented and to what extent it has reduced or mitigated the risk. My second question to the last speaker about you mentioned the energy production, about 5,200 that can be distributed to the neighboring countries. I would like to know to what extent the political differences and tensions can impact this type of cooperation among the neighboring countries. Thank you. And whether they have already started the production. Thanks.
Thank you, Burgess. I have to say, these are very good questions coming from someone who actually won a prize, recognition as the best African scientist from UNEP. So thank you for being here, Burgess. Yeah, I know this is your field as well. Okay, let me take one from the gentleman, my brother there.
Thank you, Madam. My name is Frederick Allo. I'm from Kenya. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Agriculture and Livestock. I have two questions. One is to Professor Colin. When he talked about bioenergy and microgrids, I have much more interest in the dry lands. Because this bioenergy and microgrids, when you're talking about them, then much of the dry lands actually are hardly hit with the issues of energy and with the issues of destruction of forests and destruction of the vegetation, then the component of bioenergy comes in. I would like him to give us a brief overlight, whether he has research interest in the dry lands. Okay, then the second question is to the last presenter. When we talk about 22 billion trees, it is easy to plant a tree, but to grow it is an issue, especially in the dry lands. The key challenge in these dry areas that is talking about Eastern Somalia and wherever, there are no trees at all or plants. The key thing is once you cut it, that's the end of it. There's nothing that will grow again. And that's what's happening in the dryland areas. So the key thing is how can we avail or how can we make these places more or these trees available in these areas? Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last one. I really would like to give the floor.
Sorry, let me just do this, please. Thank you. Dr.
One question, short question, please.
From University of Environment and Sustainable Development, Ghana. So, we cannot ensure the just energy transition just by having the infrastructure. We also need to consider cheaper ways of providing the sustainable energy, particularly if you consider air pollution contributing to, household air pollution contributing to 1.1 million deaths in a year alone in Africa. What strategies are in place to ensure that the just energy transition is cheap, particularly for poorer households and also those living in rural communities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just give to, because he was one of the first to be here, so please, yes. I think justice required that he takes the floor.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Ma question est pour professeur Estérine. Vous avez parlé de l'implication du secteur privé. Je suis de la Côte d'Ivoire, je représente le secteur privé. Alors, je me posais la question de savoir, est-ce que vous avez des exemples d'incitation fiscale pour que le secteur privé puisse accompagner justement les communautés pour aller vers des énergies renouvelables? Je pense notamment à l'agriculture, je pense notamment au solaire, ainsi de suite. Parce que le secteur privé s'engage véritablement quand il y a quelque chose qui l'intéresse, quand il y a aussi du business à faire. Voilà. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour ces questions. Donc, I think let's start, please, back to the panelists. Just answer what question was directed to you and just make your wrap-up statements. 1 minute is enough for each person. Let me start with, because the question on the private sector and the incentive, I think, Mr. Abera, you also alluded to that. So maybe you could start. Yeah.
Thank you very
and
much.
take the question from Madam Balji.
Thank you very much. I think the question is very simple. I mean, political differences should be, resolved in the political environment and in the political platform. And now, maybe more specific questions that our sister has already raised to me is something in the hands of the African Union. And there are some countries which have, claiming right and, with a little bit of, distorted outlook in the development projects we are constructing. But for me, now is a time for us to narrow down our differences and sit together and build trust amongst our African countries and work out around cooperation and integration. That's the only option we have. Collaboration is the only option we have. Otherwise, no country alone can step into any development projects.
Thank you.
All right, so I would answer the question from my colleague who mentioned about just transition. I think in my presentation, I mentioned that in rural communities, they are doing their small innovations. But I advocated that we can talk about subsidies. So in rural communities in my country, the subsidies go more towards the seed and the fertilizer. So we can shift the conversation towards renewable energy. Because I don't think one farmer in my study district can even purchase one panel, solar panel. It's not possible. So if we can discuss in terms of subsidizing or interventions, governments can take more of the loan and then the private sector or donors can also come in. So that is one way I can mention. And also, when you listen to my presentation, I made mention that market regulation, at this rate of inflation, no farmer can go into such venture. We need to regulate the market. And this is the platform, African Union platform. African leaders need to regulate the market. They know how to do to regulate the market to bring down inflation for farmers to go into such ventures. That's the little I can add to it. Maybe my other colleagues can contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will answer the question about the risk and the safety. This is exactly why we need to do research on this area, because it's high risk. That's why the importance of research on infrastructures and foundations of infrastructure. Now we acknowledge a lot of knowledge in the last 4 years or 5 years through the work of this project, and we are working with our partners and try to develop like a standard or safety standard which can help in the deployment of wind turbine infrastructure. And,
Thank you. Is Prof. John still online? Will you have some closing remarks? Oh, I don't know that. Oh, both of them. Okay. Right. So I think we have had a really good from the panel, but also the questions from all of you have been actually very, very good questions. From how do we share those lessons, how do we scale up political dynamics in terms of cooperation, But I think this platform and other platforms that we have as AUD and NEPAD really is an opportunity for us to share those experiences, make sure that we transfer those research findings to actionable activities on the ground, whether to the communities or on policy reforms. So some really big areas, as I said, coming from all of this is transferring of those research. We have seen different mechanisms that are being used, training, setting up of networks, awareness campaigns, and all of that. Policy and institutional reforms to enable the private sector to get in, but not only the private sector, to also look at government's own investment in these sectors, as my sister has been insisting, that the ultimate beneficiaries are the communities. But if the physical and the markets economy doesn't allow them to be able to participate, then there is a problem there. A big point has come on the issue of appropriate technologies. I think Rebecca mentioned, Professor Arthur also mentioned, both in terms of local conditions, but also the soil conditions in the countries. Of course, access to finance has been raised, and the importance of a nexus approach to our development planning has come through the presentations from everyone. And lastly, why we are here, and the partnerships and collaboration within countries, among stakeholders, North-South collaboration, which is demonstrated by the partnership between AUD and NEPAD and the N8 universities, are all very, very important and key messages that have come out from this very high-level session this morning. So please join me in thanking our distinguished panelists for an excellent job, and of course all of you for being here first thing in the morning and for the wonderful contributions that you have all made. We appreciate your presence here and your contribution to this very important meeting. There must be something? No? Okay. We will have a photo with the panelists, and if there are other announcements, Rudo is going to make them. Thank you all so much for being here.
Hey, test. Hey, test.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I call your attention, please? Invite you to take your seats. So welcome to our event on Unleashing Africa's Green Potential with the African Green Bank Initiative. We're going to spend the next hour and a half talking about the potential for green banks, particularly in Africa. We've got a full agenda and many speakers, so actually my job as moderator is very simple. I just have to manage the time. I don't think I'm even going to have time to ask any questions. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes at the start just to say a little bit about our work on green banks. Then we'll introduce the Vice President, who will make a keynote address, and then my colleague Audrey will present some slides, and then we'll call up our panelists in two panels. First, panelists from the financial institutions, and then panelists from our partner institutions. Then we'll see if we have time for some questions, hopefully from the audience. I'm sure there'll be some questions, and then we'll close up. So let me just say a couple of minutes at the start, take a couple of minutes at the start to announce our progress. This time last year, we launched a report entitled The Opportunities and Challenges for Green Banks and National Climate Change Funds in Africa. And for us, this was a very important learning point. We explored and got a better understanding of the difference or the full range of green banks, which we consider includes not only sort of formal green banks that have the ability to mobilize capital and lend money, but also national climate change funds, which have the potential simply to perhaps to raise grant money and support technical assistance. And actually, we have a very good example of that coming from Rwanda, where the Rwandans started with FUNERWA, which was effectively a green fund or a national climate change fund. And they are now in the process of transitioning to a fully fledged green investment bank, where they will actually be capitalized and be able to implement and disperse funds through various financial instruments. So it's a great example to show how that evolution can occur. And in the study that we undertook last year, we worked with 6 countries to identify potential public sector institutions that would be interested in going through this route. But we also found a great deal of interest from the private sector. And over the past year, we've seen a lot more engagement from the private sector that have shown a great willingness to engage in this. And this now means we're talking increasingly with existing banks, existing commercial banks that want to open up a window within their operations that would focus on green banks or on green lending to, and I know we say green lending, but actually what we really mean now is Paris-aligned lending to projects that are both low carbon and climate resilient. And then just my final point on green banks, and one of the reasons why we're so excited about it, is that we have the opportunity to mobilize resources and create institutions at a national level. So that's potentially 54 institutions across the African continent, and then multiples of that if we have more private sector entities that want to get involved. But why that's really exciting, these institutions can tap into local currency flows. They can tap into diaspora finance and local institutional capital, and they can lend in local currency. And we know that lending in local currency, when you have revenues in local currency, is critical. It's a great way of managing that risk, and it's continuously a barrier to investing in many of these kinds of activities. So those are a couple of reasons why we think the green bank potential is really tremendous for Africa, and we're greatly encouraged by the progress that we see with the development of green banks in a number of other countries, developed countries as well as in developing countries. And so with that brief introduction, let me call upon Dr. Kevin Kariuki, our Vice President for Climate Change and Green Growth, also Power and Energy, and invite him to make some keynote remarks. VP, would you like to come to the podium? Yeah, thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to welcome you all to this event organized by the Africa Development Bank on the theme, Unleash Africa's Green Potential with the African Green Banks Initiative. As you may already know, increasing the level of climate finance channeled to the African continent is a priority area for the African Development Bank's Climate Change and Green Growth Strategic Framework that we adopted last year. Through this strategic framework, the bank seeks to increase or to facilitate increase in Africa's access to global climate finance from the current 3% to 10% by 2030. The low access to climate finance, which amounted to only about 20 billion last year, or in 2020 rather, significantly pales the demand which the 2022 Africa Economic Outlook projected at about $125 billion annually through to 2030. And this is despite the fact that the continent is home to 9 out of 10 and 35 out of 45 most vulnerable countries in the world, most of which also have low adaptive capacity to the impacts of climate change. Furthermore, and this is why we are coming here, most of the climate financing in Africa is provided through public funds, which account to about 87% of the total climate financing flow into the continent. The participation of the private sector, based on what I've just mentioned, in the climate finance agenda is therefore rather limited. Yet, it is projected that up to 75% of the 3 trillion required for implementation of Africa's nationally determined contributions by 2030 could potentially come from the private sector. It is indeed in this context that measures to increase the participation of the private sector in mobilizing climate finance at scale are being considered at the bank. Hence, the African Development Bank is developing several innovative financing solutions to attract more private climate finance in Africa. This includes the Green Banks model, which is potentially a powerful tool for reducing costs and mobilizing private sector investment in climate action in Africa. The Green Banks initiative falls under the umbrella of what we call the Africa Financial Alliance on Climate Change, or AFAC, which seeks to bring together Africa's financial ecosystem to play an important role in the climate finance mobilization. More specifically, the bank has conceptualized the Green Banks initiative to capitalize Africa's commercial banks and help them develop specific strategies and tools to identify and invest in green projects. The development of this initiative is therefore informed by an assessment carried out by the bank last year in partnership with the climate investment funds on the potential of green banks in 6 African countries, namely Benin, Ghana, Mozambique, Tunisia, Uganda, and Zambia. The assessment revealed that green banks have significant potential for attracting new sources of catalytic funds when supporting low-carbon, climate-resilient development through blending capital and mobilizing local private investment for green investments in Africa. Through this initiative, the bank is creating an ecosystem of local green banks working together under the umbrella of AFAC, which is with a view to putting the banking sector at the center of climate action in Africa. The African Green Banks Initiative will help mobilize significant resources, both domestically and externally, to address specific climate financing challenges faced by African countries. It will also help build capacity of local financial institutions to build a robust pipeline of bankable green projects while de-risking investments and entrenching long-term investor confidence towards climate resilient and low-carbon projects in Africa through investing in key sectors such as energy efficiency, renewable energy, climate-smart agriculture, resilient infrastructure, and nature-based solutions. I am therefore delighted to launch the African Development Bank's African Green Banks Initiative as an innovative tool to actualize Africa's green potential and enable African banking sector to go green. In conclusion, I call on African financial institutions and climate finance practitioners present here today to share with us your thoughts and insights on the potential and future of green banks in Africa. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much indeed, VP, for those kind words and for setting us off for this event. So now we'll move to the second part, which will be a presentation from my colleague Audrey Cynthia, who will give you some details about how the African Green Banks Initiative is going to operate and the key stages that we're at. So Audrey, may I invite you to take the podium, please?
Thank you very much, Garrett. Good morning. It is with a considerable pleasure that I'm here today and that I'm coordinating the Africa Green Bank initiatives at the African Development Bank under the visionary of President Akinwumi Adesina and his executive leader as the VP, Kevin Kariuki. Let me give you a little bit of overview of what is the Green Bank model, because it's also of importance that you make it very understandable, and you will see it's more easier and more simple than it seems. Okay. Make sure is it working? I need some support because it's not working. I tried to change the slides. Okay, sorry. So the green, just to start, before you can see the presentation, the Green Bank model is a green bank is a specialized financial institution with a focal lens. It's a focal point for climate investment. It's allowed to scale up domestic investment into sustainable projects, and by creating a pipeline of risk-adjusted return projects which are expected for the private investor to step into those transactions. And how they do that, they use a small amount of public fundings to de-risk the transaction and to allow private investors to step in those. Those local banks, national green banks, they are also their investment strategy is completely aligned with national strategy with NDC's implementation. More importantly, we can have some example. As Garrett said, we have the Rwanda Green Investment Facility, who is a model of green banks. We have also the Climate Finance Facility in South Africa, which is also another type of green banks. So you see that it can be a national green bank created from scratch, but it can also be an envelope of fundings, a green finance facility, hosted in commercial banks. I don't know if the technique has cleared my problem. Okay, because it will have been easier if you will have been able to see the how a green bank looks like, especially the mix of support, technical support, financial instruments, grant, project preparation grant, and also the addition of lendings instruments like loans, concessional loans, guarantee, equity participation. So okay, good. I see the slide now. So next slide, yes. So you see on the right the model of green bank. Next slide, please. Next again. So the Africa Green Bank initiatives, so launched at COP27, the objective of this initiative is to create an ecosystem of green banks or local green finance facility across the continent. How we do that? We have identified many gaps, mostly 3, and we are covering those gaps by first providing the technical assistance which is needed to set up and design the appropriate envelope of green fundings, by also building the capacity of the staffing who will run this facility and build the appropriate governance. We also, through these initiatives, we support the creation through the capitalization of this envelope of fundings. And lastly, will come as providing the additionality which is needed on a specific transaction, bringing by those local green banks. So we'll be able to provide the de-risking instrument or the fundings which will be bringing additionality and scale up the fundings. With this Africa Green Bank initiatives, we know that there is an urgency that we start implementing this solution. So pending the creation of a dedicated funded vehicle within IFDB, we are launching in 2023 the pilot phase of this African Green Bank initiatives by providing the first technical assistance support to a certain number of commercial banks. So how it will be articulated? So the technical assistance will help in those commercial banks and government in setting up financially and also legally this envelope of fundings by the definition of a pipeline of sustainable project, well structured and bankable, by also building the institutional capacity in terms of investment, sustainable investment, how to monitor and report on those projects, but also how to evaluate the risk embedded in those projects. We will also support the conceptualization of a roadmap to capitalize this envelope of fundings, because those green banks have the capacity to mobilize resources on the domestic market, but as well externally. That's why it's really powerful, and it's allowed to scale up the climate finance available for NDC's implementation. So I just mentioned that we are also working on the creation of a facility, a funds, which will be hosted, please next slide, which will be hosted in the IFDB. So the funds, this vehicle will be, which is called the Africa Green Finance Facility Funds, will work as a blended instrument because we will provide this technical assistance. We will also, through grant or reimbursable grant of territorial support, we'll also support the capitalization of those green banks by providing equity and quasi-equity, and we will also support by co-financing the transaction will come from this ecosystem of green banks by providing the de-risking instrument or any instrument which will be needed and provide the additionality which will allow this transaction to happen on the ground. So last slide, please. So why this green bank is really important? We find that this is a solution Africa was looking for more climate finance. This is the solution to bring private sector to step in climate action. This is also the solution to turn this 2.8 trillion of investment needs for NDC implementation into opportunities. It's allowed to translate into well-structured and bankable pipeline of local projects. It's also the solution to bring climate finance locally at the community level. It's the solution to finance adaptation, mitigation, biodiversity, landscape protection, and also just transition. It is the solution to empower the Africa through its financial sector and allow to take over destiny into its own hands, and it has to happen now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Audrey, for that presentation, and congratulations for managing to keep going despite the technical issues. I know from my own experience how I'm sure you've all experienced it when your slides don't work and you're let down. But nonetheless, we'll make the slides available so that you can see those in due course, and indeed the whole event will be available on YouTube in due course. but we'll keep the slides available so that you can follow up on them. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move to the second section of our event today. We're going to have a panel discussion starting with the financial institutions. So now, I have to say, I don't know my panelists. Do we have Brice Houghton here? Is Audrey, is Brice joining online or is he in person? He's online. Okay, so Brice is online. I hope we'll be able to have the online panelists. Dalia Abdelkadir, I think must be joining online as well. Then we have Professor Njuguna Ndungu, also joining online. Not here, okay. Boris Soni. So we have Boris here in person, and Abdulaziz. Great to see you. So we have two panelists here in the room with us, and two panelists joining us online. I'm still waiting for confirmation that our online panelists are there. But since we have two with us here in the room, let us start with Boris Soni, Head of Corporate Social Responsibility at Coris Bank International. So what we'd like to hear, Soni, Brice, from you and from all our panelists, first of all, we invite you to make a short introduction on your institution, and then talk a little bit about the main challenges for sustainable investments and what kind of support you are looking for, especially from the African Green Bank Initiative. So, Boris, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Coris Bank International is a commercial bank of Burkina Faso. It's a young bank. Next year, you will celebrate the 15th birthday. But in the less than 10 years, Coris Bank International became the first bank in Burkina Faso, and is listed on the regional stock exchange called BRVM. And in our strategy, we have an act dedicated to the finance, sustainable finance. And our accreditation to GCF is processing. The main challenge for sustainable finance for us is the involvement of the private sector. And to manage this challenge, we think you have to build the capacity of commercial banks to allow them to understand and to control risk related to climate finance. Also train private sector actors. Also, we have to make some regulation and incentives in favor to sustainable finance. For us, for Coris Bank International, we expect for this fund to show us, to give us the way to build an entity or a structure who allow us to finance a green economy. This is our expertise. And we need to strengthen our environmental and climate governance. We need also to build our capacity to mobilize financing to manage green financing. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much indeed. So I picked up some I think some very important points there. First of all, that you're working on your GCF accreditation. Of course, GCF is expected to be a major source of concessional finance. and a way perhaps of accessing some of the most concessional finance into green banking institutions. And then I also think, and I think Audrey will be very excited to hear that you're also seeking support to build your governance structures, to train staff, to build capacity within the institution, so that you can then generate and create credible pipelines of projects that you'll be able to utilize for finance. Great, and I'm delighted to welcome our third panelist to the platform now. So let us move to our second panelist, Abdou Aziz, who is the head of studies and strategies at La Banque Agricole Senegal. So once again, Abdou Aziz, we'd like to hear a quick introduction to the organization. What are the main challenges for sustainable instruments, and what kind of support are you looking for? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Gareth. I want first of all to thank African Development Bank by involving La Banque Agricole to this launching of the Green Financing Initiative. La Banque Agricole Senegal is the main commercial agriculture bank in Senegal, which the main mission is to finance agriculture value chain in Senegal. Since 2020, we have moved to GCF accreditation and have been the second direct assist entity of Senegal, which now we are working, what we are working is to better understand what is the relation between climate finance and our main topic is in agriculture. So what is our ambition to really address climate issue in adaptation or mitigation is to work closely with the private sector to better allow them more financing to finance really some climate projects in Senegal. And for this, the strategy is to work by developing more partnership. The strategy is also to work by developing some credit line for the bank to more allow finance in adaptation issues and mitigation issues. So what is also our ambition is, if we want to really address climate finance on agriculture, forestry issues, land use, management, we understand that public fund only cannot really allow Senegal to attain those objectives. So we really work with the private sector to better allow them possibility and opportunity to really understand what is the, the challenge relates to climate finance. We start working with IFAT, and we are part of the iGreenFin project, which is where La Banque Agricole is one of the 5 banks who work closely with IFAT to develop the iGreenFin project to better allow fund for small farmers and to better allow also the agriculture sector to be very resilient of climate change. We also have on the table a PPF with GCF for climate smart agriculture, because what we really want is we are developing many pilots on renewable energy, addressing also some financing on solar irrigation. Our ambition is to go scaling up for this pilot and really give to Senegalese, our state, many finance to really address the objective or the NDCs. So I think these opportunities with African Development Bank is very good for us, because this technical assistance will maybe the very profit to La Banque Agricole staffing, La Banque Agricole commercial model, to better understand what we can really address in climate issues. So we're very happy to be part of this initiative. And yeah, we'll give our best also to better understand so what is the next step. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much indeed for that. And I think we also heard that you're working with the Green Climate Fund and that you're already working with the objectives of helping to finance projects to implement the NDCs. And of course, that's the ultimate goal of the green investments and the Paris alignment work, is to ensure that we can provide the resources to support the implementation of projects that deliver on the nationally determined contributions. And I think what we see, is that the level of finance required for all of these projects is very substantial, but there are many, many small projects. And it's challenging to mobilize resources. Certainly, at the African Development Bank, we are not able to mobilize resources for so many small-scale projects, and that's why we need these green banks, these national banks to get involved, using instruments like lines of credit in the first place, but then helping to build capacity so that the banks can actually take on the roles of developing those initiatives themselves. Great, so let's move to our third in-person speaker. We have Dalia Abdelkader, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer from CIB Egypt. Dalia, you're very welcome. Over to you.
Yes, and I apologize for being late because I had a panel at Green Zone, so excuse me for that. However, yes, I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer of Commercial International Bank, Egypt's largest private sector bank. Actually, we had the advantage of realizing the business case of sustainable finance as early as 2015. And ultimately, we have been into the process that led us in 2020 to issue Egypt's first successful green bond. Now we have a very structured approach to enact sustainable finance within the system. We have institutional pillars that start with governance, very robust governance, top-down, bottom-up approach, sustainable finance policy. We are founders of 2 global frameworks, Principles for Responsible Banking and the Net Zero Banking Alliance, and we subscribe to another 9 international frameworks like the TCFD, the PRI, and the list goes on. Third, we have a system transformation process for all functions in the bank, and we have a strategy that targets environmental, social, and climate risk, revenue generation, and ecological footprint. We're the first bank, to my knowledge, worldwide to issue ecological footprint. It's an upgrade of the carbon footprint. And we have communication and innovation pillars. This being said, I want to say that although we have a very structured approach to integrate sustainability, we still need African Development Bank. Why? To scale the capacity building across all employees. We are working on that, but we need to deepen the knowledge transfer inside the bank and to help us structure sustainability link laws. We cooperated with the IFC and we have the green bond. It was very successful despite the pandemic. However, my message to you here is not to talk about the needs of Commercial International Bank. We can take it offline because we're almost there. I would qualify CIB as a mature bank by even global standards. What I want to talk about is the need of African banks to move forward. COP27 is about Africa, and it's about implementation. And if we talk about Africa, and parallel to all political negotiations, with all my respect, we aspire that they address climate change and get to mobilize the $100 billion that have been pledged for years. Parallel to that, there is another very powerful track that we need to leverage on in Africa. That's the power of finance, the power of financial institutions. I think Africa has 54 countries, around 470 financial institutions. Don't quote me for that, more or less. What we need to meet the climate change challenges and turn them into opportunities, because Africa, I mean, we have energy issues, but we have the best renewable energy resources. We have poverty, but we have 60% population. So Africa has all the resources to be in a better place other than negotiating $100 billion that are a drop in the ocean. With all my respect to climate cannot be politicized, and we are starting on a defected premise. It's political interest. We're talking political interest. It's about a global humanitarian issue where Africa is, I don't want to say the victim. It's not the cause of the crisis, but definitely Africa will be the solution for the crisis. It's not our making as crisis, but the solution should be our making. And here I want to spot on the role of financial institutions in Africa and the African Development Bank. You have the power, the track record, the expertise to get out with an induction program for all institutions in Africa, for all commercial banks in Africa, whereby you go step by step. It's an induction program of 1 year, to get them to develop their own environmental social risk management. I mean, first thing, from my experience, there are baby steps. You start by the policy and the frameworks, establish governance structures inside the bank, develop a sustainable finance policy, and then front and center, environmental and social risk management system. That's the backbone. I mean, you cannot think of green bonds, of sustainability-linked loans, of anything unless you have an ESRM according to the IFC performance standards. And it's not impossible. It's doable. It doesn't need resources. Once we have the ESRM, the risk, we are in a position to issue climate and innovating climate finance instruments, and then we start reporting. So it's a very systematic process, which I urge, as we are in COP27 talking about Africa, I aspire that the African Development Bank will take the lead to coordinate with all regulators. We have the Sustainability Banking Network, Banking and Finance Network. It's concerned with regulators. And by the way, African regulators are very much there. The regulatory landscape for sustainable finance is not bad. South Africa is leading ahead. Morocco, Egypt. I mean, a week ago, the Central Bank of Egypt mandated all commercial banks in Egypt to implement sustainable finance in a very progressive manner, to report on climate risk, to report, to establish sustainable finance departments reporting to the CEO. I would say Kenya is there. So, I mean, the periphery, there are some bright spots in Africa, contouring Africa, and this needs to be scaled and mainstreamed, and this is where I urge and request that this is very doable, and if we are there, you will unleash the power of finance in Africa to turn the challenges into real opportunities, because there are real low-hanging fruits in the continent. Thank you.
Dalia, thank you very much indeed. That's extremely interesting. First of all, congratulations on the progress that you've made at CIB and being one of the leading banks in Africa in this respect. That's really heartening to hear, and it's great to hear that we have some of these countries already on the continent where the central bank is taking these issues forward. And indeed, it's great to describe those. I really like your analogy of some bright lights on the continent. And what's also really good from our point of view is they're quite regionally spread out, which is great, because we always have a problem about regional distribution. So if we have somebody in South Africa, or we have, South African, Kenyan, and Egyptian, we're already covering 3 of our 5 regions, and I'm sure we can find good examples. Now, this also links very well to the reference that I think it was Audrey made in hers about AFAC, the African Financial Alliance on Climate Change, which is an initiative that we're hosting at the bank and implementing in partnership with the Global Adaptation Centre to help build the regulatory environment and improve the supervision amongst African banks. And now here I have to be careful, because I get onto thin ice, because I'm not a banker, so I don't know very much about regulating banks, but I know that it's important, and I know that AFAC is pushing us in that direction. And of course, we have a lot of very good experience coming from TCFD in Europe and North America as well. So a lot of materials to draw on there as we take things forward. Now, I think our other 2 panelists for this part haven't joined us online. So, hang on. Excuse me 1 second. Take questions now for these 3. Yeah. I'm going to, because when I let these panelists go, they'll go back into the audience, and then I have trouble when I want to ask them a question. So I'm going to open up for just briefly, for if anybody has any burning questions for our three panelists here who have come from the financial institutions, before we have our second panel coming up to talk, and that will be our partners. Now, it's always very risky to open up the floor to questions halfway through because it may take too much time, but so I'll be quite strict. So I've got a gentleman at the back and another, and so I'll take three questions. Audrey. The gentleman in the red stripy shirt over here, Audrey, first, at the back. And then we'll come to the gentleman there in the brown shirt, and then the gentleman in the middle in the stripy shirt. Okay. So we'll take the three questions, please, and then we'll direct them. And please, questions, not statements.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Yes, I'll go straight to the point. My name is Mithika from Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. I've just come when someone was talking about Green Climate Fund. And so, question number one is, do you think, since 2010, after its establishment, the Green Climate Fund is delivering on its mandate? Is it not more rigid than what we envisioned? A bank which is accessible, easily accessible, and which is democratic, and which we believe is not. Well, that's number one. On the question on the lady on finance, I just want to understand really how is it really evolving in the African countries in terms of climate finance, and whether we have sufficient data really to inform us on the $100 billion US and the share for African countries. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now we'll have the gentleman in the brown shirt over here. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep it at three questions, but you can come back in the second panel.
All right, thanks for the very wonderful presentation. Mine is just a very simple, direct one. In terms of the funding, the pricing for the green bonds, how does that play against conventional loans? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the gentleman in the stripy shirt here in the middle.
Thank you very much. My name is Joel Zungrana. I'm the Director General for the National Agency of Meteorology in Burkina Faso. And I want to thank, firstly, the representative of Coris Bank for the partnership they have with our institution to make climate information available at the national television. And the question I have is about training, financing a long-term training for our technicians. We have problems with the Green Climate Fund. They don't need to finance training for engineers, a long-term training. What is the solution for this issue? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so I've got noted down four questions. First of all, a general question about the Green Climate Fund. Are they delivering? Secondly, one specifically to Dalia on the evolution of data, and do we have enough information on the $100 billion? Thirdly, pricing against of commercial or conventional loans against the green bonds, and finally, from the gentleman from Burkina Faso on the long-term training of technicians. So, would anybody like to take on any of those questions? And Audrey, you could also join us here because you might like to talk on the last question. Dalia, there were some specifically to you, I think.
Yes, I will start with the questions that I can handle. I think I will comment on the success of climate finance instruments in Africa, and then zoom on the green bond and talk about data at the $100 billion. Yes, so climate finance instruments, interestingly, were very successful in Africa, despite the pandemic. All the climate finance instruments like green bonds, sustainability-linked loans, they were all very successful. Talking about our experience with the green bond, which again was issued at the peak of the pandemic, and That was the time when I joined CIB, and I was very much surprised. Why would a bank attempt and innovate a new instrument at times of crisis when all corporates and banks were wrestling to maintain their profit, let alone their existence? And what strikes me is that at times of crisis, you never stop innovating, because crisis is a system signaling that you cannot go any longer with the same business model. So if you change the business model, you win. And that was the case. The green bond was for $100 billion. It was issued in cooperation with the International Finance Corporation. It included mitigation projects and adaptation projects like energy efficiency, renewable energy, water desalination. Interestingly, confidently, I will tell you, it was for commercial rates. It was not subsidized. It was profitable for the bank and profitable for our clients, because along with the loan, it was not just a loan given for no, it was accompanied by walk-through audits, whereby we visit our clients and identify areas of risks and opportunities and monetize the environmental and social benefits, which neutralize the risk. So, for example, we will identify for our client there is energy efficiency. In all our lendings, there was something like 40% reduction in energy consumption, which monetizes to the bottom line of our client. So let's be very clear. With climate finance instruments, it's the new way to grow. So this is number one, and I covered the green bond. The green bond, these are normal lending, but it's associated, it should be governed by green bond principles that make sure there are eligibility criteria. We will not lend to any corporate or any project unless there are environmental savings, and it is calculated. And the knowledge transfer took place by the IFC. So this is what's green. I mean, the green bonds, green loans, they are associated with certain eligibility criteria that are followed up on, and we have to report it. So in most cases, there were economic benefits, environmental, and in some cases, social benefits. We aspire to issue the blue bond, hopefully with the assistance of African Development Bank and sustainability-linked loans. Now we have 6 products. Our corporate line of business has 6 packaged and branded products that are rocking the market in Egypt, because we are educating our clients. We established a program called Sustaining Sector, whereby we bond with our clients in different sectors and identify what's the business case of sustainability for textiles, for pharma, for oil and gas, and how can they do the transition. I represent Africa on the Net Zero Banking Alliance, and so far, not a single bank in Africa joined, and I wouldn't dare ask them to join. Only 2 banks from Africa are there, Kenya Commercial Bank and Commercial International Bank. And I see it as an advanced step. I mean, you do not start with the net zero. That's why, again, I'm urging the introduction of an induction program for African banks. The $100 billion are not, we all know, the negotiations going over there is to get them to deliver $100 billion. To my knowledge, 60% are delivered. However, they are a drop in the ocean. And it's a waste of our precious time. I mean, the time of negotiators is worth more than $100 billion. And let me tell you something. Again, the power of finance in Africa is there, and Africa has the resources, not only the energy resources or youth, the financial resources. For one thing, the sovereign funds in Africa, they possess trillions of dollars. For one thing, MENA is a net exporter of capital. So we also have the capital. We need the determination, a very focused capacity building program, and we need to assume responsibility to own our own destiny. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much indeed. That's a very rich answer to quite a few of the questions I think that were posed. Let me invite the other 2 panelists if they'd like to come in on either of the other questions.
Yes, I think on the way of their climate ambition, commercial banks are faced to 2 challenges. The first is to better understand what is environmental and social management risk, because they are not familiarized to manage climate risks on their portfolio. The second thing is really to build a very strong how to say, green project portfolio. And for this, we need really assistance. For La Banque Agricole, since our accreditation in GCF to now, we have benefit to more training by GCF because, as you know, Green Climate Fund offer many facilities by the readiness in the PPF also. With the readiness, we really have been trained in how to build in the implementation of our environmental and social management system. We also have been trained in developing projects. We have also benefit with African Development Bank on the training on developing green projects. I think with developing many partnerships with the international banks, the public development bank, commercial bank can have more, can benefit to more training in addressing many issues in climate finance. I have no specific question because more of the question is addressing to Madam. So,
thank you very much. Sonny, would you like to come in? Okay, very good. So now, one of our other panelists from the financial institution, Brice Houghton, Managing Director of CDCB in Benin. I think we've solved the technical problems, and I understand he is now connected. Brice, can you hear me? And would you like to take the floor? We're not seeing anything other than the cover slide. Any indication from our IT team? Okay, I think it looks like we've lost Brice again. Is Brice available? No, we don't know. Okay, so let us move to the second panel then, and if Brice joins us, we'll bring him back in. So, colleagues, thank you very much indeed. Round of applause, please. And I'd like to invite our partner panel to join us here now. Again, I'm not sure who we have with us and who's online. We have Paul Matthew, who's from the Climate Investment Funds. I've seen him online. Timothy Jaulin, Head of ESG Development and Advocacy at Amundi. Craig Wies, Chief Executive Officer from the New Zealand Green Investment Finance. Doug Sims, Senior Director of the Green Bank Network. And Kosivi Domengni, expert in energy efficiency and renewable energy from the Canadian Climate Action. Great, so I think we have a full panel with Paul online. Tremendous. So let me just see if Paul can hear us and if he is able to speak. Because if he's there, we should take him first. Paul, are you online and can you hear us? This is really like presenting in the dark because I have no idea who is online and who's not. So please spare me your sympathy. I see nothing from the online participants. So let us move then to Timothy Jaulin, who is the Head of ESG Development and Advocacy at Amundi. And what we're asking for here is, again, is an introduction to your institution and some of the actions that you've undertaken in the field of climate finance, how and why you're interested in the Green Bank Initiative, and the kind of support that you may be able to provide to the African Green Bank Initiative. Please, over to you. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thanks, Garrett. So, quick word of introduction on Amundi. We are what we would call a very large investor. We are a European asset manager with about 2 trillion of assets, and we invest significant amounts of money, notably in emerging markets, in private assets, but mostly in capital markets, in debt and equity. We have a significant commitment to green finance and sustainability at large. And the few words or the few remarks I'd like to do today are about the following questions. Why should we care about sustainable capital market development? That's one, and I think it's very key to understand that, and that's one of the reasons we're here today. Second, why we should care more about sustainable capital market development in emerging markets. And that's really key as well. Third, sharing with you why I'm here, specifically to support this initiative and why we think this initiative can be a game changer in the Africa region. First, very quickly, why sustainable capital market development matters. Very simply because when you look at the magnitude of the financing and funding needs linked to climate goals and sustainable development goals at large, there's no way it's going to come only from private equity and private capital, so direct investment into real assets. What we will need are a mobilization from each and every financial and real economy agents that will act as intermediaries, meaning local banks, sometimes public agencies, regional banks, and so on and so forth. So it will be a sum of individual small actions from a variety of actors. And in that respect, if you want to mobilize all these actors that are going to need some funding, capital markets can play a very positive role. That's the reason why we've been so supportive about green bond development since the very beginning. But when we were discussing green bonds ahead of the Paris Agreement, so that was a while ago, there was one issue. Green bonds, as you know, have been created and supported by multilateral development banks in the first place. So if you think about the theory of change behind a green bond, it's good to have the World Bank issuing a green bond. It will not make a big difference. Why? Because the World Bank is already mobilized on climate. What you want to see is green bonds being issued by other institutions where the green bond issuance program will be part of this transformative journey that each and every financial institution should undertake. So if you want to have green bonds connected with additionality, you need to grow the market and to convince other issuers than the MDB. So that's what we've been doing. And as you can imagine, the one place in the world where you have the most additionality is very likely to be emerging markets. Now, why I'm here today specifically is to share with you, and in a couple of minutes, the experience that we had in designing a program focused on emerging markets. Back in 2017, we've been working with the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, to launch a dedicated program to support emerging market green bonds issuance. At the time, the thinking was to successfully start this asset class, we would need two things at the same time. Number one is a fund of significant size to really signal the market that you can mobilize capital to support potential issuances, but you will also need to have a significantly funded technical assistance facility to make sure we would have a pipeline to invest in. And if you want to develop an asset class, those are the two things you need at the same time, because otherwise you issue things but they're not going to find investors, or you have money to deploy but you don't find assets or projects to invest in. So we worked with the IFC to work on these two elements. On the funding or investment side, we launched the largest green bond fund ever launched, solely dedicated to emerging markets. And they are running on the side this technical assistance program. A few achievements since we launched the fund back in 2018. So it's been 4 years and a half or so. On the investment side, we have reached 1.4 billion of assets. We have already invested 1 billion into green bonds coming from emerging markets. A small part of it is coming from Africa, and we expect more of it coming from Africa thanks to this initiative. So that's one. Second, we have invested 600 million into private placement coming from financial institutions, which is a way to really support them in their first time green bond issuance, and that can make a difference. In terms of technical assistance program, we've trained 300 emerging market bankers from 100 institutions, and the goal is really to make sure that we have climate champions that will apply these principles in all the target markets. And given the size of the private placement we've invested in, it works. Additionality comes very much from the technical assistance you can provide so that people apply your principles on the ground. So why I am here today is because it's been working very well. we've invested over the past 4 years in about a quarter of each and every green bonds coming from emerging markets outside China. But there is still a long way to go before reaching the scale that we need, notably in Africa. So we very much welcome the initiative. We will be present when we can as a co-investor, because that's our mandate. We have significant AUM to deploy, and we will try to do what we can as well in terms of technical assistance program, because really the additionality is there. This is really, really critical. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. That's a really encouraging story to hear, that there's been so much movement and success in this area and so many lessons to learn. And for me, that's really helpful to understand, you know, the transition of how we get to, you know, a situation where all of these institutions are mobilizing resources to invest into the green bonds, to, you know, to then really bring scale. And it's a very nice way of presenting it, so that's been very instructive. Let's move now to our second speaker, Craig Weiss, I'm not sure, from Chief Executive Officer from the New Zealand Green Investment Finance. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Weiss rhymes with peace, or Weiser if you're German inclined. Okay. But kia ora, as we say in New Zealand. It's great to be here and to share a little bit about NZGIF, as we call it, as well as the power of the Green Bank model. So we're a green bank in New Zealand. We've been around about 3.5 years, and our story really is, I think, typical for many in the network, which is one of being able to invest in change to accelerate it and decarbonize our domestic economy. And so I think what we have to offer is our insights from our own experience, as well as, I think, valuable perspective on how to do this in economies that don't look like other economies, because New Zealand, you know, is a relatively small nation, very far from the rest of the world, and with only 5 million people ourselves, our financial markets are sophisticated but not perfectly formed. And so part of our role in the market there is providing a bridge between finding climate assets and low carbon investment opportunities and putting those in a form in which they're investable for institutional investors, both domestically and abroad. And I think that's a very, very powerful part of the story for green banking, no matter what your in-market local economy looks like. And so a couple of things about the model that I think are really important to note. One is, you know, obviously climate finance is about doing things differently. The attraction or the challenge is to do that and develop the model without being pulled too much in the direction of, say, what's occurred to date. And I think that's part of the Green Bank story. It's a different kind of institution. You know, being nimble is very important. Being as independent as possible is very important as well. Getting those governance structures that allow the institutions to draw on commercial expertise in market to then deploy capital is really important. Why is that? Well, investors look at risk, and they look at lots of different risks. And I think the challenge that we have is that climate risk isn't an asset class, right? So there's nothing in the system that is yet oriented towards discreetly and independently dealing with it. And so how you navigate institutions with their own investments, Amundi, for example, can vary dramatically, right? You know, in one institution, you're talking to their private capital team. In another one, it could be their infrastructure finance team. In another institution, you don't even know who you're talking to. So getting to the right people and presenting the opportunities in the right way requires a great deal of expertise in terms of how to structure transactions. And this is particularly important, we think, when you get away from the big project finance deals and you start to think about how and where climate finance opportunities and climate assets are in the economy. So New Zealand is a nation of small businesses, and so how you get to those is a little bit different than, say, building a large-scale, you know, plant somewhere that's, you know, grid-scale solar. And these things require different approaches, and that's where I think, you know, the kind of experiences that we have are very, very relevant in terms of structuring the deals to get private capital. So success begets success as well, and so getting going is one thing. We were capitalized in a very small manner initially, just $100 million. We had some wins early, so we got another $300 million from our government, but we've been able to start to deploy that and raise co-investment fairly quickly. So we've done about 150 in co-investment, and we're about to finish a $250 million offer in the market. So that's actually getting true private capital in from the markets to do what we're doing. So, you know, once you get going, you build capability and confidence in the institution, things start to roll, right? That's 3.5 years in for us. We don't share all of the same issues that everyone in the room will. Local markets really, really matter, and I think it's important to be able to speak to the risks that are in your market and how you mitigate those in a very, very discreet way. A lot of finance really is coming in, I think, top down, if you will. That's the approach. You know, it's kind of looking at things almost like it's corporate credit. The reality is, once you hit the analysis inside an institution, it's bottom up, right? So the more you can speak to specific risks that do or don't present, it's not that they may exist or not, it's how you deal with them. The better off your proposition, the stronger it will be, and the more likely I think you're able to succeed. But we're very big proponents of the green banking model. We think it has great relevance across different kinds of economies in different ways. And I'm happy to talk to anyone afterwards about more about our experience or answer any other questions as we go forward.
Great, thank you very much indeed, Craig. That's really interesting. And again, it's great to see that, sort of hear that story about the transition of how you started as a relatively small capitalization and have grown over time and building experience. And that, I think, is really encouraging. It gives us hope that that we can do the same thing with African institutions. And also, I noted very much that you are New Zealand is a country of small businesses, and that's what we have in almost all African economies. 90% of East African economies is made up of micro, small, and medium enterprises. So it's how you lend and how you make money available at scale to those kinds of institutions, which is critical. So that's great. Thank you very much. Let's pass on to Doug Sims. Doug is the Senior Director at the Green Bank Network. Doug, over to you.
Gareth. And thanks to the AFDB for putting this together and on the great success on this emerging facility. So the Green Bank Network is a learning network, a peer learning network of green banks. It was founded in 2015 at the Paris Conference, Paris Agreement Conference in Paris. And it really was around a bunch of new institutions coming together to sort of share knowledge and also help other countries, other jurisdictions understand this green bank model. So in 2015, it was the UK, the National Green Bank. It was also Japan, Malaysia, Australia. And we also had, in the US, some subnational green banks from New York State and Connecticut. And so they came together around this certain model of looking at the green transition, which was looking, how do we have a mandate, a specific mandate to understand this market? If you're a commercial bank, you have a broad range of lending activities. If you're a development bank, you have a broad range of developmental activities. What about focusing on green? The key thing was this mandate, to allow focus and staffing around that mandate. Another part of the mandate is, how do we mobilize private capital? We've all heard everyone say there's not enough capital, particularly in Africa, to having savings, local savings, to drive this transition. How do we mobilize both local capital markets and also external, international, regional capital markets? How do we do this? These specialized investors get specialized knowledge of these particular markets that are local to their particular environment, and they deploy a number of tools. Co-investment is a really important tool. So for example, in the UK, one of the first successes they achieved was in the offshore wind market, which didn't exist at all prior to a decade ago. And it wasn't investable by banks. It was mainly being invested in by utilities who brought equity to England, to the UK to do offshore wind. The first debt deals were done by the UK Green Investment Bank with the utilities, and eventually they brought in other banks, they brought in sovereign wealth funds, and now you have this very vibrant, robust market in the UK for that asset class. They did a similar thing with bioenergy in the UK, because in the UK, what do they have? They have a lot of ocean around them, and they have a very green environment with bioenergy potential. So the other important part is looking at how do you develop secondary markets for green energy. How do you actually make these assets tradable? In the case of small projects, how can you aggregate small projects so they can actually be put in a portfolio and become investable by other investors? Sometimes it takes a little bit of help for the commercial sector to get involved. So green banks are flexible in how they deploy their capital. They're not just taking senior positions, they're taking subordinated positions in the capital stack. They can do equity, some of them. They have other kinds of risk mitigation mechanisms, like loan loss reserve for banks to absorb some of the losses on loans. So these innovative projects, innovative products are necessary to really bring along the sector into the green finance opportunity. So the Green Bank Network is really excited about this initiative. And right now the Green Bank Network has expanded from its initial membership to include institutions from New Zealand, from Brazil, additional US institutions, and India. But we have not had an African member yet, so we really want to get the African institutions involved. So we're really excited to partner with the AFDB on this initiative to bring in facilities or institutions that share this same sort of portfolio and message. So right now it's a pretty small group of green banks. It's a handful of institutions internationally. In the US, the success has been demonstrated such that the US, is very decentralized, so we have no national green bank. But just recently in the legislation passed over the summer, there is capital to create a national US green bank. We're very excited about that institution. But the banks in our network, which are again about 10 banks, over the past seven years have mobilized $136 billion in their respective markets collectively. And the leverage ratio, mobilization ratio changes, but this year is lifetime it's about 1.7. For every green bank dollar, 1.7 commercial dollars have been raised. And we heard earlier that 80% of climate finance in Africa is public. Even if it was one-to-one, it'd be a lot better. So the model is very powerful for Africa to explore. Just a couple small points. I think the formula is this combination of technical assistance funding and capital. It's not mysterious, but we have to get it in the right sort of formats. So what we see as the opportunity to work with this project is to allow the Green Bank Network members to share knowledge with the Africa Green Bank Initiative to help both on areas of governance, launching a green bank, getting the stars aligned with local champions to develop green banks, get a capital raising strategy, understand some product strategies, and really join this cohort, because technical assistance, classically speaking, is you get a consultant, you get to help you, but peer learning is also very important. Peer institutions are really important transmitters of knowledge, and we all work better if we're working together collectively. So really excited to hear about the launch of the project and look forward to discussing more at the Q&A.
Great, Doug. Thank you very much indeed. Indeed, I think peer learning, as you say, is critically important. Just to pick up on that last point, and I'm hugely encouraged by the depth of experience that we're hearing about in other institutions who are going to be able to help. And Audrey, let's see if we can find the first African bank to join the Green Bank Network, and we can have a celebration with you, Doug, when we succeed. So let's move to our last speaker, Kosivi, who's going to present a couple of slides, which I hope are operational. I have the clicker. Let me pass that over to you. Over to you, Kosivi.
Thanks, Garrett. Hi, everyone. It's not working. Okay.
It's okay.
So I'll be presenting rapidly our initiative. So by answering some questions, the first one is who we are, and the second one is what we do. The third one, why are we interested in the AG3F, and the last one is the way forward. Who we are the Climate Action in Africa. So the Climate Action in Africa is an initiative of the government of Canada, implemented by 3 Canadian companies, including Alinea International, Econolaire, and WSP. We are an expert deployment mechanism. We don't offer grants, but we offer technical assistance. So we are a 5-year initiative, beginning from the last year, 2021, and we will last till 2026. And we are part of the commitment of the government of Canada to provide $5.3 billion to international climate finance. So if you want to have more information about us, you are encouraged to visit our website, www.climateactionafrica.ca, www.climateactionafrica.ca. What do we do? We offer, firstly, short-term technical assistance. So the technical assistance we offer is up to 1 year. And this technical assistance is demand-driven, based on local solutions. So the technical assistance we are offering can be up to a maximum of 300,000 Canadian dollars. That is equivalent to something about 225,000 USD. And the eligible organizations that can tap into our support include some sub-Saharan African countries, institutions within countries, including public institutions, NGOs, academia, and private sector. Please note that for the 3 countries like South Sudan, Sudan, and Zimbabwe, it is only NGOs that can have our support. So what do we do? Basically, we have like 2 instruments that we deploy. The first one is the request for support. And for the request of support, we have like 3 pillars within this request of support pillar. So we have the first one is building climate change governance and capacity. So we are here to support all about climate change governance within public or private sector or NGOs. In addition, we are supporting climate change mitigation projects, focusing on energy and forestry, and adaptation projects focusing on water and agriculture. And lastly, within the request for support pillar, we support women participation and leadership in climate actions. So the second instrument that we use, the salt exchange instrument, is like a pillar that can be spread over the 3 other sub-pillars, and it helps to build knowledge and management. We know that in Africa we do a lot, but we don't have this instrument to build knowledge and to disseminate knowledge. So this pillar is about all knowledge production and knowledge dissemination within African countries. And for example, for this COP that we are attending, we have financed some people that came to attend the COP and to build their capacity. And currently they are in a session where many persons are there to build their capacity around all the COP structure and climate initiative. So why are we interested in the AG3F initiative? The reason is that our goals are aligned. And at first point, we know that AG3F capacitates local financial institutions to develop local green pipeline of projects. And it is something that we also are supporting. At the second point, we know that AG3F eases access to resources to local financial institutions that need to support, that may need to support a sustainable and decarbonized development in Africa. That which we support also. And lastly, we know that AG3F increases the capacity of African countries to access and mobilize climate finance to support the implementation of their NDCs and related national climate and development goals. So what will be the way forward? The way forward is that we encourage all the financial institutions here to collaborate with the African Development Bank on the AG3F initiative. We, as Climate Action in Africa, our support will come through the AFDB. And if you are here, you are not a financial institution, you can just visit our website and go to the website and support your demand. And we will be here to take it from there and support you for your climate action. Thank you very much. So you have also the website there, climateactionafrica.ca, and my contact details are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kovisi, and that's great to have a really good, clear explanation of how the expert deployment mechanism works. Needless to say, Audrey has an application in for funding. We hope that will be successful, but it's great, and we also want to acknowledge the contribution of the Government of Canada providing these resources. It's not the only fund that we benefit from at the African Development Bank. So finally, we have Paul Matthew online. The IT is working. Hello, Paul. We can see you. I don't know if you can see us. We're coming to the end of our time slot, so without further ado, I'm going to hand over to you and invite you to tell us a little bit more about CIF and your interest in our Green Banks initiative. Over to you. You're still muted, I think. We're not hearing you yet. Paul, you're still muted. Hold on while we see if the IT can sort this out. Can you hear us, Paul? I don't think so. It's a shame. Paul, we're not hearing you, I'm afraid. And I know you were halfway through your presentation, and you're going to have to start again. Can you switch off your second Zoom? I think you're connected twice.
Gareth.
Okay. Try that. We're not hearing you yet. Keep trying, Paul. I feel bad because I guess you've got up early if you're in the US.
Gareth, do you want us to talk about something while you're trying to figure that out?
So, well, maybe while we just see if Paul can get his connection in place. We mentioned earlier that the climate investment funds had provided us with the financial support that we used for the study that kicked off our work in this area. I talked about it in my introduction, and also the Vice President referenced it, our scoping report on the opportunities and challenges for green banks in Africa. And we continue to find that the climate investment funds are very supportive, because the instruments that we create will speak directly to the investment plans that we prepare under the climate investment funds. And here we get a little bit into the detail, but the climate investment funds, they have a number of programs. Historically, the pilot program for climate resilience, the forest investment program, and the sustainable renewable energy programs. And each of these programs generated project pipelines, which the CIF funded, and we were also able to fund them from some of the MDB resources. But there were also project pipelines and activities that remained unfunded, and green banks would be an obvious candidate to pick up these kinds of opportunities to finance them, and to put the first money in there and then be able to leverage that up and mobilize additional finance. So it looks like we've lost the connection with Paul. And I think in view of time, I've got about 5 minutes left now. I would like to open up the floor for just another 3 very specific questions, if anybody would like to ask a question. Audrey, if you would take a roving mic. Please show me your hands. So I've got Edith, the gentleman behind, and this gentleman here, and the lady here as well, because I think you had one.
All right.
Very quick.
Very quick, yeah. But as I get into the quick one, just maybe to introduce myself. My name is Edward Kabwe. I'm coming from an institution called Zambezi River Authority. We are developing a 2,400 megawatt hydropower project between Zambia and Zimbabwe. So it's a super green project which qualifies for what we're talking about. We are being anchored by the African Development Bank as our lead arranger, and also supported by NEPAD AUDA. Just next to me here is my chief executive, Engineer Mnyaraj Mnodawafasa. Maybe you can stand so that they see you. He is the chief executive. So now, my question is, our project needs $5 billion, and we are looking for funding facilities like the ones we've talked about. Of course, $2 billion to build the dam, and the other part to build the power plants. So it's in the dam that we need the green financing. So my specific question or guidance is, from your experience, that quantum of financing, what would be your thoughts to assist us to accelerate acquisition of such financing from the thoughts or your experience? Because we are interested and we want to move very fast to acquire such financing.
Okay, so a very specific question. Can we raise $2 billion for hydropower? Let's come to that then. We'll have Edith, and then the gentleman behind Edith, and then this lady here. Jonathan, I'm sorry, I'm closing it after that.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very interesting panel. My question very quickly is on the pipeline of projects that you're currently funding, both in New Zealand as well as the first speaker. What percentage is adaptation projects? Would be interesting to know. Thank you.
The gentleman behind, Audrey.
My name is Judith from Inforce. It's an NGO network. And my specific question is about the microfinancing.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, my question is about the microfinancing. If your banks or the other banks, which was previously presented, are you working with microfinancing? And also about the women entrepreneurship, which was mentioned here. And then how do you cope with that community energy? For example, if a village would like a solar cell off-grid, and people doesn't have money, then would you give loan to that? And how do you cope with the interest rate? Because in Europe, actually it is 2%. If you want to, the interest rate is around 2%, and here I hear that it's 11–16%. So when it's getting down to people, then how do you cope with this? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And the gentleman behind Edith had also asked.
Okay, I can see the live feed now.
Thanks, Chair. It seems Audrey doesn't see the gentleman behind. My name is Benson from Kenya, Institute for Law and Environmental Governance. My question is to the gentleman from Climate Action Africa. Your model of support is very curious. First of all, a lot of money, 5.3 billion or thereabout, I don't know. It's quite some colossal sum of money. But it's not to be given out as grants. It is in technical assistance and the soft side of things. This is a model that we are very askance about and we are very concerned about. Money needs to flow to projects and initiatives that are locally led. This whole idea that sometimes we are wedded to about capacities in Africa and that kind of technical support, we are trying to run away from it. Please, could you justify that model and help us to understand that it doesn't basically align to the fears that we have had before and the trends that we've seen in paradigm of development, where it is all about capacity for Africa and research for Africa and all that kind of stuff, but money should not flow.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to close the floor to questions there. We have one on hydropower between Zambia and Zimbabwe, the pipeline of percentage of the adaptation projects in the pipelines from Amundi and in the New Zealand Green Bank. Are we working with microfinance? Can we give loans to local community energy projects, interest rates? And finally, Kovisi, I think you can clear up on the question on the level of finance, because that's the total Canadian program, not the funding for that. So who would like to? Craig, you have the microphone.
Lucky. So just a couple of comments quickly across, and then I'll hand off. Look, $5 billion, I think, was the overall project size, or $2 billion. It doesn't matter. A couple of things. One, it's hydro, which is great. Two, I think that size of project does give you and put you in the realm of investable for institutions who need really big ticket sizes, right? Which is very, very good thing. It does take a long time, right? As I'm sure you're experiencing. But I think, you know, for us, our focus is slightly different because we don't...
Hello, 1, 2, 3.
There's not a gap in our market for capital for large-scale project finance. So I can't speak to that in particular, but I think you have very good fundamentals would be my overall comment. On the adaptation side, our mandate is currently limited to mitigation, so that's our focus, and you get that in institutions. Adaptation is coming, and it's something that we're thinking about a lot. And of course, we always try to get multiple benefits with everything we invest in. On the cost of capital side for, which is an issue in any economy for a portion of the market, we're a commercial investor, right? So we're getting private capital to invest with us because we can provide commercial returns. But surprisingly, there's so much technology and so much investable, right, in the green economy that provides commercial returns. So we're there, right? But with respect to those parts of the economy where there's some other risk and it's hard to get in, we also work with others who are providing soft money. So it really is a blended capital solution then. So working with, say, a government or whatever the program, it could be philanthropic, it could be an impact investor, to kind of fill that gap between the commerciality and, if you will, the subsidy. And that's how we deal with that, and effectively.
Great, thanks. Come to Timothy then, and then Doug and Kovisi.
Yeah, so some comments on the few questions. Number one, percentage of adaptation, it's very low, like very, very low compared to mitigation, and you have to ask yourself, why is that? And I think the reason why is that we are focusing on financing commercial banks, commercial financial institutions, and I don't think they will be the one deploying the biggest amount of money dedicated to adaptation. It's not to say that this is not so much needed, but you have to think about which are going to be the agents that are going to deploy the money on the ground. And that's the reason why on the side of this project, which is focused on commercial financial institutions, we are very much pushing for issuances from sovereign, quasi-sovereign, agency, national banks, because we are convinced that public agents will be the one really driving this investment into climate adaptation. So that's one, finding the right agents. Second, perhaps just on the 2 or 3 billions, is just one reflection from a global investor. Emerging market infrastructure is a very, very difficult thing to address and apprehend. there are only a handful of global players who can actually look at a deal like that. And that's one of the reasons why it's so important to have local banks, local institutions that can take on that kind of risk. I'm sorry, it does not address the specific situation, but that's the theory of change behind.
Thank you. Let's hear quickly from Doug and then Kavisi. We're out of time, so just very briefly, please.
Sure. So on the hydro, I used to work on large projects and also worked on some hydro projects in Chile. And I would say you probably will need a multilateral bank to anchor that financing. You need a very experienced developer and also a very strong offtake arrangement, because the ultimate credit's going to be the offtake. But so I think you can't do it, I don't think, with all private financing.
Thanks. Concerning the question about the money that we receive, maybe I have not been very clear. We didn't receive 5.3 billion for the government of Canada. It is the total amount of the commitment of the government of Canada. And our initiative is part of this commitment. So the money that we receive is just a small token from that. And concerning the technical assistance that we provide, I think one thing is clear is that we need to build our capacity in Africa. Me, and I'm African and working with Canadian institutions. And from there, I'm building my own capacity also. So for me, capacity building is necessary if we want to have some details, some level of information that will help us to assess the available funding. And for my dear sister at the left, we can support microfinancing if the initiative has a gender component, and if you can just demonstrate that you need technical assistance, we can help you. So you just go to our website and send your request from there. Thank you very much, Garrett.
Thank you very much indeed. So I think without further ado, we'll draw this panel to a close. Thank you very much to my panelists, and thank you very much to the audience for staying with us throughout. I hope you found it interesting. Please do come and talk to us afterwards, and invite you to show your appreciation for the panelists and for our first panel as well. Thank you very much indeed. We'll have a quick family photo for the panelists who are still here. Can I retake another family picture, please, with the VP?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I know. I think it's a problem with the guy. Hi. Look, Sonia, Sonia.
Yes. So we've got this one. Yeah. Test? Test, yeah. Hello, Linus.
Hello, yeah.
How many microphones would you like?
2, please.
2?
Yeah.
We can start? Hmm? Yeah, I saw it.
Hello, sorry. So who will be opening the session, the first person to speak?
Well, there's only one.
Only one presenter. Perfect. Is anyone doing initial remarks and an opening comment? Fantastic. Just so you know, sir, so we are live streaming, so I have to cue our team and yourself, if that's all right. So I'm going to stand just here, hand in the air, 5-second countdown, and a big thumbs up, and then you can launch to your welcome. Okay? Thank you, sir. Absolutely. Please take to the stage, and I'll make sure they're prepped. I'll stand there in just a moment.
Hey, test. Hey, test. Test. One, two, 1, 2.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen in the room. And we have participants joining virtually as well. So good morning or good evening, wherever you are. We would like to start this session. So if I may ask you to please take your seat, settle down, so we can get going. Yeah, so good afternoon, good morning, good evening once again. The objective of this briefing session is that we all get up to speed with what is happening in the COP27. As you know, there are in fact a lot of meetings that are happening in this COP. We have meetings of the 3 governing bodies of UNFCCC and the 2 subsidiary bodies that are happening at the same time. We also have numerous events, side events, discussions, debates that are happening in the knowledge marketplace, and then there's also the green zone. So this can be quite confusing, especially given that we don't all have access to the same spaces. Now, in order to enable to bring the different spaces together in terms of developing a common understanding of what is going on in the COP, but also to contribute to the COP outcomes, the UNECA has actually had for many COPs a program that brings together participants in the knowledge marketplace, party participants, as well as other civil society participants for regular briefings and updates on what is happening in the COP. And this is in addition to the many training programs that the UNECA, the African Climate Policy Center, convenes for African negotiators, African youth, African women, to prepare them to participate in the COP, but also to ensure that Africa, in fact, has a significant role, presence in global climate governance. And there are many mechanisms that we have employed to build these capacities, including, in particular, training for young African lawyers in the negotiating text. And now for this COP, we have also provided training for young Africans in 2 key aspects of the negotiation: Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, as well as the global goal on adaptation. which are key aspects of the negotiations. But in order to brief us on what is happening in the party negotiations, we have probably the best placed person to give us a briefing. We have with us here, we are honored to have Professor Seth Osafo, who is and has been the legal advisor to the UNFCCC since its inception until his retirement. Prof. Osafo is now the legal advisor to the Africa Group of Negotiators, and he has also, for many years, been the mentor for young African lawyers as they get engaged in the negotiations process. So he has provided many training programs for the pre-COP preparations for African young lawyers, but also currently is advising the Africa Group of Negotiators on the negotiations, the ongoing negotiations. So today, Professor Osafo is going to give us an overview of the COP27 negotiations, and in particular, a synthesis of where we as Africans are in those negotiations in relation to the key priorities and key asks of the African Group of Negotiators. So, Prof. Osafo.
Thank you very much, James, and it's my privilege to try and bring you up to date. I mean, the pavilions and all that is happening here gives us an indication that a lot of things are happening. So many, so broad. I think it's extremely difficult for one person to be able to keep up and to report on these things. So I'm going to, and my focus is going to be on African priorities, because the African Group of Negotiators came into this COP with priority issues on its agenda. James has just mentioned that the COP is not just one meeting. That is so for some other conventions. But for the UNFCCC, it's a lot of meetings. There's a COP, which is the parent body, and then it gave birth to the Kyoto Protocol, and then at a certain time, another one came on, and that was the Paris Agreement. And when a COP is convened, all these three legal instruments and their various institutions are considered. So you have the COP issues under the convention itself, then the Kyoto Protocol, which is on its way out somehow, and then now we have the Paris Agreement. And you see, you have to be, as I said, the parent legal instrument is the convention. In fact, you cannot become a party to the Kyoto Protocol or the Paris Agreement without becoming a party to the convention. So this is a major point that one needs to know, and all the things we discuss take from the convention their basis. Now, COP27. It started last week with a summit. And so there were about 120 heads of states here to make statements and to speak on behalf of their countries about what they are doing about climate change and what they expect. And so they were here for 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, and we heard their statements, very inspiring. And when they finished, they left, and then the delegates and the negotiators took over. Now, the first thing that one has to do at the beginning of the conference is to make sure that the agenda will be adopted without an agenda fight. And for this particular COP, there were 6 items that were proposed for inclusion in the agenda. And that normally doesn't happen normally. No, you get 1 or 2. But this time there were 6 of them. And so the COP president, even before the conference will begin, convened a series of meetings of heads of delegations and some of the negotiators to try and iron out the convention so that at the opening it can be adopted. Well, I think the president was very successful in this regard, and after his consultations with the parties, they agreed that 2 new items will be included on the agenda. And those that were agreed upon were the first one being financing for loss and damage. I think with events that have been happening globally, the disasters that are taking place, I think leaving out loss and damage would have been a big mistake. And then there was also the question of adaptation, and that is also being included in the agenda. So we've got these 2 new items. So you ask me what happened with regard to the other 4. Well, the president is at the moment holding consultations and will report at the end of the conference what is going to happen to those items. So this is where we are. The agenda was adopted, work began, and then the president started his consultations, and a number of them are currently going on. Now, among the items that were not included was one of great importance to Africa, and it is the special needs and circumstances of Africa. I think you've heard it many times over that Africa is the continent that is most vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change. Its contribution to global emissions is anywhere between 4 and 6%. And so the impact on Africa is severe. And at the adoption of the Paris Agreement in Paris, the African ministers proposed that they wanted the special needs and circumstances of Africa to be part of the Paris Agreement. It didn't happen. And so the president of the COP, Laurent Fabius, proposed that this should be taken up at the next COP by the COP president. And that has been happening ever since. There has not been agreement to include the special needs and circumstances of Africa on the COP agenda. And I'll tell you what happened. When the item was first proposed, after the first COP, after the adoption of the Paris Agreement, Africa proposed this, and consultations were convened. In fact, in Katowice, the presidency also convened informal consultations. And it was there that the whole thing began to unravel, simply because other regions also said, we want to be recognized as a continent with special needs and circumstances. And so we had new things being introduced. Latin American countries were saying that we also want to be recognized as a continent with special needs and circumstances. Then Asia also came in. And so the issue has become extremely difficult to deal with. And as I'm speaking, we could not get it on the agenda, but the president is consulting. I saw a short while ago a draft decision on special circumstances and needs of Africa. I don't know how far that will go, but the draft decision that I saw said something like Africa and other countries that have special needs and circumstances. So let's see how things are going to go. And then I've mentioned the special needs and circumstances of Africa, and the president is still consulting. We will know the outcome at the closing plenary where things stand. And then also, one of the priorities of Africa was the whole question of loss and damage. Again, that has been a major issue. It took considerable effort for loss and damage to be included in the Paris Agreement itself. It was not going to be part of it, but the small island states, Africa, and the AOCs were able to push it to the extent that it was included. But then some of the developed countries were concerned that this loss and damage was going to be used as a basis to get the developed countries to pay some reparations to the developing countries. And so loss and damage managed to get into the Paris Agreement. Article 8 is there. But then, if you go to the overarching decision, CMA 1, you will find that a sentence was put in there that loss and damage does not mean that compensation or liability is admitted. And so that somehow neutralized the loss and damage that had been proposed, even though it was not clearly stated. But I think some parties were very comfortable with saying that loss and damage does not mean we accept liability to provide compensation. But then it continues to be on the agenda of the COP. But for this COP, I think one of the major things that have come up for discussion is the establishment of a finance facility for loss and damage. Frankly, we see all that is happening across the globe. The disasters that are happening, and the developing countries in Africa are saying that, look, those who have the historical responsibility for making this happen, and we all feeling the impact, and the developing countries feeling it the more, should provide some support. And the convention and the Paris Agreement are very clear. Article 4.7 of the convention provides that the developed countries shall provide financial and technical support to developing countries to enable them meet their commitments under the convention. And that support includes finance, it includes technology, and it also includes support for capacity building. And so that's clear. If you go to Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, again, it is clearly there that the developed countries shall provide financial support to the developing countries. And with loss and damage being a major issue, parties are now discussing whether there should be a financial facility established to be clearly provide to the most vulnerable countries, being Africa, the small island states, and the LDCs. Basically, if you talk about countries needing support, these are the countries that are mentioned. And so, loss and damage is a priority. And not only that, but special needs of Africa are also quite important. And then also, we find that there are other issues like agriculture. Maybe one would say that, strictly speaking, agriculture does not fall under climate change, but its impacts are there. It affects food security. And if you look at the objective of the convention, it mentions food security as one of the major objectives of the convention. So agriculture is also being discussed, but I must say that discussions have not been concluded. Discussions are continuing, and this week a number of the groups are meeting and continuing to discuss issues that have not been completed. So it is ongoing, and the process as we know it is that the negotiators do their best to reach agreement on issues. But if they are unable to agree on the issues, then the issue is then taken up to the ministers. And so a number of ministers are currently in town, and it is the plan, I believe, to hand over the outstanding issues to the ministers so that they can resolve it. And I think that practice has worked. At the end of the day, they are able to reach a measure of agreement. Now, reaching agreement in this process has never been easy. In other fora, if the parties are unable to agree, at the end of the day, they might be voting. But then in the climate change process, we have never voted. For the simple reason that we have not been able to agree to adopt the rules of procedure. So if you look at the rules of procedure, and it is referred to as the draft rules of procedure being applied, we are applying it, but with the exception of Rule 42, which is the rule on voting. Parties couldn't agree. And if I were to explain that to you here, I don't think we will get out of here. But all I can say is that the rules of procedure are still in a draft form. It has not been adopted. It is being applied with the exception of Rule 42 of the rules of procedure. And so what has happened is that we've never had to vote. I must say that there have been instances in the process where parties have called for a vote, and they had to be told that we don't have voting procedures because of the exception of Article 42. And so every decision of the COP has to be adopted by consensus. And so that is why the negotiations always go to the wire, because you cannot vote. And the presidency always has a task of bringing the parties together to be able to resolve the issues. So a whole host of issues are currently pending. I will say that the finance issues are still being considered this week, and I expect that it will go to the ministers. The new collective goal on climate funds still not been agreed to. There's also discussion going on the report of the Standing Committee on Finance. That is also going to go on. And I must say that the loss and damage that I referred to has not been completed yet. That is also going to be sent to the ministers for resolution. Now, one of the priorities of Africa also, and not only Africa, but I think the group of 77 and China, is a request to double adaptation funds. Adaptation finance. That is also a core issue for the simple reason that a number of African countries have in their NDCs made their proposals on the condition that they are provided with additional finance. And to enable them achieve the objectives of the national determined contributions, they're asking for a doubling of additional finance, because what they are getting now cannot make them to be sustainable and to also to be able to stand on the adverse impacts of climate change. So doubling of adaptation funds is also one of the issues that has been proposed by Africa. They have not been able to conclude on it, and this is also being discussed at the moment. Consultations are going on, and it's likely to go to the ministers. Now, global stocktake. Now, the Paris Agreement also proposes that there should be a stocktake of where parties are with regard to their implementation of the nationally determined contributions. And so, technical discussions were held in June in Bonn. They have continued here, and the National Global Stocktake itself, that event is going to be taking place at the next COP. And it's a major thing for the parties. Where are we? After adopting the Paris Agreement in 2015, entering into force so fast in 2016, where are we as far as implementation of the NDCs are concerned? But you will also see that the NDCs are an innovation from the convention itself. The convention is a framework convention, as we call it, and all parties have commitments. Developing countries have commitments. Developed countries have commitments. And then after the adoption of the convention, the parties realize that we need to do more to be able to address the adverse impacts of climate change, to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases, and to be able to get parties to make contributions. And so the Kyoto Protocol was negotiated. But the Kyoto Protocol applies to commitments by only the developed countries. The developing countries had no commitments. Again, I would not like to take you too much into the history, but it so happened that the United States refused to ratify the Kyoto Protocol. Originally, they signed, but if you don't ratify, you don't become a party. And then not only the United States, other major countries also said, we cannot be party to the Kyoto Protocol. So at the end of the day, it was the European Union and a few other developed countries that were party to the Kyoto Protocol. And so with time, parties came up with the idea that, well, let's come up with another treaty to which the United States and all these other countries could join and become a party. And that is how the discussions in Durban began. And they had to come up with this formula that, look, we are not going to put the obligation on developed countries alone or a few countries, but we are going to get every party, every country that becomes a party, also to come up with its own national plans as to how it is going to meet its commitments and contribute to addressing climate change. And so you will see that every country had to submit an NDC. And it is based on their capability to be able to address the commitments that they have made. And so that is where we are. And already, at the time when the NDCs were submitted and assessed, I think the conclusion was arrived by the parties that it will not do it. We will not be able to keep global temperatures at 1.5 degrees. That is obvious, and it's been said. But now they want to do an assessment after implementing for all these years and see where we are. And so next year, at the next COP, at COP28, the assessment will finally be made, and then we will see where we are, whether we are getting there or we are not getting there. So, Chair, I think I will end here. The agendas are immense. I don't think I can cover all the issues. But as far as Africa is concerned, I have tried to bring up some of our priorities, what our concerns are, and negotiations are continuing. They have not been completed, and so this week is going to be a very crucial issue as far as the negotiations are concerned. But as I said, when the ministers come, they are able to contribute to reaching a consensus on all the issues that are on agenda. If an item is not concluded, according to the Rule 16 or the Rules of Procedure, it has to be sent to the next COP. So this is not the end of it. It will continue to be on the agenda. And that is why we have, continued to have such a huge agenda. Just go to the website of the Secretariat, look at the agenda, and you will see the list of issues. And it's amazing how we are able to get through them and come to a conclusion. But if something is not finished here, next year will come, and then we'll take up the issues again. Thank you.
Let's give Professor Osafo another round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. So there you have it, the status of the negotiations. So apparently there are some minor gains for Africa in terms of getting a couple of our priorities on the agenda. The adoption of the agenda with a focus on loss and damage, as well as on the global goal on adaptation. But also many areas that still need to be resolved. Possibly there could be some resolution in terms of recognizing Africa's special needs and circumstances, which has implications for many other aspects of the implementation of the NDCs. But real complications regarding loss and damage, regarding agriculture, I think that is on the continuation of the Coronivia joint work on agriculture. Also issues around finance, and particularly on the quantitative global goal on finance, which I believe is in terms of Article 2.1c of the Convention, which is about the provision of adequate finance for pathways consistent with the goal of 1.5 degrees. And where I think the African position is that finance has never been made available in sufficient quantities, and that therefore we may not be able to meet that goal of 1.5 degrees. And that also affects the last item you mentioned, which is the global stock take, the GST. And by the way, Professor Osafo is the only person I know who still has a hard copy of the convention. The rest of us actually have to rely on digital copies. But as you heard, the history of the COP actually goes back a long way, and certainly the complexities of the negotiations have increased since the establishment of the UNFCCC. But I think that Professor Osafo has done a lot to help to demystify and break down COP27. So I would like to open this up for any questions, clarifications that people might have while we still have the presence of Professor Osafo.
Sorry, I left one important issue, but I thought I was running out of time. Finance has been a major issue, and it will continue to be a major issue. Let me take you briefly back to Copenhagen, where the developed countries pledged to provide 100 billion a year starting from 2020. And that 100 billion has not appeared yet. So I think at every COP the issue comes up, when is the 100 billion going to materialize? And I think it's an undercurrent in the negotiations. Each time finance is mentioned or is looked at, the 100 billion comes up. And even if you realize how the 100 billion came up, it was not negotiated. I was in Copenhagen, and we had a number of heads of states. I remember Obama was there, and many others also came. And an accord was negotiated, Copenhagen Accord. And the negotiation of that accord was not transparent. It was negotiated by a selected number of countries. If I recall, they were about 20 in number. And so when they proposed the accord finally for adoption at the final plenary, a number of the heads of states said we were not party to negotiating this accord. I remember that Hugo Chavez at that time, I believe Bolivia, and many others were angry. And that COP was going to fail, because the way they negotiated the accord was not transparent. Look, you've got about 100 heads of states there, and 20 of them meet in a room, they called it a green room at that time, to negotiate something and present it to you that this is what we have agreed. And they said, we will not. So they had to come up with something. That is how this 100 billion appeared. I'll stop here.
Yes, indeed. So there is no scientific or economic basis for the $100 billion a year target. It is a political figure. So yes, let's open the floor for questions, comments to Dr. Osafo. I think we have about 15 minutes, so sufficient time to discuss. I'll start with at the back, if you don't mind. Yeah, the lady, and then we'll come this way. Yeah, start on your right. We'll come here.
Thank you very much. My name is Sheila Paracha from the Energy International Network on Gender Sustainable Energy. Thank you very much to the Economic Commission for Africa for arranging this forum. It's really very important to inform all of us about this. We appreciate the efforts, and thank you very much, sir, for your contributions. Just a short question. We understood coming to the COP that adaptation, particularly scaling up funding for adaptation, is important. You've talked about the overall money and that commitments have not translated into real funding on the ground, but it's also where the priorities are put, and we understood that the African delegation will be trying to emphasize on adaptation, so I was wondering if you could give feedback on that. Another, I'm working in the energy, also on the energy transition, and we know there's been a lot of discussion about gas, and I was wondering if you could give some feedback on that, particularly at COP26, where there was an announcement that the MDBs would not be funding gas, and I'm wondering if we understood just in the energy spaces that that might be another priority for our energy ministers, and I was wondering if you could give some feedback on that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the very nice inputs. I have a question related to Article 6, why it is taking so much time, and this topic of corresponding adjustment, why it is so contentious, and even when countries are agreeing, the operationalization of 6.4, 6.2 has not started. When will it start in your view?
Yeah, please pass it on to the gentleman.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifications I'm looking for. When you said that you're looking for loss and damage for small island nations, Africa and LDCs, could you just clarify on Africa? Would middle-income countries be eligible under your aspirations? And secondly, who should be paying these reparations? Is it only going to be the industrialized nations historically, or are you also looking at current big emitters like India and China? Thank you.
Let me see how many other people would like to. Let's stop there, give the Prof a chance to respond, and then we'll come back to you. Please. So we have questions about adaptation and the energy transition, and particularly what the African position is regarding the decision by multilateral development banks to stop financing new investments in fossil fuels. The question about Article 6 and particularly the corresponding adjustments, where are we with that negotiation, and the issues around eligibility for support for loss and damage, but also liability, who pays? Prof, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I think the issues you raised are very much on the agenda of the African group of negotiators. I mean, we've always said that for Africa, adaptation is the way to go. It is quite important for us in view of the fact that we are already feeling the impacts. But I think at this session, the African group decided that it will focus more on the adaptation of doubling of climate finance. I think briefly that is what I can say about that, but this is what we decided upon, that doubling of adaptation finance will be something that we would want to be considered broadly. But it so happened that it didn't get on the agenda, but the presidency is consulting on it, and I think at the end of the day we will get the outcome before the conference is over. Energy transition, I think as far as a number of parties are concerned, this has been on the agenda not such a long time. People are beginning to think about the issue, and particularly when in Africa a number of our countries depend on the production and export of fossil fuels. And our income generation or economies depend, if you can take, I wouldn't like to mention names, but there are countries whose economies are dependent on production and export of fossil fuel. We are also producers of gas. In fact, more recently, I think in the news yesterday or 2 days ago, Mozambique started exporting gas to Europe. And Uganda and other East African countries have also got gas, and they are beginning to exploit it. But I think it's a very sensitive and a very difficult issue. We cannot say that, look, let's stop. We need to get something in its place, and this will take time. It's a period of transition that we need to talk about. You remember that in Glasgow, at the closing plenary, it was proposed, and it was a language that became an issue. Phase out fossil fuels. And some countries said, look, that is too drastic, so let us phase down. It's a gradual thing. And I think when you talk about energy transition for as far as Africa is concerned, I think this ought to be a process. Such a drastic action on the part of parties in this will affect several economies in Africa. So definitely we need to take some time to make the transition. Article 6 has been a problem in the process. You will know that it was the last item that was completed in Glasgow, that we had the completion of the rule book. And now they are developing the rules, the modalities, and procedures for its implementation. So I think it's going to take some time. And we had the clean development mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol. And parties thought that we should have a similar arrangement under the Paris Agreement. But in trying to iron out the rules, there have been a number of challenges. But I think it will be done because work is ongoing. At least they have agreed in Glasgow that the rule book should be developed. But it's the development that has become a challenge. Now, with regard to loss and damage, I think the fear originally was that developing countries were going to use it as a basis to demand payment from the countries that are historically responsible for the problem that we have with the climate change as it is now. But then they got it into the decision, so that is completely out. But I think what we want, the Africans and the other developing countries want, is the acceptance to provide a funding facility. It's not going to be reparations, but a funding facility that will be used to support these countries that are adversely feeling the impact as it is now. So I think the whole question of reparations is out, but then since the discussion on the finance facility has begun, I think it will be agreed as to who should provide it. In fact, you have provision in the Paris Agreement that mentions the developed countries and other parties that are able to make voluntary contributions. And you've mentioned some countries, and let's see whether the voluntary contributions would also come in. But then you have specifically the developed countries, and then there are a number of countries that are advancing, that are growing, that can also provide support.
Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood the instruction. Dr. Linus. Yes, I think as Prof says, on this question of energy transition, the Africa Group of Negotiators does have a very nuanced position. Also, the ECA is a position which looks at the specific circumstances of different countries. And I think the negotiating position of the Africa Group of Negotiators on this issue, one of my colleagues is trying to put up a link to that so you can have access to the document, the comprehensive document. And perhaps we can also have the Africa Energy Transition and the Liquidity Sustainability Facility there. So yeah, let's come to the second round of questions then. There were colleagues in this, so we'll start on the left this time and go to that end. Yeah, so you'll be third in the line.
So thanks, Professor, for this briefing about the discussions now ongoing. My question is about the doubling of adaptation funds. Is the humanitarian aid be part of this commitment, or the finance, the humanitarian aid that was provided when there is a crisis or damages for those countries faced by natural or human-made disasters?
Okay, thank you very much. I am Julie Collet from Plan International. So I want to thank you for the feedback you provided on loss and damage. I wanted to find out how the African Group of Negotiators are able to bring in the voices of young people, especially girls, throughout these negotiation processes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Islam, the climate change researcher and activist. The one of the African youth that we are working in the climate justice and searching for responsibility, historic responsibility for the loss and damage. So my question is about if there is any mechanism and effort is to engage the youth in the negotiation actions to prepare like generation from the African youth who can defend our continent and give more benefit from the negotiations? Thank you.
Thank you very much. His Royal Majesty Honorable Sola Etoile Louis Roger. I'm from ECAS, as being the Secretary Executive of CEFDAC, which is an executing agency of ECAS. My question is thank you very much, Professor, for all the explanation you gave it this morning. My question is linked to agriculture. As you mentioned that in Paris Agreement, it is mentioned as linked to food security. We are now in what we can say after Paris Agreement, the second COP, after the one of Marrakesh. When we were in Marrakesh, it was said that Africa was not taken into account in the discussions as agriculture was not in the discussions. In Bonn, we had the Coronivia decision which was taken, and we are now in another African COP. So can we expect that in this African COP, the Coronivia decision will be going through a plan of action as awaited so far? Thank you.
Sorry. Who's the next?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to, I'm Florence Kasule, I'm from PACJA, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. And I would like to thank Professor for the brief, and for the history, because it gives us the background. I would like to, just in addition to what he has just said, what do you think Africa has gained from the numerous COPs that have been going on for years? And because every time a COP comes, there's a change in the discussions. We expect this, another COP, the narrative changes. What do you think have we achieved? And do you think we are going to achieve anything in the next COP?
My name is Claude Kabemba. I'm with the Southern Africa Resource Watch. Thank you so much, Prof, for your brief, which is quite clear for some of us who are coming for the first time to the COP. But I want to ask on the capacity of Africa to negotiate. And I want to link it to the abundance of mineral resources that we have. How are we using those resources as a bargaining power to engage in these negotiations? Since we know that the energy transition from high carbon emission to low carbon emission have to go through the access to these abundant resources, how are we using that comparative advantage to engage in these negotiations and pull these things on our side? My sense is that we are going there as a begging for finances when we have the resources that are needed to successfully transit to a zero carbon emission. Thank you.
So thank you. I think we'll stop there and then see if there are other questions. But Prof, I think the first question was about the possibility of utilizing humanitarian assistance to finance loss and damage. The second was about how the Africa Group of Negotiators, which you advise, brings the voice of young people, and particularly girls, to the negotiations. And linked to that, I think, was also the question about whether there can be a loss and damage mechanism which addresses specifically the needs of the youth. Then there was a question about the future of Coronivia in this negotiation. What is Africa benefiting from the numerous COPs? We are now in COP27. How far have we come? I think that was the question. And finally, can we actually leverage the green minerals, the battery minerals, in order to enhance, to optimize the outcomes of Africa in the negotiations? Over to you.
Okay, I think our concern as a continent about adaptation finance, if I got you correctly, is that there is an imbalance in the amount of resources, financial resources, devoted to mitigation and adaptation. The debate has mostly been on mitigation. In some cases, when developed countries are providing finance to the developing countries to address climate change, they give more to mitigation than they give to adaptation. And that is why Africa decided that, look, we think, at least initially, there should be a doubling of adaptation funds. There should be a balance. And this has been the basis of the debate. Young people, well, I think ECA can testify to the fact that over a number of years, they have organized training for young lawyers and young negotiators also. And this is to bring in more young people. I know at least 3 or 4 young people who participated in some of the training, and they are leading negotiations for Africa on certain issues. But it also depends. You see, if you train them and they don't continue in the process, you lose. The government might sponsor him to come to this COP. You will not see him at the next COP. And that is an issue that we also ought to look at and realize that, look, building capacity takes time. it takes investment to be able to get them to get to the level. I mean, you and I know what the courage it takes you to go to a meeting as a negotiator on behalf of your government and to take the mic and even get and start speaking. It's not easy. So it takes time to build that capacity. And I hope our governments would continue to support these young people in the negotiating process. In fact, the African group of negotiators was going to organize a training for young ladies starting in this process. Unfortunately, there were a few hiccups here and there, but they will do it. But it was going to be primarily for ladies who would also be mentored through the process. They will get some of the older negotiators to take their hand and lead them through the process. So that is on course, and I believe that we will see the results very soon. Agriculture has got very checkered road in this process. There was a time when some parties would not even want to hear about it. And then when it was accepted, they were talking more about mitigation than adoption. Because they were saying that agriculture, animal husbandry, and so on and so forth, rearing animals leads to methane. So do we look at it as a mitigation issue, or we look at it as an adaptation? But I think it took a while to get it on the agenda. And now that it's on the agenda and being considered, I'm very hopeful that we've come all the way from Marrakesh, we've come to Sharm el-Sheikh. I don't think we will wait for another, and it takes about 5 years for the cycle to go around. So I hope that we'll get something before the next time Africa hosts the COP. What have we gained? I think immensely we've gained a lot. As James mentioned, I have been in this process from its very inception in 1991. And when we started negotiating, the lead negotiators from the continent of Africa were the directors of the meteorological services. And it was looked at as a weather issue. So that is why they sent the directors of Meteo. And then, of course, for those with expertise in negotiations, they came from New York, from the permanent missions in New York. But over time, the issue has evolved. We no longer see it as a weather issue. It has become an economic issue. It has become a developmental issue. And it has become an energy issue. It continues to broaden. And so this is how we are looking at the issue holistically in the negotiations. But we also look at it from the national level, because climate change is happening, and we need to look at it from our national level. We come for the negotiations, we go. But at the end of the day, how is it implemented at the national level? And I must say that there has been tremendous awareness. I think one basic advantage that we have is that during the COPs, we are able to get our heads of states to come, we are able to get our ministers to come, and so somehow they begin to see the gravity of the situation and the multiplicity and the complex nature of what we are doing for our development in our countries. So if it's nothing at all, it opens the eyes of our leaders. When they come, they see the challenges that we face. But there, with regard to benefits, what have we gained? I think the number of funds have been established. The Green Climate Fund has been established, and all parties have the right to access those funds. And so it's there. We've also got the Global Environment Facility. We have got the LDCs Fund. We have got the Special Climate Fund. And so there are a number of opportunities and possibilities of getting funding for projects at the national level. But I must say that for Africa, the capacity to develop these projects and submit them for funding is lacking. We lack the capacity to be able to prepare these projects that will be accepted by the funding agencies. Sometimes it's very frustrating for them. They send it and then they send it back. They send it and they send it back to be revised. So we need to enhance our capacity as far as assessing funds is concerned. So I think for me, the benefit that we've had in Africa, one is the awareness that it has created at the global level and also at the national level. And then secondly, the funding that is available that could be assessed for that national development. Now, finally, capacity to negotiate. I think we need to continue to train. And the investment should be more on the young people. I think there's a lot that they can do, and we have to give them the opportunity, and that is how the training is necessary as far as the youth of Africa is concerned. And I must say, some of them are doing very well. We have Pagja here, and they are doing quite a lot. They create the awareness all over with their placards and so on and so on. They have got the zeal, they've got the energy, and I believe that is how they can contribute to creating awareness, not only at the national level, but even at the grassroots level in the villages. Capacity building is needed. So let's give the young people a chance. Let's encourage them, let's build them up, and I'm sure they will take over when we are all gone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, so we will not be able to take... Claude, okay, they are saying that we didn't respond to Claude's question about whether we can strategically leverage the battery minerals, the green minerals, to improve our outcomes in the negotiations. But we have run out of time, so very briefly, Prof.
I don't think it depends on us. It depends on our governments. We really ought to be taking certain difficult decisions. We can't be producers and sellers only. We ought to add value to the things that we produce in Africa. And so, I mean, we produce gas, we produce petrol, diesel, we export it for money, and then we sleep in the dark, and people in our villages are sleeping in the dark. I think we can do better than that. So we should add value to what we produce.
Thank you. A big hand for the professor once again.
I'm sorry, I'm just taking advantage of the fact I hold the microphone, so I'm going to ask a question, which is very important, Prof. You keep saying that Africa needs to have special needs and circumstances recognized. If that was granted at this COP, what would that mean practically for Africa? And for the negotiations to say, align investments with Article 2 of the Convention, why is the focus only on the temperature goal and forgetting about the other objective, which is poverty eradication and sustainable development?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to answer that or if you want to have a bilateral with Linus, because we are 10 minutes over time, and the organizers are sort of, I think they are waiting for the next meeting. So please, once again, a very big hand for Professor Osafo. And secondly, our colleague Charles is sending the link to the Africa Common Positions, the negotiating positions of the AGN, to everyone who received the invitation to this meeting. So it will be available. If you don't get it, please just walk into the ACPC office at the back of this of the podium, and you'll get the link to those documents. Thank you once again, everyone, for coming to this meeting.
Test, one, test. Great. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting the session in the next 2 minutes. Please make sure you are on the right seats. Monsieur Thiem Touré, bienvenue. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Good morning, everyone. Distingués invités et honorables participants à cette session, j'ai l'insigne honneur de vous souhaiter la bienvenue, mais ne vous en faites pas, des voix plus autorisées le feront tout à l'heure. Notre session est organisée par la coalition Banque africaine de développement Société civile, mais avant tout, vous me permettrez de reconnaître et de saluer votre présence ici dans cette salle, mais saluer également toutes les personnes qui nous suivent en ligne sur les plateformes de la Banque africaine de développement. Nous sommes donc en direct, ici en présentiel au Pavilion Afrique à Sharm el-Sheikh et également en ligne sur COP27 africapavilion.com pour tous ceux qui nous suivent en ligne. Alors pour cette session, bien entendu, l'interprétation est disponible en anglais et en français et notre agenda tient en quelques actes, lesquels je m'en vais vous livrer maintenant. Nous aurons dans un premier temps des remarques introductives. Nous aurons ensuite la présentation de la déclaration conjointe de la coalition Banque africaine de développement, Société civile et une série de brèves conversations avant de conclure notre session. Ces 3 actes vont donc meubler cette session pour laquelle vous êtes encore une fois les bienvenus. Alors, sans aucune forme de transition, je vais vous prier de bien vouloir prêter maintenant une galante attention à l'adresse de la manager de la division Société civile et engagement communautaire, Madame Zeneb Touré, ici présente, que je vous demande de bien vouloir acclamer, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Zeneb Touré, the manager of the Civil Society and Community Engagement Division. And on behalf of the Director of the Gender Civil Society Department of the African Development Bank, I want to thank you all. She was supposed to be connected virtually to give you a welcome address, and thank you very much for being here today. But she sent a message that we will share with you just after this session. Thank you very much for being here, and I wish you a fruitful discussion during this hour of our session. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame Zeneb Touré, pour cette bienveillante sollicitude et cette brève mais éloquente adresse. Et cette adresse fait ainsi office d'autorisation de décollage pour un périple de 55 minutes chrono. Notre Air Force, Banque africaine de développement, Société civile, amorce ainsi une trajectoire ascendante et la Banque et la coalition de la société civile sur le climat vous ont préparé une déclaration conjointe. Celle-ci va vous être déclinée par un honorable digne fils de notre continent, j'ai nommé M. Augustin Niamchi, qu'on ne présente plus, mais une seule de ses casquettes, je voulais dire une seule de ses casquettes, mais je constate qu'il a un bonnet, donc je vais dire son bonnet que nous connaissons le mieux, c'est qu'il est le political chair de l'Alliance pour la justice climatique en Afrique, PACJA. M. Augustin Niamchi, vous avez maintenant la parole. Bienvenue.
Good afternoon. I will deliver a joint statement by the African Development Bank, African Civil Society Coalition for COP27. It is entitled, For an African People-Centered COP27, Engaging Civil Society for Climate Resilience and a Just Energy Transition in Africa. The African Development Bank Civil Society Coalition also sought to jointly identify African priorities at COP27 and agree on a post-COP27 action plan for preparing local communities in Africa for COP28. The African Development Bank Civil Society Coalition towards COP27, considering that the African Development Bank values the perspectives of civil society organizations as they play an increasingly important role in tackling climate change and promoting renewable energy while contributing to Africa's inclusive sustainable development and green growth. Considering that, although Africa contributes the least to the global greenhouse gas emissions, it is the most vulnerable continent, bearing a disproportionate burden of negative impacts of climate change. To date, 9 out of 10 most vulnerable countries in the world in Africa, as well as 10 of the top 12 countries which are most at risk of droughts. Considering that COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, being an African COP, offers a global platform for all of us to identify Africa's voice and common position on climate change. It presents a golden opportunity for humanity to turn the tide against current existential threats for Africa. Considering that discussions between the African Development Bank Civil Society Coalition and the African Development Bank Civil Society Forum, held in October 2022 under the theme, Engaging Civil Society for Climate Resilience and a Just Energy Transition in Africa, called on the coalition to ensure more advocacy at COP27 for inclusive climate action and for COP27 to be people-centered. Declares that, 1, we, the members of the African Development Bank Civil Society Coalition on COP27, will work together on the following 4 identified thematic priorities: climate resilience, just energy transition, gender and climate finance, and agriculture with a focus on adaptation, taking into account the special circumstances and needs of Africa. These priorities areas can serve as entry points for engaging communities in climate action and as umbrellas for implementing practical and high-impact projects for improving the lives of vulnerable communities at continent, national, and specifically at local levels. We hold civil society engagement at all levels in high regard to ensure inclusion and build resilience, accelerating climate justice, and encouraging a just energy transition. 2, we acknowledge that grassroots levels, organizations, and communities on the front line of climate change often have the best understanding of local vulnerabilities and know-how about contextually appropriate resilience response to address them. Pragmatic and equitable adaptation and resilience actions require women, youth, disabled, displaced, and indigenous peoples to be at the heart of their design, decision-making, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. 3, we renew our commitment to gender equality and empowerment in our climate action, to considering a gender perspective when developing resource mobilization strategies, applying climate finance instruments, and ensuring equitable participation in decision-making and deployment of financial resources, particularly at the local levels. We commit to highlighting flagship initiatives supporting locally led gender and climate change action and improving opportunities for women to participate in green economy. We do this notably by ensuring that women benefit equally from development projects focusing on clean technology, renewable energy, climate-smart agriculture, and financial inclusion. 4, we will work together to build resilience against the negative impacts of climate change and sufficiently feed the continent by effectively reaching smallholder farmers with appropriate endogenous climate-informed agricultural technologies and evidence-backed innovations. We will also explore the bank's financial mechanisms needed to support climate action and achieve development core benefits in food systems without causing harm. 5, COP27 provides an opportunity to link climate change adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and food security, creating lasting, high-quality avenues to support climate-smart agriculture and inclusive innovation systems grounded in an Africa-led agenda. 6, we commit to tapping into the potential of renewable energy support economic development, innovation, and improved access to affordable and secure energy services across Africa. It is important, therefore, to note that the shift to an economy underpinned by energy efficiency and renewable energy will bring about a positive change at many levels. Therefore, we need to ensure that benefits and impacts are evenly distributed, analyze where inequity may occur, and work collectively to ensure widespread transition that is just and fair. We invite the global community, governments, development partners at COP21 to 1, scale up implementation of best practices, innovations, and technologies in an inclusive, participatory approach that includes farmers, local vulnerable communities, especially women, youth, and in a manner that combines scientific and traditional knowledge. We also invite the global community, governments, development partners at COP27 to engage African civil society organizations in supporting adaptation, share innovations, promote locally led and nature-based approaches, and support the implementation of nationally determined contributions. In addition, development partners and governments should ensure that resources set aside for adaptation, support, and finance for climate action in Africa are accessible to civil society organizations following the principles of locally led adaptation. we again invite the global community, governments, and development partners at COP27 to note that loss and damage arising from climate change has emerged as a critical issue among the continent's stakeholders. Hence, take this opportunity at COP27 to discuss current solutions for managing climate risks and impacts, identifying gaps and scaling up opportunities for loss and damage, and ensure that COP27 discussions result in formulation of mechanisms that will improve existing solutions and close gaps, along with concrete suggestions on how any agreed additional institutional arrangement for loss and damage finance could look like. We invite the global community, governments, and development partners at COP27 to ensure that COP27 responds to the concerns of African people and that vulnerable communities, that is women, youth, indigenous people, and others, and territorial collectivities are targeted by and benefit from climate action. We again invite the global community, governments, development partners at COP27 to acknowledge the unique position of Africa continent as significantly affected by climate change and ensure that developed countries make payments towards their commitments for adaptation and mitigation finance, considering that despite Africa's high and well-known climate vulnerability, the continent receives only 3% of global climate finance. We invite the global community, governments, development partners to double climate finance and guarantee access for civil society organizations to climate finance for inclusive climate action. Again, we invite the global community, governments, and development partners to ensure that adaptation and resilience building are central to Africa's fragile economies, whose vulnerability has been exacerbated by climate change. Our coalition is committed to working with all stakeholders on adopting a post-COP27 action plan to ensure monitoring, accountability, and ownership by communities. Done, Sharm el-Sheikh, 15th of November this year, 2022. Bank Civil Society Coalition on COP27. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Augustin. Merci beaucoup, Augustin, pour cette puissante déclaration qui nous permet de mettre maintenant le cap sur un monde où la résilience climatique est effective et la transition climatique reste juste, parce qu'elle aura inscrit au cœur de son agenda les priorités du continent africain. Nous allons maintenant aborder, pour les 45 minutes qui nous restent, 2 séquences de questions-réponses avant les conclusions finales de notre session. Mais avant de transiter par cette première séquence, vous me permettrez de reconnaître et de saluer ici la présence de l'honorable Chief Charoubiza et de l'honorable Lucia Passos, respectivement président et vice-présidente du Parlement panafricain. Nous donnerons tout à l'heure l'opportunité au président de vous transmettre les salutations du Parlement africain. Mais avant cela, nous avons notre première séquence de questions-réponses. Et pour cette séquence, nous avons l'honneur, malgré son agenda très chargé, d'avoir avec nous le directeur du département changement climatique de la Banque africaine de développement, le docteur Alhamdou Dorsouma, qui va nous entretenir tout à l'heure. Nous aurons également Mme Zeneb Touré, manager de la division Société civile et engagement communautaire. Nous aurons également Dr. Babafemi Oyeole, Executive Director of the Pan-African Farmers Organization. I will invite you to join us here. Thank you, Doctor. et M. Samba Fall, responsable de la communication de Enda Energy. Après cette première séquence, nous aurons un rapide second tour d'horizon de questions avec 4 autres panélistes, parmi lesquels le président du Parlement panafricain. Vous me permettrez, avec la permission de Monsieur le Directeur, de commencer par Madame Zeneb Touré. Merci, Directeur. Madame Zeneb Touré, j'ai envie de vous demander de nous apporter davantage de précisions sur ce qui nous réunit ici. Quel est, autrement dit, le sens et la portée de l'engagement de la Banque africaine de développement avec la société civile et pourquoi est-ce important cette mise en relation avec la problématique du climat? Madame Zeneb Touré.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Avec la permission de Dorsma. Ok. D'abord, je voudrais saluer la mise en place du comité de la coalition Banque-Société Civile sur la COP. Ça, c'est un des faits marquants, notre engagement avec la société civile sur l'agenda climat. Et vous venez d'écouter la déclaration très éloquente de mon collègue et frère Augustine Yamsi, qui présidait au nom de la coalition, au nom des organisations de la société civile, cette coalition. Et donc cette coalition, c'est un des actes forts, un des symboles forts de la collaboration entre la Banque africaine de développement et la société civile sur l'agenda climat. Et pour nous, engager la société civile pour la banque est primordial, parce que nous pensons que la société civile est un des acteurs majeurs pour la croissance inclusive et la croissance verte que nous avons comme idéal pour l'Afrique. Parce que vous le savez, et la salle le démontre, hein, je suis passée dans beaucoup de salles, mais je n'ai pas vu autant de participants, que la société civile sur le continent, à travers le monde, mais particulièrement sur le continent, est devenue de plus en plus dynamique, influente et qui agit sur les priorités de développement et qui influence les politiques sur les priorités de développement du continent. Et c'est devenu aussi une force de proposition sur les questions climatiques et énergétiques aujourd'hui. Et c'était pour nous important qu'elle soit associée à toute cette discussion sur la position de l'Afrique sur le climat. Et du reste, le forum de la société civile de la Banque africaine de développement, qui s'est tenu en octobre 2022, avait le thème « Engager la société civile pour une transition énergétique et une justice climatique » sur le continent. Et c'était pour nous un moyen d'apporter la voix des citoyens, de développer des synergies d'action entre les populations africaines à travers leurs représentants et la banque pour justement nous préparer pour la position africaine sur la COP27. Donc voilà un peu pourquoi c'est important pour nous d'être associés avec la société civile, de collaborer avec la société civile, de faire de la société civile notre partenaire privilégié pour les questions de climat et d'énergie juste. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Zeneb. Nous reviendrons peut-être à vous pour peut-être un approfondissement en termes de valeur ajoutée de la société civile. Mais avant cela, le directeur me permettra de permettre également à M. Samba Fall de réagir aux propos de Zeneb. Je rappelle que Samba Fall est responsable climat et transition climatique et transition systémique, c'est encore plus fort, et transition systémique à Enda Energy. Il va réagir aux propos de Zeneb et nous dire par exemple quels sont les leviers sur lesquels la société civile peut agir pour permettre à ses priorités de rester au cœur de l'agenda. Monsieur Samba.
Merci encore. Je pense que vous me donnez encore l'opportunité de revenir un peu sur quelques éléments conceptuels que nous avons déjà commencé à élaborer et qui portent surtout sur les 4 piliers qui ont été déjà définis et déjà prononcés dans la déclaration. Nous, on considère à Enda Energy que la transition énergétique serait, en tout cas, ou bien devrait être pour nous le pilier transformationnel de l'ensemble de ces 4 priorités qui ont été déjà définies, à savoir l'adaptation et la résilience, la transition énergétique, mais aussi le genre et la finance climatique, et surtout l'agriculture actuellement en Afrique. Parce qu'on considère que, actuellement, en plus du plaidoyer politique basé sur les évidences locales, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de technologies matures, mais on considère qu'il y a aussi un processus technique qui devrait permettre à ces acteurs de la société civile de plus mettre en avant la sécurité alimentaire. Et pour pouvoir réussir cette sécurité alimentaire, il faut réussir le nexus énergie-agriculture et eau. Ça, c'est un. Le deuxième élément, c'est accompagner davantage les femmes. Les femmes pour surtout développer des modèles entrepreneuriaux, mais qui sont actuellement éprouvés. Le troisième élément, c'est la finance des petites et moyennes industries, actuellement dans le secteur agricole et tant bien d'autres. Mais on considère qu'actuellement, le secteur informel ne permet pas de mieux de nourrir et d'assurer la souveraineté alimentaire comme on le souhaite. Donc il est temps actuellement de moderniser davantage ces petites unités économiques, surtout informelles, qui encore manquent de ressources et d'orientation. Et le quatrième pilier, c'est l'accès à la finance climatique. On considère qu'actuellement, l'architecture actuelle de la finance climatique ne permet pas aux communautés rurales et territoires d'accéder aux fonds souhaités. Donc, il va falloir que si on veut réussir cette transformation que nous souhaitons tous, c'est de pouvoir permettre à ces territoires, à ces communautés, d'avoir un accès plus facile et conséquent surtout. Pas seulement des ressources très limitées, mais des ressources conséquentes pour mener à bien les politiques et programmes en milieu rural. Mais on considère que, actuellement, pour aider davantage, en tant qu'acteurs de la société civile, nos gouvernements respectifs, surtout à l'opérationnalisation de leur CDN, il va falloir penser autrement dans la planification de l'action climatique. Cette planification doit être dans une approche de bottom-up qui considère les besoins, les préoccupations, mais aussi les solutions locales dans la planification de l'action climatique. Il faut rompre avec la planification conventionnelle et surtout favoriser davantage, parce qu'il y a des exemples. Il y a des exemples au Sénégal et en Afrique, des exemples des territoires, des communautés rurales qui sont parvenus à élaborer des plans d'action climatique sensibles au genre, mais aussi au climat. Maintenant, le défi, c'est de pouvoir faciliter la mise en œuvre de ces plans. Ce n'est pas tout simplement l'élaboration de ces plans, mais c'est surtout la mobilisation des ressources pour faciliter la mise en œuvre de ces plans. Et pour cela, on considère que ce n'est pas seulement le fait d'accéder les ressources qui sont disponibles, mais c'est surtout la formation pour l'accès. Parce que c'est vraiment un problème, une limite dans la majeure partie des acteurs non étatiques en Afrique. Donc, il va falloir, en plus des négociations en cours ici à Shermelchek, favoriser davantage, promouvoir davantage l'expertise nationale. Mais pas seulement se limiter à l'expert au niveau théorique du terme, mais c'est surtout parce qu'au niveau des acteurs non étatiques, il y a des personnes qui peuvent, en tout cas, élaborer des notes, comment davantage les promouvoir de façon à faire des notes. Donc je pense que c'est sur ce que je vais d'abord me limiter pour répondre à cette question. Bien sûr, je vais encore répondre s'il y a encore des questions. Merci encore.
Merci, merci M. Sambafal pour cette perspective de la société civile. Quand vous avez parlé de soutenir les femmes, j'ai vu l'honorable vice-présidente hocher de la tête. Donc vous avez touché un point sensible. Vous avez également mentionné la finance climatique, vous avez mentionné l'agriculture et vous avez également mentionné la résilience climatique. La transition est toute trouvée pour donner la parole à notre directeur, M. Alhamdou Dorsouma. Peut-être que je lui pose une question introductive. What are the bank's main commitments so far at this COP27, and to what extent is African civil society getting involved? Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. The African Development Bank has been prioritizing climate change in its development agenda for the last 12 to 13 years already. From our first action plan in 2009, our first strategy in 2009, which was labeled Climate Risk Management and Adaptation Strategy. So for us, adaptation is really a priority, and this is also Africa's priority on climate change. So when we came here in Sharm el-Sheikh, knowing that COP27 is labeled Africa's COP, and it is also labeled as COP for implementation, translating pledges to tangible outcomes. building on all the pledges that have been made last year in Glasgow, we thought we need to come here with some specific key messages. One of them being that we need to come together with the other African stakeholders and amplify Africa's voice and priorities on climate change here, being that this is Africa's COP. And one of the issues that Africa is putting on the table currently is the issue of recognition of Africa's specific needs and circumstances. I attended a session which has preceded this one, where we have been briefed on the current status of the negotiation, and this issue is not yet considered in the COP agenda. So this is a matter of concern, I think, as African institutions and African stakeholders. We need to make sure that this issue is sorted out before we leave here in COP27. And as mentioned by my brother, this issue needs to feature strongly in Africa's climate agenda moving forward. As African Development Bank, we made significant commitments. We have approved our strategic framework on climate change and green growth last year with significant and ambitious commitments. One of them being to help Africa increase its current climate finance access level from 3% to 10% by 2030. It's an ambitious target we set for ourselves, but this is for the interest of the continent. And I believe that the statement that has been made today jointly between the bank and the African civil society organizations is critical to help us to move into that direction. Because we are servicing Africa, we are here to address one specific issue, how to make sure that Africa can get its fair share of climate finance, that COP27 that is taking place in Africa delivers tangible outcomes for the continent. This is why we are here, and this is why we need to speak in one voice, and speaking especially on those issues that have been reflected, including climate finance access, adaptation as Africa's priority, loss and damage as mentioned, what would be the financing arrangement for loss and damage for a continent that is the most vulnerable in the world, which is Africa, and the issues of just transition, actually. We don't know yet what does that just transition mean in the context of Africa. I'm sure if I ask the question today, we receive several definitions. In the African Development Bank, we worked out one definition last year, I think, and we need to also build on that to really create Africa's narrative on those issues. What is Africa's narrative on just transition? Given that transition takes different forms. And in my view, I don't think we just need to focus on just energy transition. There are several other transitions. How can we transition our systems, our agricultural farming systems? How can we transition our transport infrastructure systems? How can we transition our energy system? So it's not just about just energy transition. For me, it's all about just transitions in plural, just transitions. And I think the discussion that we are having today will really help us reflect on those issues that are critical for the continent, and those issues are part of our agenda for COP27, and the African Development Bank has been already doing some work on those areas. I don't have enough time to run through them, but those initiatives that we came here with some initiatives to show that, Africa brings solutions on the table. That Africa is not just the victim of climate change, but Africa is also a provider of solutions, financing solutions, capacity building solutions, technological solutions. So those solutions are there. It's not just because we are victims that we come here to complain, but we are here to show that there are solutions, but we need to identify opportunities for financing in order to make those solutions happen on the ground. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, my director. I can say I'm proud to be at the African Development Bank when I hear Zeneb and Director Dossuma. And I'm also proud to have you as partners, civil society organizations across the continent. Mr. Director has mentioned solution-driven systems and agricultural transformative systems. I'm sure this speaks to Dr. Babafemi Oyewole, who is from the Pan-African Farmers Organizations, and I would like to ask him to share with us quickly on the African farmers' perspective with regard to this COP27. And for instance, do you think that adaptation can also be an opportunity to better feed our Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to be part of these discussions. On behalf of my presidency, who is supposed to be here, but because of flight issues, he had to leave. We want to really thank the African Development Bank, who has been a very, very good partners to PAFO. Coming to your question, actually, we were very thrilled because it is the first COP that is giving visibility to agriculture. Like Professor Osafo said, he said that initially when the issue of agriculture was raised, that some of the parties do not want to hear about it. But again, in one of the sessions here, the president of African Development Bank said that when we have been talking of energy, what we cannot eat energy. We need food, and that if we are not careful, that a time will come when there will be not enough food to feed us, and many will be affected with nutrition. So that is why we are very excited that agriculture is being given some prominence in this COP, and we hope that it will continue. In fact, in the next COP, if it's possible, we want to have an African farmers pavilion, whereby we'll be able to really articulate what we are doing and how we are supporting our farmers to adapt to climate change. And climate issues is not new, like the director has said, that we have indigenous methods of coping with climate change in the past by our farmers. What we need to do is to be able to help them with latest technology to be able to manage and adapt to climate change. And that is why we are very, we welcome the increase in adaptation fund. And again, as was said in the last session, we need to develop the capacities of our financial institutions and to be able to give support, financial support to our farmers as they undertake climate adaptation. So we see that if there is no support, then the farmers will be vulnerable. And we see that, like we know that we are contributing less about 3% to climate change, but we are being affected the most. We see the kind of flood that is happening all over Africa now, destroying crops and destroying lands and rendering our farmers to be poor. So we need to take action that will help our farmers to be able to adapt and also produce, so that we'll be able to feed the teeming population of Africa, not only to feed Africa, also like the President of African Development said, that also to feed the whole world.
Excellent, thank you very much. The panel is very interesting, but we need to close it because we have other speakers coming on the floor. But I will just ask you in 30 seconds, each of you, if you can share something, like something you would like to see by the next COP28. Starting with Samba. Donc, espoir, que peut-on inspirer? Oui. 30 secondes.
Oui, je pense qu'actuellement, il va falloir, à mon niveau, qu'on ait ici à Shermenchek un mécanisme de financement pour les pertes et dommages.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup, Samba. Monsieur le directeur.
Thank you. I think there is an issue that my brother here has mentioned in the statement, the follow-up of the joint statement, how we are going to follow that up and link it to the outcomes of COP27. So I believe we'll have a debriefing session of COP27 as we did for COP26 early this year, so that we identify those issues, we work on them as we move towards COP28 next year. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. This is really the COP for implementation. Thank you, Mr. Director. My boss, Zeneb.
Ok, moi, je vais juste paraphraser Nelson Mandela en disant que ce qui va être fait pour nous, sans nous, est contre nous. Et donc, je crois qu'avec la société civile, nous avons déjà, à travers ce joint statement, dit ce que nous voulons. Donc, les engagements qui seront pris ici, sans la voix des populations africaines, sera fait contre les populations africaines.
Merci, merci Zeneb. Doctor.
Thank you very much. My wish is that when we come next year, that and we do the stock taking, it will be a positive one, and that that will be appreciated by all of us.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Je vais vous demander d'acclamer ce premier panel avec moi et je vais leur demander de bien vouloir se retirer. Augustine peut rester. Voilà. Merci, directeur Dorsuma. Merci, Samba. Merci, Zeneb. Thank you, doctor. Je vais maintenant appeler ici le président du Parlement panafricain. Je vais appeler ici M. Jean-François Yao, M. Durrell et Ahmed Fati. Veuillez nous rejoindre, s'il vous plaît. Merci. The President of the Pan-African Parliament. I trust.
Yeah, but you can stay here. You can stand. Or you want to read? Okay. No. It's better that way. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Bonjour. Comment ça va? Yes, thank you very much. First of all, Mr. Director of this event, our panelists, I know we have a large number of parliamentarians in this room, including our own from the Pan-African Parliament, and so that you see that we are serious. MPs from Pan-African Parliament, can you stand up? Those from Pan-African Parliament. Thank you. You can take your seats. We have the chairperson of our committee on rural economy and agriculture, the deputy chairperson, other MPs, but not to forget that we also, I'm the president with the vice president from our bureau, from Cape Verde, Honorable Lucia Passos. She can stand up, Vice President of Pan-African Parliament. Ms. Director, this is a very, very serious moment. And we are very happy. We appreciate the invitation very much. We appreciate this invitation. We represent Pan-African Parliament as MPs. Pan-African Parliament is a parliament of the African Union. You have the EU Parliament representing the European Union. There's a parliament representing the African Union on the continent of Africa, with each country, each of the 55 countries designate 5 members of parliament from their national parliaments, from the 55 countries, the whole continent. We are here, first of all, to say civil society, we are together. Civil society, we are together, let's work together. We've come to express our commitment to working with civil society as a continental parliament on the African continent. So let us move forward and
unite on this issue of climate change, whose devastating and catastrophic effects are now common cause to every one of you. Where we are now is very dangerous. But where we are going is basically spelling doom for mankind. This has been already presented. I don't need to go too much detail. And as a parliament, we've been working very hard. We have a committee on rural economy, agriculture, and climate change. They've been here since the 8th for 2 weeks participating. We are also working in alliance with yourselves already, but what we need, I think, is to move to another level. Because so far, yes, our Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is working very well with our parliamentarians, and we are working very well. But it appears this issue of climate change is not getting us to the desired result. Each COP, now in 27, we are moving to 28. So many COPs, so many initiatives. And as I say, as a parliament, including we now have African Climate Legislative Initiative, we have all these things. But we come to COP, the message says we are not quite moving. Things are getting worse. Then we ask ourselves, our alliances as parliamentarians, Climate Legislative Initiative and others, Climate Alliance, African Network on Climate Change, we are together. And we are told that this is an implementing COP27. And the issue is, what have we implemented at COP27? Some say by whispering, nothing. Nothing. And we are now going to Dubai. And we say in Dubai, it is climate, this one is implementing COP, that one is accountability COP. Is it true? But we see, when you have a problem in implementing something, it only means the design was not very correct. That from my background tells me that even within your own house, if you want to implement something as a father or a mother, and you find that things are not going well, it means the children have not understood you very well. There is something missing. And indeed, those that promised to do something they are not doing, which means the commitment is not there. They come because there are too many people, you just make a promise, but inside your heart you are not really committed. And the issue is, where do we go from here? We need to just stand for the people. Let's stand for the people that are going to suffer, that are suffering more. And if you want to work with the people, there are only two institutions, only two that work with the people. Parliaments and civil society. Those are the only two institutions that work with the people. Parliaments and civil society. Those two. The rest don't. I've been a minister, so I cannot say I'm talking because I've never been a minister. I've been a minister myself in my country. The government does not work with the people, to be honest with you. Governments don't, if governments work with the people, things would have been different. Governments are aloof from the people. That's correct. Only civil society and the elected representatives are the ones that work with the people. So we need to make sure that the front line, and yesterday someone said something very interesting, which I said, he is right. He said the early warning system of climate change are the grassroots people themselves. Because they see how the water dam or the rivers, how the river levels are going down. When you are when you're in Cairo city, you don't see any rivers water going down. So it means we have to work with the people who are feeling the effects. But the issue of who is responsible and the promises about adaptation, mitigation, and the other shens, they can't run out of good language. There's a lot of good language about this, about climate change. That's why we are losing it. We are using so many nice expressions, adaptation, mitigation, renewable energy, and all that. All those things have not yielded anything. But there is a proposal, civil society, there is a proposal which is sound, which the European Parliament shared with me, and I think they were here, they told you. And to me it makes sense. This 0.1% on the transactions can give us money for mitigation and on all financial transactions, 0.1%. To ask these developed countries to give us billions, I think we all die. They will not give us money until we all die. They themselves, they also die, and they all die. Nobody's going to give you those billions. So the only thing we do, this zero, I'm very attracted, sorry I'm taking too long. This 0.1% on financial transactions, which will give us, I think in 1 year, 57 billion every year. To me, that one does not hurt any country directly. And that is the only one that can work. So Pan-African Parliament, parliamentarians from all over the world, civil society, if we united very strong, we can push for that tax, that finance on transactions. And I believe we can move forward. I leave this podium saying, Pan-African Parliament, which represents the people on the continent, and we are the voice of the voiceless in Africa. And we know Africa is going to have the most severe effects of climate change. Civil society, not only from Africa, from all over the world, let us unite. And in the real sense, let's not compete for space. There is too much space there for everybody, so no need to compete with civil society. We all have a lot of space after all. Let's move on united. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. We are together, as you said. OK, maintenant, nous avons un défi. Nous allons courir après le temps. Mais au regard de la qualité des panélistes que nous avons, je ne doute pas qu'en 2 minutes, chacun saura nous donner une note d'espoir, selon vos perspectives respectives. Ahmed, youth perspective. What would you like to see by the next COP concerning youth? Jean-François Yao, nous avons confiance, n'est-ce pas? Mon ami Durrell, perspective en 2 minutes. Mais honneur aux jeunes, nous allons commencer par la jeunesse. Youth perspective first.
Okay, just 2 minutes. Okay. Good afternoon. People are sleeping. Good afternoon. What I'm looking for youth at COP27, and we continue to COP28, that to see more faces of youth taking place at the COP. More youth are empowered and have the education, have the solutions, and have the opportunity to take a place in important COP like this. In COP27, we have empowered more than 16 youth to take a place supported by PACSA to be here in COP27 and working for COI. Next year, we hope this 16 to be 160. That's our role. That's what we are looking for. We will continue working and preparing and empowering and engagement with our partners for the work for youth and to empower youth and give them the opportunity. It is always the opportunity for them to take a place, to be here, and to move there. Many of you are attending with non-experience, but what we are working for is that we would like to empower them, we would like to educate them, and give them the opportunity. The hard thing is the opportunity, and when they get it, I see a lot of faces around me here or in the COP. I'm sure I will see them again in COP28, but the issue is not COP27 or COP28. It's COP29, when the COP out of the MENA region and Africa. How many youth will be there? This is our work, and that we will focus on. And thank you, Arthur, for the question. And it is 2 minutes, Augustine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good point.
OK.
Merci Luther. Pour la plupart d'entre vous, vous vous demanderez pourquoi une institution comme le CICR prend part à un panel avec les organisations de la société civile. Le CICR, en tant qu'institution humanitaire qui protège et assiste les populations les plus vulnérables des contextes en conflit et en situation de violence, est au quotidien en contact avec ces communautés de base, ces femmes, ces jeunes qui sont obligés de souffrir le double effet des changements climatiques et du conflit. Et c'est en cela que nous nous réjouissons de cette inclusivité qui a été entamée depuis un certain temps par la Banque africaine de développement, en nous donnant l'opportunité en tant qu'acteurs humanitaires de mettre en perspective ces problématiques humanitaires et ensemble que nous puissions les adresser en y apportant les spécificités de chacun de nos mandats. Donc acteurs de développement, acteurs humanitaires, communauté de base, donc communauté civile, ensemble nous pouvons trouver des solutions. Et c'est pour cela que le dernier rapport que nous venons de publier appelle justement toutes les parties à avoir un regard plus poussé vers ces pays-là qui sont déjà en conflit, donc qui ont une aversion très grande au risque et qui ploient sous les effets des changements climatiques parce qu'ils n'ont pas le temps de départir ces ressources-là pour tout ce qui est adaptation, tout ce qui est mitigation, parce qu'ils ont d'autres problèmes à résoudre. Et nous remercions la Banque africaine de développement. Comme l'a dit Augustine, nous devons aller vers une mise à l'échelle. Et pour 2028, que nous nous trouvons à Dubaï en venant avec des propositions concrètes qui ont été mises en œuvre par toutes les parties. Merci.
Thanks, everyone, and I think we are privileged to be part of this coalition. I'm speaking on behalf of the Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF, which is, as you all know, one of the world's largest conservation organizations. But I'm speaking from an African perspective because I'm speaking as WWF Africa. Coming to COP27, we all said it's an African COP. That's how it's labeled. By the time the curtains draw close on the 18 or the 19, we will all have to decide if it was a COP in Africa or an African COP. I think that's something we need to consider. But in terms of looking forward, and I'm always a very optimistic guy, I like to look forward. The first thing went to Dubai for COP28. We need to start seeing how did we, and I think somewhere, I don't know who said it, I think it was the director for Dr. Ahamdu, we need to do the debriefing. But also, when you walk around the COP, most of the government ministries involved are ministries of environment and forestry. I think as the African Development Bank, as a banking institution, you deal more with the ministries of economy and finance. And today, climate is not about environment, it's not about forest. It's a whole society approach. So we need to see how the bank, going to COP28, to start seeing ministries of finance, economy, commerce, because that is the next thing that the climate change agenda will be. It's not anymore about the forest that we need to protect, but it's about how do we drive a whole government approach to resolve the problem of climate change. So I would like to keep it there, and as WWF, we are really interested and very excited to be part of this initiative. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Gerard. Je vous prie de les acclamer. Je pense qu'en moins de 5 minutes, ils ont sorti l'essentiel de ce que nous attendons. Une perspective intégrée avec un débrief de 2027 à la COP 2028, le Nexus Résilience, perspective humanitaire, mais aussi des jeunes au pouvoir d'ici la COP 28. Merci Ahmed. Je vais maintenant aborder la dernière étape, notre Air Force Banque Société Civile Amos, tout doucement sa descente vers la terre promise. Je vais dire merci à Durel et à Jean-François, merci beaucoup, et demander à Aruna de bien vouloir nous rejoindre ici pour les derniers mots de conclusion de ce brillant panel. Oui, tu peux rester, Ahmed. Yeah, you can stay. You found power, so your place is here. Je vais commencer cette session par Pauline, qui va nous donner une note d'espoir. Pauline is the Executive Director of EcoTrust and also representative of ACBA. We now have 4 minutes to close the session. So Pauline, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. As he has said, I'm also speaking on behalf of about 80 organizations that are CSOs, and they are indigenous to African countries, and our focus is the nexus between climate change, biodiversity, and livelihoods. So I'm thinking about a pro-people COP, and in our perspective, this is a COP that is aligned to the needs and aspirations of the people. And, and it is also a COP that would prioritize the most vulnerable, and therefore be considerate of our circumstances as Africa. And our circumstances are resilient. We need to build the resilience to be able to anticipate, to be able to cope, to be able to build back or to bounce back when these extreme conditions happen to us. Our priorities are also adaptation. The climate has changed, life as we know it has changed, and therefore we need to be able to adapt to the new circumstances. However, I also want to highlight the issue of inclusivity. Very many times, because we have been squeezed in a corner, that climate change has created a vicious cycle where we cannot afford to make long-term decisions because we are struggling to survive. The rest of the world looks at us as if we cannot resolve our own problems. But it's just because we've been squeezed in this corner. So for this COP to be a pro-people COP, we need to come up with processes that are empowering indigenous communities, empowering local communities, smallholder farmers, to make the right decisions over their land. It's not because they don't know those decisions, but when you have a starving child, when you have a sick child, you have people to take to school, and you have all these droughts and what have you to cope with, you cannot think long term. So we need systems, we need financial mechanisms, we need processes that will relieve us of this stress so that we can sit back and utilize the information that we already have. We know the ecosystems that we are working with. We know what needs to be done. But we need to be afforded that opportunity by having the right financial mechanisms at the right time. And I'm really excited about this coalition with the bank, because the bank, the Africa Development Bank, is the only multilateral related financial institutions that is focused for the African continent. And the CSOs, we are the people that work with the communities. We are the people that understand this relationship between the communities and the landscapes. So together we should be able to drive this thing to where it's supposed to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pauline. Maintenant, nous allons dire officiellement la fin de notre session, qui sera prononcée par Dr Haruna Soumaré, qui est le chef d'orchestre de la présence de la banque à cette COP27. Mais avant, nous avons nos organisations, le PACJA et Youth Coalition, qui nous ont aidés à organiser cette session. Ils vont vous dire merci en notre nom avant que Haruna ne prononce la clôture.
Thank you very much, Luther, and I just want to thank the Bank Civil Society Coalition for putting this together. You'll be wondering what is different this time from the previous engagements. This coalition is made up of the African civil society and all the departments of the bank, something that has never happened before. So we have hopes in the sense that each time we were dealing only with the civil society division, it was very difficult for the other departments to understand. But because we now have a coalition that involves all the departments, our access will be easier. And I will put a motion in the next meeting to say it should not be African Development Bank Civil Society Coalition for COP. It should be African Development Bank Civil Society Coalition for Climate Change and Energy, because it will be a continuous process throughout the year, not only focusing on Conference of the Parties.
Thank you for my partners in the civil society. Thank you for the bank for opening up. We'll make use of it. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Augustine. Je crois que je vais peut-être commencer et terminer par là où vous avez conclu. La vocation de la banque, c'est ça. La vocation de la banque, c'est de rallier l'ensemble des acteurs autour des enjeux de développement. Et c'est aussi le sens de notre engagement aux côtés de la société civile. Depuis la COP 21 jusqu'à présent, toutes les COP ont été labellisées COP de l'action. Et nous sommes depuis très longtemps dans ce cycle de négociation continu, avec ces frustrations, avec ces blocages. Et la réponse à cela, c'est ça. La réponse à ça, c'est bâtir des coalitions assez larges d'acteurs, capables d'être des forces de proposition, mais aussi capables d'apporter des solutions. Et c'est dans ce truc-là que nous, au niveau de la Banque africaine de développement, on se situe. Et toutes nos stratégies, aussi bien pour la société civile, sur le changement climatique, sur l'énergie, sur la fragilité, sont bâties autour de cela. Et c'est ce que nous essayons aussi de faire dans cette COP-là. Les discussions qu'on a eues aujourd'hui, il faut ressortir deux éléments importants. Le premier élément important, c'est cette nécessité de l'urgence. Si vous êtes un acteur de terrain, vous ne savez pas ce que c'est qu'un LTS, vous ne savez pas ce que c'est qu'un NDC. Votre long terme, ce n'est pas COP28. Votre long terme, c'est l'hivernage à venir, c'est l'inondation à venir, c'est la prochaine récolte, c'est le repas du soir. Et c'est un élément extrêmement important pour les banques multilatérales de développement de comprendre cela, mais c'est aussi important de savoir que la banque ne le fera pas toute seule. On le fera avec vous. Le défi de l'inclusivité, c'est aussi de se dire qu'aujourd'hui, il y a beaucoup d'acteurs autour de la COP qui demandent à participer aux décisions d'investissement, aux décisions d'aménagement. Et il est important qu'ensemble, que nous travaillons pour donner de la place à ces acteurs-là pour qu'ils puissent participer. Le dernier défi, c'est le défi de l'action. Agir sur le terrain, se donner les mécanismes et les moyens financiers pour pouvoir agir à toutes les échelles. Et c'est dans ce perspective-là qu'aussi au niveau de la Banque africaine de développement, on se dit, à travers nos plans d'action climat, à travers tous nos plans d'action, pour faire en sorte que l'action se passe sur le terrain et que le terrain puisse informer les négociations et qu'on ait un cercle, non pas vicieux, mais un cercle vertueux où l'ensemble des acteurs auront aussi leur place à jouer. Je crois qu'on va terminer par ça et je crois qu'on a bien retenu ce que vous avez dit. On aura un plan d'action, non pas pour les COP, mais un plan d'action pour le climat et l'énergie, un plan d'action qu'on va pouvoir suivre et sur lequel on va travailler avec l'ensemble des leviers, y compris les parlementaires, les autres acteurs de la société civile, pour qu'ensemble, qu'on puisse avoir une participation africaine qui ne soit plus basée sur un narratif de victimes, de commandeurs, mais une Afrique qui apporte des solutions, qui apporte sa voix et qui permet d'influencer l'agenda au niveau de ces négociations.
Merci, merci beaucoup Aruna. Bien dit, nous sommes dans une dynamique de co-construction et nous serons tous les acteurs de cette Afrique que nous voulons et de ce monde plus vert. Je vous remercie toutes et tous. Je sais qu'il y a beaucoup parmi vous qui auraient pu être également ici. Je reconnais Sylvestre Tiemtoré, je reconnais également d'autres personnalités dans la salle qui auraient pu nous entretenir. Mais rendez-vous est pris, nous allons travailler ensemble dans le cadre du plan d'action. Merci, Monsieur le Président, merci Madame la Vice-Présidente, merci chers parlementaires. Merci, chère organisation de la société civile. Nous sommes ensemble. Rendez-vous sur nos plateformes pour la suite. Merci à toutes et à tous. Thank you, my dear. Let me start by Pauline. Vous étiez... Ah, super, super. Merci, monsieur le directeur. Yeah.
Jamal.
Hey, test.
Hello? Please take your seat, please.
Mr. Duta, who is supposed to come at the end, he come already early.
Hey, hello.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency, distinguished guest, I would like, on behalf of African Union, and on my own behalf, I would like to welcome you to this session on Africa's single electricity market and continental master plan. And allow me to just give some context to this session. This session actually, it is just to give highlights on the ongoing work that continue by African Union Commission and African Development Agency. And this session is supposed to bring all the stakeholders, African institution, international partner, to share information about the development that we are doing, and also to be like a platform for knowledge sharing about what we need, what we're heading for, and also seeking for political support that we think it is necessary to successful of this program. And also we are hoping by this session to promote and visualization the AFSAM and CMP as major continental program that we are hoping to achieve with this collaboration.
Before I go further, I would like to invite Mr. Joseph Myonga, representative of Commissioner of Infrastructure and Energy, to give his open remark on behalf of the Commissioner, Amani Abu Zaid.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Mwange, working for the African Union Commission, Department of Infrastructure and Energy, as the acting head of energy. I've been sent by my commissioner, number one, to sincerely apologize on her behalf because due to unforeseen engagement, Her Excellency Dr. Amani Abu Zaid is not able to join us for this session, but she asked me to welcome all of you on her behalf. So I will read the statement that she could deliver in this session. And to start by, I wish to, or rather to say, Your Excellencies, Dr. Kevin Karaoke, AFDB Vice President for Power, Energy, Climate and Green Growth, Mr. Francisco Lacamala, Director General ILENA, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the AU Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy, I welcome you to this important event organized together with AUDA NEPAD, the European Union, with the aim to share the achievements made regarding the development of two most important energy activities for the continent. That's the African Single Electricity Market, AFSEM, and the Continental Power System Master Plan, CMP. And also to share how they reflect on the continental quest for energy security in the wake of current global energy crisis. It is a well-known fact that the world is currently in the middle of an energy crisis of unprecedented depth and complexity. This crisis is having major implications on energy markets, policies, and economies globally. It is impacting negatively on the poorest and the most vulnerable population, mainly based in Africa. Based on the IEA World Energy Outlook 2022, which the African Union had a significant input, it is estimated that 75 million people have lost the ability to pay for extended electricity services, and about 100 million people for clean cooking solutions globally, where most of them are from Africa and Asia due to the dual crisis. Although Africa's energy access strains did not begin with the pandemic or the crisis in Europe, but have been sharply worsened by this crisis. We also say, as even before the pandemic, policymakers, stakeholders have been strategizing to significantly provide access to about 600 million people living without access to energy in the continent. It is, however, unfortunate that the little progress made in this regard ended prematurely with the advent of the pandemic in early 2020 and the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And we all know from past similar energy crises, the process of adjustments will not be a smooth one. These situations bring the need for energy security, which is now considered a topic of perennial importance, and it's once again high on the global energy policy agenda. The crisis led to the surge in energy prices, thus forcing policymakers to consider securing their energy supplies. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the overarching objectives of AU's Agenda 2063 is transforming the continent into the global powerhouse of the future. And this can best be achieved through regional integration and intercontinental trading of electricity, where harmonized single continental electricity market will be an important tool in realizing this goal. Regional integration of power systems demand careful planning and strategy. By developing common policy and regulatory frameworks and harmonization of existing regional, operational, and technical master plans. This mandate was given to the AUC by energy ministers of 55 AU member states in 2015, leading to the formation and launching of African single electricity market. The AFSEM and CMP are goals and tools both designed to provide unhampered electricity flows across the borders, fostering the conditions for peace, stability, and economic growth. The establishment and operation of AFSEM and CMP depend on the political will and commitment of not only the AU member states, but through the strong partnership and support from the global continental institutions, agencies on technology exchange, experience sharing, and provision of investments and financial resources. Thus, AFSEM has been designed with the aim of facilitating necessary investments in generation, transmission, and redistribution. Owing to the fact that most electricity sector investments in Africa are underpinned by public funds, and given the financial constraints on most of the continent's utilities companies, one of the AFSEM and CMP strategic objective is to attract private sources of finance to enhance investments in the sector. Because an increased role of private financing agencies, financial markets, financial institutions, and financial actors is crucial in responding to the rising concerns for the energy security. Both the AFSEM and CMP are designed on the success of various continental, regional energy initiatives such as the Program for Infrastructure in Africa, that's PIDA, the Geothermal Risk Mitigation Facility, GLMF, the African Renewable Energy Initiatives, among others, and many more projects that provide a vision and strategic framework for the development of regional and continental electricity generation and transmission infrastructure. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participatory approach has been adopted in developing these two initiatives with active representation of regional regulators, power pools, the regional economic communities, and many of the Pan-African energy stakeholders. We appreciate their immense contribution during policy making and the next steps during the decision making as part of the governance organs. The European Union have been very crucial in supporting these initiatives since 2015 through the EU Technical Assistance Facility, through the EU Technical Assistance Facility and the new facility that was recently launched. I must therefore use this opportunity to show our appreciation and thank the EU on behalf of the African Union Commission for this massive support. Similarly, we thank the African Development Bank for actively funding many of the deliverables, especially under the Continental Power Master Plan, the CMP modeling. We recognize and sincerely appreciate the commitments and contribution of our technical partners, especially ILENA. We've been working with the International Atomic Energy Agency as well as the IEA, being the modeling partners for the CMP and also the technical advice they've been giving us on AFSEM, and many other for their unconditional support. Finally, we are calling on our development partners, the financial partners, the technical partners, to continue providing the usual financial, technical, strategic, and capacity support to the AUC and AUDA-NEPAD in ensuring these major energy goals are fully achieved on the road to the continental energy security. as a time to accelerate these two important Africa's energy goals is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph, for giving us this introduction for this discussion. And actually, AFSAM, as I mentioned, it is a very ambitious plan. And it is well known that renewable energy will play a key role in driving this AFSAM. And we are in the era of energy transition. And I think no one better than His Excellency Francisco Lee Camara to tell us about the future and how we can develop our AFSAM in the most sustainable way based on renewable energy and energy efficiency. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
So, buon pomeriggio. Good afternoon. It's really a great pleasure that I have accepted the invitation to be here with you and share some thoughts. And I wish to be as much honest and pragmatic that I can be. So the energy transition is surely complex and multifaceted and require an holistic approach and a collaborative approach. Together, each of us has a role to play to ensure the challenges and opportunities of Africa's energy transition are addressed at the community level, right through the national, regional, and continental level. At the heart of the African single energy market is the spirit of a continental level cooperation, which will drive the African energy transition. Okay. We commend the African Union Commission for leading this effort. Take your rest. Thanks for your patience. I was saying that at the heart of the African single electricity market is the spirit of continental level cooperation, which will drive the African energy transition. We commend the African Union Commission for leading this effort and the European Union for its long-lasting support. We also like to commend the leadership of the EUDA NIPAD for leading the development of the Continental Power System Master Plan, which will serve as a blueprint for the AFSAM. I'm convinced that CMP will show a strong economic case for energy transformation in Africa, given the immense potential for renewables in the region. The flexibility required to accommodate high share of renewables in the power grid. This can also be cost efficiently met through continued investment in cross-border transmission infrastructure and the deepening of electric trade. This would allow for a more diversified generation structure and would build resilience into the continent's power system. Africa has tremendous potential to utilize renewable energy as a part of a new equitable energy system, and each country stands to benefit. Investment in new fossil fuel generation will only lead to future stranded assets, whereas the renewable energy has been proven to be cost competitive. In addition, renewable energy will produce additional benefits across the economic, social, and environmental landscape, such as along the value chains, equitable job creation, and in reducing environmental impact. When we look continentally, investment generation has not increased over the past 7 years. According to the joint work by ARENA and the African Development Bank, despite the enormous opportunity for renewable energy, only 2% of global investment in renewable energy in the last 2 decades were made in Africa. 2%. This is frankly not acceptable. I'm encouraged by our collective efforts that through the CMP, which is a robust, collaborative, African-driven plan, will attract the investment needed. The CMP is the first time ever efforts where all the 5 African power pools come together and undertake joint continental level planning. CMP initiative brings an opportunity for African countries to align their energy planning processes. I'm very proud that ARENA has been able to provide the critical support needed in this process as a modeling partner. We appreciate the trust and collaboration between ourselves and the power pools and African institutions. Moreover, ARENA has developed a training program spanning about 20 months at delivering it with our partners. My team at the Innovation and Technology Center in Bonn is in full swing to host the full CMP team to the 3rd training section next week in Bonn. Through our engagement, we hope not just to provide capacity building support to the CMP team to strengthen capacity of long-term energy planning and the governance process around it, at national as a level as at regional level. Allow me to share with you also a piece of information out of this team, but probably you have heard that we have launched here at the COP our new Energy Transition Accelerator Funds. So I really encourage you and also to push your companies or your government entities to present through our website projects for funding. We will be very happy to consider all these requests in collaboration with our partners, so the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, MASDA, the Agency for Renewable Energy at the UAE, but also the ASEAN Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and Switzerland. So we are waiting for your project coming to our digital platform, and I'd like to reaffirm that we will continue to work with you all way amidst. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you for your encouragement, for inspiring words, and also thank you also for the critical support that ARENA provides for CMP and for your capacity building, and really we look forward to receive more. CMB and AFSEM, it is very big project actually, and we need everyone on board to reach our destination. Now, allow me to invite my distinguished panelists to join me in the stage. Dr. Kevin Kariuki, the African Development Bank Vice President for Power, Energy, Climate, and Green Growth, Mr. Isfano Signori, Head of Unit, Climate Change and Sustainable Energy, Nuclear Safety, Mr. Daniel Wizard, Head of Tracking Sustainable Transition Unit at the World Energy Outlook at EIA, Ms. Rebecca Charlie, the Director of Research, Data Innovation at the World Resource Institution, Mr. Ashish Khana, the World Bank Practice Manager, Energy Africa West and Central, and I think, and Mr. Muhammad Usman Isa, the Director General from the Ministry of Energy and Renewable Energy. Yes, actually, as I say, AFSAM, it is a big project. And let me, before I go to our panelists, just to give one fact, the demography. We are now 1.3 billion live in Africa, but we have very dynamic and high-grade growth population. By 2050, our population will reach 2.5 billion. We'll add 1 billion more. By 2100, our population will reach 4.3 billion people. And this means that African people will represent 40% of the global population. So AFSAM is not planned just for providing electricity for 600 million now without access, but we will planning or we will aim to provide electricity for 40%. Another fact which is important, today electricity only represents 20% for the energy supply. By 2050 and beyond, electricity sector will represent like 50% of the energy supply due to the electrical car, due to the many applications. Therefore, I think this is a context we need to discuss actually. But let me start with Dr. Daniel Wizard, Head of Tracking Sustainable Transition. We need just to look at the global context, and we look at SMC. The vision of AFSAM and CMP is to secure, sustainable, affordable energy for Africans through trade between African countries. As the head of tracking sustainable transition unit at the EIA, to what extent do you see that this vision can contribute to the energy transition now we are planning for in Africa?
Thank you for having me. Absolutely, both AFSAM and the energy plan expansion is critical cornerstone for Africa's energy development. Earlier this year, the IEA put out our Africa Energy Outlook 2022, which we did in collaboration with AUC and UNECA. And this roadmap really tries to chart two things. One, what is the roadmap to getting to universal access to electricity, and also achieving all African NDCs and climate objectives in the current climate context. So this is considering both climate finance as well as also the current energy crisis that we find ourselves in, and what are going to be the levers that are available to African leaders right now to advance the clean energy access agenda, as well as also being able to reduce the level of imports and weather the current economic crisis. So, and what we see in that is that electricity is the backbone for energy systems going forward. The numbers you said, 20% today, it goes up to 30% in this scenario by 2030. So we're seeing this radically change with the electrification of a large portion of Africa's populace. This is going to lead to around 75% growth in electricity demand by 2030. And we see in this scenario, 80% of this is met by renewables. As the Secretary General of IRENA said, renewables are cost competitive in almost everywhere in Africa today. By 2030, this becomes ubiquitous. 60% of the best solar resources on the planet are in Africa, yet only 1% of installed capacity today is there. So we see that this acceleration is going to happen. Now, where does electrical interconnection play a role here? And this is to be able to improve the renewable integration of those low-cost renewables, reduce cost to customers, reduce the import burden on individual countries that are connected into this, and then finally also improving the reliability, which reliability improvement is essential for any decarbonization scenario, because today, if you cannot rely on charging or powering your industry, powering your business for 24 hours a day, how are you going to switch to electric mobility? How are you going to switch to electric industry? So this is a really key cornerstone of any decarbonization pathway. On this, what we're seeing is this interconnection is key, but obviously there's a lot of investment challenges facing today, and the current energy crisis is setting this back further. What we've seen today is that many utilities are the front line of keeping energy affordable in Africa, and this is drawing further down on the money they have available to invest. And what we're seeing is an even slowing of both in new connections for energy access. We're seeing for the first time in 2 decades a global setback in energy access because of the energy crisis. And we're also seeing a slowdown in new interconnections and these transmission lines. So this is a critical juncture where we see the international community has a big role to stand up at least initial pilot projects to be able to lay out the framework of how do you finance these projects, how do you invest in them, how do you find the governance and regulatory structures to support them. So this is sort of the next near steps, but the vision of APSAM is absolutely non-negotiable to realize this vision.
Thank you very much, and actually you highlight this global context, which is important because we are not isolated. We are growing with the global development. Let me also take this the continental perspective, and I think Dr. Kevin Kariuki, they can give us some highlight. You know, African Development Bank, it is a leading African institution, and one of the main strategy is to energize Africa and also fill the gap for energy access. So what actually we know you are supporting AFSAM and CNP, but we need to know from you how you look at AFSAM and how they contribute to achieve the African Development Bank strategy, and what the support that the African Development Bank will provide for operation and implementation of this big project. Yes.
Thank you very much. To start with, I think let me look at the implications of interconnecting the continent in the first place. One of the reasons why we find that African projects are expensive is number one, because by their very nature, the markets are smaller, utilities are smaller, and so the projects that you are able to develop can only be small. However, if you end up interconnecting your grid, he said one thing that is very correct. You create a more robust power system. You enhance security of your power system. But most importantly, you are able to integrate, number one, larger amounts of renewables, and number two, you are able to do larger, more transformative projects that benefits from the economies of scale. So as a result, the power that would result from such an instance would actually be lower. That's why, and I always say this sort of in jest when I discuss with people, that's why, for example, a country like Denmark can claim to be 100% renewable. But we know the fact that it is part of an interconnected system. It means that whenever there is no solar or wind, they are able to get power from the continent. But what I don't know is whether they are able to discriminate nuclear or or fossil fuel-based electrons. So, but what I'm just saying is that having an interconnected system helps a lot in enhancing the security of supply. And number two, because you'll do bigger projects, you'll be able to get more sort of better tariffs in the power production that will result. So that's number one. So the benefits of the interconnection of the power systems is there. It's the basis upon which, even you don't have, even in a country, you don't have this aggregated system, you interconnect them. But when it comes to the bank really looks forward to interconnection because one of our pillars or one of the priorities the bank has is to integrate Africa. We normally say we power and provide that electricity to Africa. Yeah, that's number one. And then we integrate Africa. So it's very important for us to be able to integrate the whole continent. So we will support in the studies that are required, and we'll also support the construction of the actual transmission lines. For example, today we are looking at Zizabona, how we can be able to finance Zizabona. We've recently done the interconnector between Ethiopia and Djibouti, and that circuit was so successful that hardly 3 years later, we are actually doing a new circuit to interconnect the two countries. First of all, what it does, it has enabled Djibouti to reduce its cost of supply, because previously, Djibouti's almost 100% of the power production there was based on thermal sources of power. But by importing hydropower from Ethiopia, it has actually reduced the cost of power by almost 75%. So what that translates into is that there's more power, more affordable power that can be able and underpin electrification in Djibouti. And this will apply to other places. If you look at, we have the Grand Inga, today we are talking about the Batoka. All these are big projects which will require to be interconnected to be able to share that renewable energy source to other countries that probably are dependent on fossil fuels or other sources of generation. Let me stop there, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think the most important point, or you say a lot, but integrated Africa will enable the African people can get affordable electricity. So let us look at the experience, globally, and I think Esteban Seniori, maybe he can also give us some experience according to EU experience. Do you think also, because you are already integrated, do you think also integrated electricity network with the heavy infrastructure and harmonized market can help building resilience?
Thank you very much, and let me say that really happy to join this panel. We have been supporting the Continental Master Plan and the African Single Electricity Market from the very beginning, and we really believe it is important to continue. So I think the advantages of having an integrated market and let's say in particular in the African context have already been mentioned. Of course, I can only add a few additional elements on this. Definitely security of supply is key. It lowers down the cost because of course it avoids to have emergency supply that needs to be let's say activated in case of crisis, but also by definition, let's say, allow to integrate additional amount of renewable resources. Therefore, it's also key for decarbonization. Therefore, the advantages are there. In particular, in the African context, this is key because we see there are really different countries. I mean, there are countries that have a lot of renewable potential, hydro, geothermal, by definition, put them in a position to be in export, let's say in export mode, but also to balance those countries which already today have a surplus with those countries having a deficit. We already see, you know, they normally don't like to be named, so will not do, but of course, let's say this balancing amongst countries with different patterns in terms of energy output is really key. So therefore, let's say the integration is, can only bring advantages. Now, what are the challenges? I think that, you know, normally there is a lot of focus on the funding gap, so the financing gap, of course, is there, because we know that Africa attracts only 4% of the global energy infrastructure investment, while being, let's say, the population is 70% of the overall population, so we know these figures of the 25 billion investment that are needed every year to support the development of the energy system. But I think that we focus less on the legal and political gap, because we know that currently, let's say, what limits the ability of the power pool to be better integrated is in fact that we have a lack of a single market approach. Basically, the system operator and the regulator are not empowered. There is a lack of sound rules for cost allocation, and in general, we see a preference for bilateral deals. Therefore, there is a lot of work that needs to be done in order to, let's say, boost the integration of the regional market and give more powers to the regional authorities, which in essence means that the countries need to be ready to give away some sovereignty in exchange of lower price and more affordability for the energy consumers. So let me stop here also, because I have some logistical constraints at present. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, and I think you bring very good perspective from the European side. But actually, I think CMP and AFSAM, it is not just in paper. There are already implementation ongoing on. The VB mentioned Djibouti, Ethiopia interconnection, but I would like to ask Mr. Mohammed Usman, the director, Mohammed Usman Isa. Yeah, so to give us what is going on in Egypt. Yeah, briefly, we know there are a lot of activity in Egypt with interconnection. Just give us summary what is going on, so that to give us, AFSAM is not a start from the scratch. It is building on something, and member states are also leading this transformation.
Okay, thank you. In the first, I want to welcome you here in Sharm el-Sheikh to participate in the COP27 in the Egyptian land on behalf of an African country. And regarding your question, actually, AFSAM wasn't generated from now here, but it was generated came from the Assembly of African Union Head of State Government in 34 ordinary session on February 2021. This idea was initiated to own and develop and implementation AFSAM, where AFSAM paves the way to one of the largest electricity market in the world, covering the African Union 55 member states. The same for Continental Master Plan CMB. The initial idea came from the Udanibad, and later on it got endorsement from all the stakeholders. It was also asked by Ministerial Committee for the Energy STC at the meeting which was held in Egypt 2019, where the ministerial meeting asked Udanibad to develop and implementation the Continental Master Plan. Both EU CMP, both AUC and Udanibad engaged the consulting team to develop AFSAM and CMB, and to both as well develop mechanisms to continue developing both AFSAM and CMB. So the ownership invests in two cornerstones. The two projects need support from the member state in the EU during the development and the implementation periods. Each country must provide the required information to develop the two projects, the data for generation, future generation, especially transmission master plan for generation and load forecast, trade value. And each country or member state should take very active role and participate in the development in the two projects. One of each country participates fully, they automatically won the two projects. AFSM and SIMBI should provide job creation for the Africans, and this is an important point of view to get the required ownership from the member state. Regarding the Egyptian support, CMP and Odanibad requested the Egyptian support to the project, and His Excellency, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi directed to approve the request of the Odanibad to let sponsor of it in the form technical support and coordinate with the project team from Odanibad in this regard.
Thank you very much, and I think you bring a very good example that AFSAM is building on the existing. It is not just, we are not talking about paper. We are producing project. But this project needs finance, and I think this is the most difficult part. I think I will invite Mr. Ashash Khana. I think financing such project with this size, like AFSAN and SIMBAB, entail adoption innovative financing mechanism. So I think, and methodology also, to meet these huge needs. So what do you think from your perspective? What's the innovative finance that the Africa can take to finance this huge demand? And what's the financial institution, being World Bank or African or others, can support in this regard?
Thank you so much. I'll first thank the organizers for inviting us, because investments on Continental Master Plan and in addition harmonization of policies and regulatories that are needed for trading is a Herculean task. We believe it's not a 2-3 year, it's about a couple of decades on which we all need to work together. World Bank, just to give you an idea, has about a portfolio of about $20 billion that looks at different aspects of regional integration across the sub-Saharan Africa, where a portfolio just on cross-border infrastructure alone is almost $6 billion, and we are very keen to expand that portfolio, and therefore we fully support both the Africa Single Electricity Market as well as Continental Master Plan. Our experience right now is that while there is a lot of technical work needed on planning, the binding constraints are on the soft side, which means, are the power purchase agreements between countries bankable? Is there payment security mechanism for the trade? And can the market be really created that really support this? So some of the ideas on your specific question is that in an environment where unfortunately countries are struggling with high debt and high cost of capital after Ukraine war, we have seen 2-3 new initiatives that I think all of us can build further. The first is, how can the ministries of finance of countries work with Ministry of Energies on harmonization of policies? We had a first regional development policy operation, which is a loan that we actually give to the finance governments on giving a commitment of 6 countries in West Africa for having a financial recovery plan for their utilities, but also adhering to competitive tendering for least cost generation plan. Now these two measures are extremely important if you want regional power trade to really happen. The 2 other ideas that we are really working with, again on regional trade, is first on a liquidity facility for trade. Because a lot of countries, especially in West Africa if I talk, are too small to really have a good liquidity payment facility. Like just now we have commissioned the Côte d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and the trade has started to happen, but the payment security as part of power purchase agreement was actually the big bottleneck. So we believe all of us regionally through ECOWAS, WAP, or even EAPP can come together and set up a regional guarantee facility that can actually backstop any payment security, because that is a very important part in getting the trade going. The third, which also is a very interesting idea, is that when banks, international banks lend, we have a facility in East Africa called Regional Transmission Facility, in which only those utilities or those projects which have certain enablers like a transmission pricing already formed can access the finance. So this is also a very important part of the enabler. And finally, I think all of us building on AFSEM need to have a TA on pipeline of ready projects. It's a huge, huge task on giving technical assistance on building the projects. So those are 3 or 4 ideas I like to put on the table.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I go to Rebecca Shirley, and I think I recognize you are only lady in the panel, so always we come to the boss in the last. So, before I ask Rebecca, I need to recognize Mr. Alima Obabengi, the Senior Vice President of the African Finance Corporation. Maybe I invite him to come in the front. And also, I was told there are some AFSEM video, and I think when it is ready, please alert me to play. Charlie, I think you are Director of Research, Data, Innovation on Africa for the World Resource Institution. Now, how, from your work, how you evaluate AFSEM, success factor of AFSEM, energy transition, because there are so many dynamics. Maybe you can just highlight from what you are doing.
Yes.
World Energy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Rashid, for that question. I see, as you said, you've saved your woman power for last. I appreciate that. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Thank you so much for having the World Resources Institute be part of this discussion. You all could be anywhere in this maze right now, and you're here with us talking about AFSEM and SEM, so thank you so much for taking the time. And to answer your question, I mean, I think the success factors and the role that AFSEM and CMP play actually can't be understated. If we're being honest, we're oftentimes oversimplifying the story of African energy transitions, right? If we're being honest, we say Africa's got a lot of solar, levelized cost has come down, we're green field, clean slate, simply build, simply do the solar, right? But we know, as we've heard from our other panelists, that it's a lot more complicated than that. And AFSEM and CMP sit right at the heart of that. If we ask ourselves, what are the best ways to build out energy systems across the continent? We know from international best practice that high variable renewable energy systems are possible, and from a technical point of view and from an economic point of view. But there have to be certain conditions in place. One of those conditions is low-cost long-term financing, which Kevin mentioned earlier on, because actually, even though the levelized costs on paper are lower, the reality is a bit of a different story on the generation side. But what also needs to be there is investment in grid, because we need grid to be able to manage the flexibility aspects of balancing a system that is highly variable renewable, right? So this issue that the concept of base load, I'm coming to you as an energy systems modeler, the concept of base load is something that we learned about in school a long time ago that doesn't apply anymore. It's really about flexibility and being able to leverage the geographic diversity of your resources to balance out a system. So we can get up to systems that are 70 to 85% variable renewables just through our geographic diversity of systems. But to do that, we need investment in grid and ancillary services, which Kevin spoke about earlier, and we need a better understanding of what our networks look like. Right now, we have very few models that do this. We have aggregate models that help us match supply and demand at the highest level, but we have very few analyses and studies and models that really take it down to this network level so we can understand voltage regulation and frequency control and so on and so forth. I'm not going to do a pop quiz, but right now, let me just tell you the answer. If we take a sample of countries that have that level of modeling going on across the continent, you'll find there's only two. There's Morocco and there's La Réunion. And La Réunion, I think, is even technically part of France, so it might even only just be Morocco. So we really need that level of analysis going on so that we can plan for and then build out these high, ambitious, variable, renewable energy systems. That level of modeling has to be happening at the level of the country and at the cluster. And this is why our regional power pools are so important, and why, this is coming back to your question, I promise, why AFSEM and CMP are so fundamental to the energy transition story. They are what will allow us to leverage geographic diversity. They are what will allow us to leverage resource diversity. So it's not just about solar in different places at different times, but it's being able to leverage hydro, geothermal, wind, offshore, onshore, etc. We'll be able to leverage all of that across the continent, and we'll be able to leverage economic diversity as well, meaning the different types of economic activities, industry and commerce that are happening across the continent to offtake all of that power. So I see AFSEC as fundamental. I see I see CMP as absolutely fundamental. As a researcher, I think we need that level of analysis really happening for the continent and at the country level. And the success will be when we start to see that level of trade at the day, at the hour, at the second, happening between countries. That's going to bring us massive levels of efficiency and help to ultimately bring down the cost of delivering energy access, and not just access at the household level, but for industry, for commerce, for ambitious ideas of what development across the continent looks like. So let me pause there, but just to say that I think that this is really, really central to the entire energy transition story, which is one of the biggest themes here at the COP.
Well, thank you very much, and I think you are said it correctly. We need electricity for production, to creating job, not just lighting or charging mobile. I was told that the video is ready. Maybe we will play the video, and then we return back to the question.
Electricity market, AFSEM. Spanning the continent, it is set to become one of the largest in the world, helping provide modern energy to hundreds of millions of people. Despite its rich energy potential and the recent growth of installed generation capacity, Africa lags behind global energy trends. It remains at 3% of global installed capacity, with very low electricity consumption per capita. 640 million Africans still lack access to electricity, most of them from rural areas where less than 27% of the population has access. The AFSEM aims to provide African households, businesses, and industries with more secure, sustainable, reliable, competitive, and affordable electricity. It is aligned with the African Continental Free Trade Area, which aspires to create a single market for goods and services to deepen economic integration. Since 2015, the African Union, with the support of the European Union, has been making efforts to harmonize Africa's regional electricity markets, culminating in the creation of the AFSEM. The policy paper, roadmap, and governance structure for the AFSEM were adopted by the African Union's heads of state and government on 7 February 2021. The AFSEM, which is expected to be fully operational by 2040, will provide a common energy governance system for the continent's interconnected electricity infrastructure, linking the 5 current regional power pools by way of a continental power master plan, a blueprint to enable seamless cross-border trade in electricity. Continental-level governance is an opportunity for the energy transition in Africa. The economies of scale brought by the AFSEM, coupled with Africa's enormous potential for renewable electricity, will help leverage innovative solutions such as smart metering, smart grids, and automated distributed energy resources, making the AFSEM the most advanced electricity market in the world and a major player in the global green energy sector. The AFSEM is designed to bring greater energy security, sustainability, and competitiveness. It exemplifies the African Union's vision for an integrated and prosperous continent, enabling productive transformation, creating jobs and fueling economic development so that no one is left behind.
Okay.
Demand for electricity in Africa is expected to triple by the year 2040. This will require a concerted effort to plan and coordinate power generation and transmission infrastructure on a continental scale. The African Union and the European Union have joined forces to forge a continental approach to electricity markets in Africa. A fully integrated, competitive and harmonized African market will help accelerate the development of the entire continent and improve energy access for all African citizens. Promoted and led by the African Union Development Agency with the technical and financial support of the European Union, the Continental Power System Master Plan, CMP, is the blueprint of the African Single Electricity Market, linking the existing generation and transmission plans of the various regional power pools and African Union member states to identify priority infrastructure and meet regional energy deficits. A unified transmission network in Africa will increase interregional access to affordable renewable energy resources within the continent, fostering investment opportunities and job growth to boost sustainable development. It will also enable cross-continental trade with Europe and Asia through existing links in North Africa, allowing African countries to source electricity from a wide range of competitive, clean energy sources. The CMP is the master plan for Africa's green vision, creating one grid for one continent.
So, one grid for one continent. And I think this is our aim. And of course, planning itself, it is not sufficient. Finance also, even if it is there, it is also not sufficient. We need policy, what the member states should do in national level. And I think before I come to my panelist again, I would like to invite Ms. Juti Jola Jorikson. And I think successful implementation of single electricity market need effective policy tools. Based on EU experience, what the urgent policies need to be promoted and implemented as a continental, regional, and even national level to create this enabled environment for AFSAM and CMP. Just briefly, maybe you can take that one.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and it is actually difficult to add anything to what this distinguished panel has said. So the short version of what I'm about to say is I agree with all the panelists. I think they have very well captured both the opportunities, the necessity of doing this, but also the challenges. This is not something that happens overnight. It requires a lot of work together. It requires time, coordination, and it requires financing. But I will nonetheless try to say a few words drawing on the European experience of our single electricity market and how we're working with African partners around AFSAM. So first of all, many thanks to the African Union Commission, to the African Energy Commission, and to the African Union Development Agency for what has been an absolutely excellent cooperation in preparing today's important event, and thank you for inviting me to be here. This year's COP, COP27, is happening here in the African continent and in an African country, and it is also happening in an extremely challenging global context. We are in a climate crisis and we're in a global energy crisis triggered by the Russian war in Ukraine that has had severe knock-on effects, including this unprecedented global energy crisis. We see energy markets that are volatile, we see skyrocketing prices, and we see, importantly, shortages of energy across the world. As others have said here in the panel, we need electrification, we need interconnectors, we need infrastructure for our security of supply. And this integrated market really is what can help us in Europe in our energy crisis, and what we hope can help countries in Africa in preparing for the future, in addressing the climate crisis, and in stepping over this energy crisis as well. As one of the panelists said, this is not something you build overnight. In the European Union, we started developing our single electricity market 25 years ago. So it does give you an idea of the magnitude of the investments and challenges that are before us as we are building AFSAM together. We introduced a progressive liberalization of markets. We created in 2007 the first wholesale electricity markets. In 2009, we introduced some of the cornerstones of our internal energy market and launched European agencies, regulators, and transmission operators. In parallel to that, we have worked to build a European energy infrastructure through our trans-European networks for energy to identify what are the strategic corridors, what are the priority projects, what is the infrastructure that is needed so that we have a genuine European energy market. And as one of the panelists said, you can be energy secure and have days with more than 100% renewable energy, but you can only do that if you're interconnected with your neighbors and you benefit from imports from neighboring countries the days where the wind is not blowing or when the sun is not shining. I come from a small northern European country, and that is indeed how Denmark can have such a high level of renewables as was suggested in the panel. So what we can see in Europe is that this integrated single electricity market has been critical and positive. It's been critical for our energy transition. It remains critical for our green energy transition. It is critical, therefore, for our fight against climate change. And it's been good for our economy, for our growth, and for our overall integration. And, as the panelists have also said, for our security of supply. On security of supply, we have recently integrated further also with neighboring countries. Ukraine and Moldova became synchronized with the European electricity system earlier this year, immediately after the Russian invasion into Ukraine, and that has helped secure electricity in that region as well. It is under attack. There are attacks and sabotage of the electricity and energy infrastructure, but the synchronization, the integration into the European energy market has helped create stability and security of supply also in Ukraine and Moldova. So we continue to work with those countries, but it is a good example, a real-life example from this year of how important those integrated markets are. As we move towards decarbonization, as we take steps to rapidly decarbonize, electrification, electricity is critical. So electricity becomes the most important energy carrier. It will be based on wind, it will be based on sun as much as possible. So we need to be able to integrate high levels of renewables into our electricity market. By 2030, we want to have 40% of renewables in our primary energy need, and we want to have 50% of the electricity coming from renewables. We have gained experience in that over the last decades, and we have looked at how do we combine those high levels of renewables with security of supply. And we know that we can see now that we need to make changes to our electricity market design so that it is aligned with the green transition, and so that we make sure that the high gas prices do not have a negative impact on our overall markets. This requires investments, and as one of the speakers has said, it requires financial institutions and finance ministries to work together with energy ministries and together with market operators in the field of energy. So we hope that the experience we have had within the European Union to establish this common electricity market can also benefit AFSEM and the Africa Single Energy Market as we work together in supporting that. We're very glad to be partners of this, and will continue our support and cooperation, hopefully drawing on some of the experiences, some of the lessons learned in Europe, and hopefully avoiding some of the mistakes we may have made, because we have learned from them and are grateful to share them with partners. So we look forward to the continued cooperation, and we look forward to continuing to provide support through the Global Gateway Africa Investment Package, €150 billion, and the Africa-EU Green Energy Initiative that was launched earlier this year at the EU-AU Summit in February. So thank you very much again for this opportunity. Thank you for inviting me, and we look forward to the continued cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I don't know, I am very bad in managing the time, or the time is very limited. I have a list of questions, but they told me it's not allowed. Just I need 1 minute for Nicholas. 1 minute, please.
Okay, sorry, good afternoon. So I will be very short. I'm Nicolas Guichard, the head of the Energy Unit in French Agency for Development. It's a pleasure to participate, even briefly, to this session, important session, because we fully support, of course, this initiative of Continental Master Plan, and we have been involved during this year with the European Commission in AUDA NEPAD in the different works and discussions. AFD is, of course, as other GFIs, supporting the regional integration of the power system in Africa. We co-finance with other ones that are here today, for example, World Bank or African Development Bank, many interconnection projects, some planning studies, some technical cooperation with power pool, like the West African power pool, for example. And based on this experience, we would like also to be more involved in this integration at the continental level, which is really key. So we have, for example, financed a kind of strategy on storage for Africa, which is of interest for AUDA, NEPAD, and the CMP. So we have shared the results of this study, and we can continue and more broadly, of course. And we would like also to support other specific studies that are planned in this huge work. So maybe we will confirm it in the following weeks. So to conclude, I would just like to mention that AUDA NEPAD is already a key partner for us, but we would like to enhance this collaboration in the near future and to do more with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, as I mentioned, it seems that I'm very bad in managing the time. But we need to benefit really from this high-level distinguished speaker. Before I conclude, I just have one question to David Kariuki and also to Wizard. What's the role of natural gas in our transition? I see some financial institutions, they announce they will not finance natural gas or fossil fuel, but they did make the distinguish between African needs and natural gas. What do you think? Just a small answer. Anyone? And I'm sure it is.
Okay. I will start. I'll happily start. First of all, I think as we said, the issue of security of supply is sacrosanct. It is sacrosanct for the Western world. It's also sacrosanct for Africa. So it's inconceivable that, or rather we don't have the technology today that will enable us to override the interruptions or the variability of wind and solar. So until there is sufficient sort of energy storage systems become cost competitive, there's no choice, but we have to use natural gas as a source of flexible generation. Number one, because we need to follow our demand. They are quick, they are modular, you can be able to develop very quickly, and therefore you'll be able to meet your demand whilst also being able to provide the security of supply that is required. That's number one. Number two, Africa has almost 1 billion people who don't have access to clean cooking. LPG is a fantastic source of clean cooking. So in my view, and also health. So that is also a very important way, because when you are doing clean cooking, you are actually transitioning, because you are transitioning from dirty fuel in the form of charcoal or biomass into a cleaner source of generation. So that's the second point. And the third point, of course, is the fact that we still have areas that are less amenable to abatement. You have issues, places like steel making or heavy transportation. In those areas, there's no alternative technology. And therefore, there is a significant role for gas in that particular energy system. And finally, if you look at a country like South Africa with 44,000 megawatts of coal, the only way that South Africa will transit, and that's my view from a technical point of view, it will transit from coal to natural gas and maybe to green hydrogen, because I don't see any other conceivable way of providing base load and security of supply for South Africa unless you proceed in that particular regard. So in my view, it's a pragmatic approach. It's not ideological. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think this is the same line with Africa position that adopted in July. Africa need to use all available resources, depend on availability, sustainability, and affordability for our people. And I think by this statement, I see people they looking at me. I would like to finish this very interesting discussion. I hope that we have more time because we need to benefit from your experience, but unfortunately this is the setup. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the participants and the audience, and we end here. Thank you very much.
test, hey, test. Hello, check, hey, test. Hello, check. Hey, test. Test. Hey, test. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hey, test.
Hello, I hope everyone can hear me. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wale Shonibare. I'm Director, Energy Financial Solutions, Policy and Regulation at the African Development Bank. Welcome to the final session of the day. I'm sure you're all getting a bit tired, so we're going to try and keep things as lively as possible. The title of this final session is Powering Africa's Energy Transition with Green Hydrogen, Key Project Finance and Technical Assistance Opportunities. So the way in which we're going to run this is we have two reports that we are launching this evening. So we'll get our consultants online who will talk through the reports very briefly. And then we will have a panel discussion. Our panelists are here, but I'll introduce them just before the panel discussion. Just by way of background, I think there's been a lot of talk around hydrogen at this COP, more so than in previous COPs, in my opinion. And we know that globally, the primary source of greenhouse gas emissions has been from energy as well as agriculture. Energy constitutes about 31% of total emissions, and green hydrogen is being seen as one of the key opportunities to help decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors. And so when it comes to these sectors, we're seeing opportunities in areas such as fertilizer, steel, chemicals, shipping, trucking. So there are many areas where green hydrogen can actually be of use. And the reason we're having this discussion is to raise awareness as to what our countries need to do to take advantage of the opportunities, and also to look at some of the support available from the development finance institutions, as well as other multilateral bodies to support those efforts. But to further illustrate the green hydrogen opportunity, we would like to take the first presentation from Adrian Talmy, who is a consultant hired by the African Development Bank. There's a report that is being launched, and Adrian is just going to take us through that report in about 10 minutes, very quickly, just to highlight some of the key findings. So do we have Adrian online? I hope the technology works. Can we put Adrian online? If not, then I'm going to introduce the panelists. Is Adrian coming? Right, Adrian. You never know with technology. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So we're hoping that Adrian is going to be able to join us. But until Adrian appears, I think I would probably do a quick introduction of our panelists, and while we're waiting for Adrian. So let me take the opportunity to introduce Gadi Taj Nadahumba, who is Chief Legal Counsel at the Africa Legal Support Facility. Gadi is sitting to my far right. He's responsible for coordination and implementation of ALSF's transaction support to numerous African governments. One of ALSF's key objectives is to support African governments in tackling their energy deficit and to stimulate economic growth through the procurement of conventional and innovative energy infrastructure. ALSF is currently supporting Namibia with the negotiation of one of the first large-scale hydrogen projects on the continent. So next, I'll introduce Masopa Moshushi. Is that how you say it? Sorry, I'm so sorry. I murdered your name, so sorry. He's a green economy specialist in the Investment and Infrastructure Office in the Presidency of South Africa. He's also the Chief Director for Investment Promotion and Unblocking Infrastructure in South Africa. So Masopa, welcome. Also to introduce Michael Rattinger, who is a Senior Climate Officer at the European Investment Bank. And the bank, in this capacity, helps to ensure that EIB can deliver financing and technical assistance on climate mitigation and adaptation in developing and emerging economies. And last but not the least, we have Rachel Thackeray, who leads the green hydrogen strategy within the UN high-level climate champions. She has expertise in decarbonization modeling, policy analysis and design, and analyzing and advocating for federal and state decarbonization policies and regulations. So welcome our distinguished panel who will be joining me for the conversation later on. So I hope Adrian is now ready. Adrian, can you say something so we know you can hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Fantastic. Welcome, Adrian. So Adrian, over to you. We can see your screen, and you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Over to you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, yes, so just to sort of introduce myself, I'm with COPA Intech, as was mentioned, and I was working with a team who were mainly actually...
Could you speak a bit louder, please, Adrian, because your voice is a bit faint.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you need to project a bit more.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so basically this project kicked off last year and was finished in September this year. And the basic focus was to raise awareness of green hydrogen within the bank and basically bring greater clarity about the potential of green hydrogen, and also identify the climate investment fund countries, and finally to develop a knowledge product relating to the methodology. So on the left you see it's the dark blue are the CIF countries where we were restricted to. And the idea was to identify 3 countries. The country's boundary condition was that the country had to come from a different region within Africa. And the team employed a methodology to filter through against different criteria and to basically quantify through indices and then ranking and basically scoring. But based upon the index that was corresponding to the country. And it was basically in 2 phases. The first phase was the basic requirements to identify the countries. And the key basic requirements were land availability, coastal access, and political stability. So land availability was pretty critical, of course, because renewable energy generally takes a lot of space, and also potentially the production of green hydrogen. And it was determined that 40,000 square kilometers was the minimum threshold. And of course, it shouldn't impact upon settlements and conservation areas. And in terms of coastal access, it was determined that it was important to have access to the coast without having to go through another country, as obviously there were transactional costs and legal challenges potentially that could emerge. So that was a distinct advantage. And also political stability was seen as a prerequisite for future investments and was assessed by the Fragile States Index. We also, after that, looked at the remaining countries and assessed them against the renewable energy technical criteria. So we looked at the wind power potential, specifically the average or mean wind power density was used to evaluate the potential. And we looked specifically at the windiest 10% of each country's area. Because obviously it does vary where you are in the country. And of course, generally speaking, the windiest areas, if you like, give rise to the first investments, if you like, in terms of wind turbines and wind farms. In terms of solar power potential, basically, obviously that's characterized by low electricity production costs and high decentralized operation. So we looked at the whole country in this context. And we also looked at hydropower potential and geothermal potential. And we looked at it in terms of a qualitative assessment. And of course, it's also important perhaps to look at the existing situation in terms of renewable power, because that potentially gave an added advantage to a country if it already had in place systems, skills, expertise, and so on. And we basically captured data through in terms of renewable generation and the share of renewable electricity. In terms of the green hydrogen technical criteria, we looked at the water availability. Of course, there is scarcity of water in many regions. And of course, actually, with electrolysis, you can use desalination. You can use brackish water and also seawater. Of course, there's an extra cost with desalination purification plants. And also in infrastructure, we looked at basically, it was a World Bank actually study that provided information relating to the quality, if you like, of different infrastructure. And also salt caverns. This was felt actually quite interesting because this basically provides a safe and loss-free storage facility for gas, oil and green hydrogen, and it was important to see if they were available. And in terms of non-technical criteria, we also tried to see if there's some information relating to the labor force, if you like, that could be qualified to undertake the deployment of green hydrogen. There wasn't much information around, but there was certainly information relating to, let's say, the years of schooling of children and that's going to happen, and also adults that have happened, and also the quality of universities. So we basically captured some information there to give us a steer. Okay, so having sort of identified countries or matched countries, if you like, against all those criteria, we came down to 3 countries, which were Egypt, Kenya, and Ghana. And once this was agreed, we then looked specifically at site conditions. So we again took into account the solar radiation and wind speed at specific sites, the presence of salt caverns, the availability of green grid electricity, and also the distance to sustainable water sources. So on the right, you can see basically solar and wind maps for Egypt, Kenya, and Ghana. I think Kenya also has a geothermal map, and also to the furthest right is the actual location, if you like, which we identified. I think in Egypt it was actually close to the 250 megawatt wind turbine that's near the Red Sea. In Kenya it was near the Lake Turkana, and in Ghana it was east of Accra. So these were the areas where we assessed all these conditions where they applied, and it came to an agreement that this was a good, if you like, location to take an archetype, if you like, as a project. So, okay, in terms of the assessment of green hydrogen production and supply, basically the Hamburg University of Technology built an optimization model, which you can see here, basically sets out the different elements, if you like, within the process of calculating the production of cost, hydrogen production costs. So you can see the elements in terms of renewable energy, battery storage, the electrolyzer, the compressor, and hydrogen storage. So these were all modeled in an optimization model to calculate the least cost for production based upon the specific locational directed costs, if you like. And then also we added in, it wasn't part of the optimization model, but the transportation, potential different transportation costs, and ended up with a final supply cost. To Egypt, we assumed that the sales market would be in Europe, and to Kenya, it was Japan, and for Ghana, we were looking at America. So this was broad brush, but this was the aim really in these archetype projects, was to address, if you like, to understand the different cost flows and energy flows, if you like, that came also from the development of green hydrogen. So quickly, I'll just run through. These were the parameters we used based upon a lot of references, which are actually at the back in our report, and basically just shows you that this was the information we put in. For 2 of the countries, we used the alkaline electrolyzer. For Egypt, we used the PEM electrolyzer, principally because PEM is much more flexible and can accommodate much more easily the variability, if you like, of renewable energy. And also in terms of compression and liquefaction, we provided information on the capex and opex and so on to the model. And I should say, in terms of Egypt, as an archetype, we looked at the transportation of hydrogen. In terms of Kenya, we looked at the transportation of ammonia, and in terms of Ghana, power to liquids. So here you can see power to liquids, the information that was captured and used in the model. And also in terms of storage, there were different options. We talked earlier about salt caverns. There was also pressure tanks, and also liquid hydrogen tanks and ammonia tanks and PTL tanks. So again, this information was basically based upon different research, if you like, that's been undertaken globally and in Europe, and also where appropriate, closer to home in Africa. And these were the costs in terms of the transportation by the pipeline, the transportation by shipping. So, okay, so this basically was the, and I'm just going to show for Egypt the design of the optimized plant. The electrolyzer size was taken as the dimensioning factor, or the anchor, if you like. So everything else, if you like, was built around that. And what you can see here are the optimized numbers that came from running the information, and out of which we got a production cost of 2.7 euros, approximately 8 cents per kilowatt hour. And in terms of the pipeline transportation, we assumed, I think, for 4,500 kilometers, and with a cost there, I think, of 0.2 cents per kilowatt hour, we ended up with a supply cost of 3.6 euros per kilogram. So in terms of the energy flows and efficiencies from the modeling, you can see actually there was about 12% of spilt energy, so there's too much renewable energy. This is the excess energy at the bottom. The biggest losses came from the electrolyzer. You can see there 200 gigawatt hours. The electricity demand was quite small for the compression, and also had some small losses. There was significant, basically, electrical energy used to continue the compression, if you like, through the pipeline transportation. And we also ended up with around 406 gigawatt hours, or if you like, just over 12,000 tons of hydrogen, if you like, that was produced from this archetype renewable energy, let's say, power plant near the Red Sea.
Adrian, sorry, I'm going to ask you to wrap up because we don't have much time. Do you still have a lot? Yeah. Can you just
I think this is almost the last slide I can make.
Yeah.
So this basically just showing you the different elements, if you like, to the supply cost. You can see here basically that the renewable energy is a big chunk of the cost, and also the electrolyzer, the capex of the electrolyzer, and also the transportation. So this is important to note. The desalination costs actually play quite a minor role, and the cost for the construction operation of the compressor also quite low. So basically this just gives you the information in a bit more detail for the other countries. And yeah, so that's a sort of quick run through. As I said, the core part of it was this optimization modeling to calculate this archetype green hydrogen production based upon Egypt having pure hydrogen, if you like, being transported, Kenya, ammonia, and Ghana, power to liquids.
Okay, thank you very much, Adrian, for that very valuable work. I think this kind of analysis just makes it more real when you start to crunch the numbers, and you can see that it's actually doable if you have the right ingredients, you have access to water, you have capacity in the country, you have cheap renewable energy. With all of those ingredients, it's possible, and as we expect, the cost of the electrolyzer is going to decline quite significantly over the next few years. So let's thank Adrian for that insightful presentation. We have another brief presentation because there's another report being launched by McKinsey. I don't know if they're on the line. So,
yes, I am on the line.
Okay, fantastic. So if you could please stick to 10 minutes, please, because we don't have much time. We have to get into the panel discussion. Do you have your presentation?
Yes, can you hear me and see the screen?
Yes, loud and clear. We can see the screen as well. So
perfect.
Go ahead.
I will stick to the 10 minutes then.
Yeah.
So good evening, everyone. I am Amina Kandil, a partner with McKinsey & Company. I am based in Cairo, so not very far from you. And what I will do is that I will briefly introduce, the main findings of a report that the Africa Green Hydrogen Alliance wrote on the potential of green hydrogen on the continent, and where McKinsey was an analytical partner. Maybe just in terms of context, in terms just of methodology, you will see, several numbers across the document, and these numbers, they are based on a global energy perspective developed by McKinsey and based on several public sources, and also several data coming from the global hydrogen trade model. With that, I will go directly to the main findings and the main conclusions. The first thing that I would like you to remember is that there are 5 scenarios of energy transition that we considered, and they depend on the speed of the energy transition, but we purposefully decided to focus on 2 scenarios. So there is the 2 scenarios are shaded. You see here the current trajectory scenario, and it's a scenario that assumes that the current trajectory of renewables cost decline will continue, but that the current policies are not enough to reach the ambition. And you see that this has implications in terms of CO2 price, and in particular on the global temperature increase that is linked to the expected emission level. It's 2.4. And the other scenario that we're considering is a scenario that is called achieved commitment. It's also called well below 2.0 scenario. And you see that it's a scenario where leading countries conduct purposeful policies, and that other countries are following at a slower pace. So these are the 2 scenarios that are our framework. The second thing that I want to mention, and I think that Adrian mentioned it extensively, is just that Africa is very well positioned when it comes to producing green hydrogen because of its endowment in solar and wind potential. And everyone knows that Northern and Southern Africa, given that they are blessed with both solar and wind, are even better positioned to produce green hydrogen, given that the LCOE, the levelized cost of energy, is low, and that this levelized cost of energy, the LCOE, it represents more than 60% of the levelized cost of hydrogen. So this is the second fact on which I wanted to come back. With that, we did a lot of analysis. I'm just presenting you, the main findings, and all the details are in the report. So here I'm starting first by the local market, the domestic market, for the 6 current countries that belong to the Africa Green Hydrogen Initiative. You see here that you see here the projections for the 2 scenarios. In light blue, you have the current trajectory. In dark blue, you have the achieved commitment. You see that in the current trajectory, the main sources of demand for green hydrogen in the 6 AGA countries and in the continent are transportation and chemicals and refining. In an achieved commitment scenario, transportation and what we call other industries, and this includes cement, materials, mining, and other sectors, they represent the main sources of demand. And you also see that the demand is mostly skewed towards hydrogen, liquefied hydrogen, and ammonia, and you see here the figures. And if there is just one figure to remember for the local demand, is that by 2050, the local demand is going to be between 10 to 18 million of H2 equivalent, and this 10 to 18 depends on the scenario. Then I'm moving to the global perspective. So as you probably know, there are large demand centers in the world, and there are expected large demand centers in the world, and these large demand centers are North America, the EU, Japan, Korea. I'm not exhaustive, but these are the large demand centers. Then there are favorable areas, regions, and it happens that these large demand centers are not aligned on on the favorable areas regions. It happens that for some regions in the world it works well, and you see that this is the case, for example, here in China, in India. But then you see that, for example, Central Europe is a large H2 demand center, but not a strong. Does not have the potential to be a massive producer of H2 that it would need. And so this means that there will be important trades of H2 in the future. And this is the main message of this page. Then if I go next, on this page, which is a relatively complicated one, what you can see is the ammonia landed cost range to Europe. And in the report, you will see that we did this analysis for hydrogen, for liquefied hydrogen, for ammonia to Europe and to Asian markets. Here, we take the example of ammonia. I think that the first thing that you can see, so you can see here, several African countries, including other countries like Morocco, Mauritania, Egypt, Namibia, and South Africa, and you see that the cost range is quite important. And it's important to remember that this cost range is important because it depends a lot on the cost of capital. And here, we try to provide a reasonable range for the cost of capital. The second message that is very important on this page is just to remember that if we are to make the cost of hydrogen competitive, countries will need to have access to a low cost of capital. And the third message that I wanted to give on this page is that you see that several African countries are in the same ballpark. In order to access large demand centers, beyond the competitiveness, which will be a factor but not the only one, it will also be important to become a credible supplier. And what do we mean by a credible supplier? It means being able to secure offtake, to secure demand by offtake contracts, as they will allow the taking of the sector in the country. And it also means investing in the right infrastructures and putting in place the right regulation. I'm moving next to the page on the global market. So you remember before I showed you the local market in Africa for the AGA countries. This is the global market with all the large demand centers that we showed. And so the estimation of the global demand is based, of course, in part on the cost competitiveness, but also on some additional criteria which are related to the cost of capital and to the ability to become, what I called earlier, a credible supplier. Here, the figure to remember is that by 2050, we estimate that the export market could be as big as 20 to 40 million tons, and this 20 to 40, corresponds to the two scenarios that I exposed earlier. And here, you see the breakdown in terms of hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, and synthetic fuel. If we bring all of this together, you see that the total demand, taking into account the local demand and the global demand, should be around 30 to 60 million tons for the current 6 AGA countries of today. This corresponds roughly, I think that it's important to remember, 10% of the expected global demand by 2050. As if you remember the figures that I gave you earlier, we estimate that the third of the demand could be domestic, the two-thirds would be abroad. And it's also important to remember that Africa would then be able to capture around 20% of the potential share of the expected international cross-border trade by 2050. So what this means, what does this mean in terms of renewable energy capacity and in terms of electrolyzer capacity? You see here that we try to provide ranges depending on the two scenarios that I exposed earlier. In terms of renewable capacity, it's a range of 500 to almost 1,000 gigawatts that would be expected. In terms of electrolyzer capacity, it's around 300 to 600 gigawatts. So these are the numbers to remember when we think of the potential for green hydrogen on the continent. And I am moving now to to the macroeconomic impact, because I mean, what does this mean for the economy of of these 6 AGA countries and for Africa as a whole? So if we assume that Africa and that is going to be able to seize a market of 30 to 60 million tons of hydrogen equivalent by 2050, we have estimated that this can represent an additional GDP of 60 to 130 billion dollars by 2050. And this number corresponds to approximately 6 to 12% of AGA's current members' GDP. So this is a sizable additional GDP. In terms of additional job creation, we estimate that reaching this market of 30 to 60 could represent an additional job creation of 2.2 to 4.2 million jobs. So this means that there is a significant economic impact that is to be expected. And so with that,
okay.
I'm moving to my last slide, because I'm sure that someone is keeping track of the time.
Yeah.
What does it mean? I mean, in terms of investments in green hydrogen in the continent. Here you see the cumulative investments by 2050. And you see that depending on the scenarios, we estimate that the investment in renewables, in electrolyzers, and in other additional investments would represent between $450 to $860 billion. 70 of this is dedicated to renewable energy development and to electrolyzer capacity building. And if we translate this into an approximate annual investment, you see that by 2030 it's approximately 3 to 6 billion USD, and by 2050 it's between 28 to 55 billion USD that would be required in order to materialize this ambition. And so with that, I am at the end of my presentation, and I thank you for your attention. I hope that I stick within the 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Amina. Well, basically, you're just reinforcing the message, saying there's a tremendous opportunity there for a number of countries in Africa. And, you know, if we make the investment, then African economies can be boosted quite significantly, between 66 and $126 billion per year. So there's no doubt that the hydrogen opportunity is real. So I'll just ask our panelists, starting with Gadi, what do countries have to do from your perspective to take advantage of this opportunity? And what are you finding from the requests that countries are making? What kind of support are you able to provide to them?
Thank you very much, Wally. So something we've noticed is that the requests from the countries are coming much earlier. So I'm working for the African Legal Support Facility, and we're providing government support for complex transactions. So green hydrogen, I think, qualifies as a complex transaction. And what we have as tools to support the government is to provide them with legal, technical, and financial experts that can help them negotiate with the private sector. What's interesting with the green hydrogen industry is that the support request for the NSF comes much earlier in the project cycle. We believe that it's because of two factors. The first one, that there's no Green Hydrogen Act in most of the countries across the continent. And the second as well is that the volume of investment that is necessary for the feasibility stage of these projects is much greater than it would be for electricity project, for example. So you will have investors and developers that will require a level of certainty through contracting, for example, that is greater than it would be for an electricity project, for example, a hydroelectric project where you could do some feasibility studies without having to enter into a complex agreement with the government. So we are ready to support the African governments. We've started with Namibia, but already in discussion with Egypt and potentially Mauritania to provide additional support to ensure that they have the level of expertise necessary to negotiate at with the proper level of understanding of these complex transactions. Obviously, this is a new industry and not a lot of standards that are established, so it's important to have not only legal experts but also technical experts that can translate the complexity into contract or policies.
So essentially, you're helping these countries negotiate on a level playing field with the private sector.
Exactly. So we have funding to procure, and we procure on behalf of African governments a set of advisors. So law firms, technical experts, and financial experts. And it's only for African countries, but any African country can apply to the facility to receive funding.
Thanks. That's a useful facility to have, because as we all realize, if these deals are not fair, an incoming government may come and want to overturn the deal, because our countries need to be seen to be getting a fair deal and not giving away their resources cheaply. So thank you very much. So for countries who are represented here, Gadi is there to provide the commercial support, legal support. Now, Masopa, let me turn to you. In terms of South Africa's experience of developing green hydrogen, because I know there's domestic demand as well, it's not just the export potential. How is South Africa preparing itself for this new industry? What is the government looking to put in place in order to stimulate investment into the sector?
Thanks, Wally, for the question, and good evening, everyone. From a South Africa perspective, I think it's fair to say that interest and progress in terms of the sector has largely been led by the private sector. I think for a number of years, different private sector players have seen opportunities within the sector, have invested sort of own capital at risk to develop projects to a pre-feasibility type of level. I think there's a significant opportunity given the large sort of check sizes required for these projects for governments to come in and assist with an element of project preparation funding, sort of leveraging off of multilateral development banks on the continent and outside. Another element that we're seeing in terms of the pipeline of projects is that there's a need to secure strong bankable PPAs. There's a lot of talk about high levels of aggregate demand, but you can't bank a project based on aggregate demand, so that element around securing strong PPAs, whether it's using some element of government-to-government MOUs in order to enable that business-to-business connection, we think is an important element. There are a number of countries on the continent that have made significant progress for that, and we'll see sort of the return that provides. The other one, obviously, is a clear sort of policy and regulatory framework. Fortunately, 65% of the project capex costs for these projects are around renewable energy deployment as well as electrolyzer costs. Many countries on the continent have renewable energy programs, so that element is well understood, and obviously sort of begins to sort of de-risk the projects to an extent, but the sort of in-battery limit element is one that's not as well understood in many territories, and one that some element of support is required. And the rest really is about swatting away flies and providing supporting infrastructure in order to enable this. So, it's not where the areas where there's significant renewable energy potential is not necessarily the areas where there's been significant development. Well, I guess it's the areas where there's significant renewable energy potential, large amounts of land that are not competing with other sectors like agriculture, are not the areas that were prone for human settlement. So there is a need for significant amounts of supporting infrastructure like transmission infrastructure and others, upgrades of port infrastructure to be able to handle these new commodities, or not new, sort of higher volumes of commodities like ammonia and others. And that's an important element in terms of enablement that governments can bring.
Okay, thanks, Mustafa. So in South Africa, the private sector has been leading, but there's a need for government to provide the supportive policy and regulatory environment and supportive infrastructure. Gadi talked about the fact that a lot of countries don't have a Green Hydrogen Act. Do you actually think that's necessary to get the sector going? Is that an important component or not?
In our case, what we do have is sort of extensive regulations around the handling of ammonia, a number of international standards that are applied in terms of that. We do see sort of ammonia production and export as being a leading element. We also already have a large industry in terms of grey hydrogen production.
Right.
So in the country, we produce 2.4 million tons a year of grey hydrogen. So for in many cases for us, the extension to green hydrogen is not a new industry per se. We also have significant experience from government in terms of developing research and IP, mainly around mobility since 2007. So in that sense, we have a running head start. You know, there are questions around whether or not we want existing regulation, which is mainly based on fossil fuels to extend to non-fossil fuel elements like green hydrogen, or whether that would add a level of complexity and bureaucracy. So at this point, we are allowing sort of private sector development to happen within that framework where it is slightly less regulated because it's not falls under the ambit of multiple acts because it's not fossil fuel based. So in that sense, we are taking advantage of that. But at some point, yes, there'll be an element to develop a clear sort of regulatory framework. We have sort of focused on the policy elements. So there's a Hydrogen Society Roadmap that was developed by our Department of Science and Innovation. There's a commercialization strategy because South Africa's green hydrogen underpin and selling point is really to use it as a vector for reindustrialization and decarbonizing our existing industrial base. So that's an important sort of market signal. And also from a provincial perspective, because we're sort of broken up into 9 provinces, a lot of the investment promotion work for potential investors happens on the ground in provinces. And we're seeing a number of them having either developed or are developing provincial green hydrogen strategies to translate what this sector means to them and what they are specifically offering to investors.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Rachel, let me come to you. In all of this discussion, we haven't mentioned civil society, getting local populations involved, local content. You know, what's your perspective on that, and how is UNFCCC trying to get civil society into this conversation?
Thank you, Wale. I'd like to start by thanking you and AFDB for your incredible support to the Africa Green Hydrogen Alliance and hosting us here. There are, obviously, we have South Africa, Mauritania, Namibia in the back who are members and represented here. I'll be brief. I know we don't have time and there's a lot to discuss, but it's a critical question. And there's been a flurry of hydrogen events at COP. Very, very, very few have asked this very question, right? We saw the McKinsey report, and I'd like to thank McKinsey for the excellent analysis quantifying the potential for AGHA. They find 4 million jobs could be created, up to 12% of GDP could be added, great. But that does not come organically, right? We have to be very intentional about the policies, the regulations, the practices we put in today that will help deliver that. So briefly, I think there are two categories we have to keep in mind. One is that green hydrogen doesn't cannibalize resources away from other solutions that are needed and other elements like energy access that are critical. And Egypt released their hydrogen framework just today, and I was very happy to find in one paragraph, they said, green hydrogen can now take renewable energy away from other better uses, right? So espousing this notion of additionality. It has to be additional to what we need to build to, you know, decarbonize, in some countries provide energy access. That's one. Two, how do you make the maximize benefits to your communities from deployment? And this is where local content comes in, right? It's essentially governments possibly tying their subsidies or support mechanisms to projects that employ the most local workforce. And the US did that a lot in their Inflation Reduction Act, sometimes multiplying by 5 the subsidies they provide to different industries or projects if they employ local folks, in addition to other things. And this is where financiers also have to look for that, right, in the sort of projects that they invest in. And this is where training programs, like the ones AFDB could help with, proactively making sure that we have skilled workforce that could do this, right, to deliver on those 4 million plus jobs. And then very, kind of last but not least, you know, it would be unfortunate for Africa to have this incredible resource and just export it out, right? We know exports are going to be part of the story, but there's a layer of additional economic activity we could get here, right? From green steel and green fertilizer. The opportunity for green industrialization is enormous, and we should proactively work towards building that skilled workforce beyond just hydrogen into green steel, green fertilizer, and so on. And then the vein underneath all of that has to be community engagement, right? Civil society engagement. In the US, they're trying to figure out how do you construct community benefit plans for every hydrogen project you put in. There has to be a contractual obligation for this project to deliver the maximum amount of benefits to the local population. They're figuring out how to construct this, and this is where folks like LSF can come in, but community benefits plans are becoming the norm given how complex and potentially harmful some hydrogen projects can be. So critical, important question, and I think we're in opportune time so early on in the market to do this right.
Great, thank you, Rachel. So basically we're saying no one should be left behind. Hydrogen should be an opportunity to drive industrialization, development, capacity building within our African countries, and we have to look at it in a very clever way so we don't repeat mistakes of the past. Now, Michael, last but not the least, you sit at the crossroads of the whole hydrogen thing. Everybody talks about Europe being a key market, and you know there's potential for Africa to export into Europe. But how is EIB bridging the two markets to make sure that it's fair, it's balanced, and you're forging partnerships that will be beneficial to both sides? It's not a predatory relationship, it's an equal partnership. What's the EIB's role in facilitating this, and also access to finance?
No, brilliant, and I'm happy I've spoken. I get to speak now after these 3 brilliant panelists have sort of laid out everything, so that makes my job a lot easier. For those of you that don't know, the EIB is the EU's bank, the EU's Climate and Development Bank outside the EU, and quite uniquely, we do a lot of financing within the EU, but also outside. So if we're looking to set up a global supply chain of hydrogen, you know, we are going to be able to support the production side, the seller side, but ensure that the off-takers have, you know, the infrastructure to accommodate all that, right? Which is going to underpin this market that we all hope to see, right? So I think when we look at sort of, and you know, we've heard about 2 brilliant studies, and I don't want to confuse people, but we have another study that we presented last week,
which I think has a very optimistic title because we talk about the great, green hydrogen potential of Africa. But, not to argue about numbers or anything, it confirms that the opportunity is enormous. Perhaps that, one thing that we took care of in our study was exactly what Rachel was saying is, before we talk about solely deploying all this infrastructure in Africa only to serve other markets, what local benefits, for countries are there? And so we looked specifically at green steel, green fertilizers, and all of that. So not only does the study conclude that, green hydrogen is very, economical to produce, but there's a lot of knock-on effects for local industry. And there's also, interestingly, a great benefit in terms of water production, which, if we're looking at water scarcity, can also be a factor. So how to realize all of this, right? Because between hype and hope, there's only one letter difference, right? And we have to be careful, right? We don't have to confuse people. And I think this is such a long-term effort. We are doing nothing less than setting up an entire new, infrastructure. That I think that, each of us has to identify, what role we play, what we can contribute, because no one can do it alone. And I really, what you say, we echo that. The European Investment Bank works through a partnership model exclusively. We never finance 100% of our projects, so we are always in partnership mode, right? So, but before we get to projects, there's a lot of upstream work that we need to do. We need to look at the potential, and we've discussed some projects around this, but we sort of need to break that down, before it can be projects. And so we have to talk about project preparation. How do we finance feasibility studies and things like this? And because I see members of the Mauritanian delegation here, having recent discussions with their government to talk about, what progress they're making on the development of the legal and regulatory framework, and also, how they are going to go about implementing their national green hydrogen strategy, right? Because in a strategy, just to underline this, it's going to look very different for each African country. What sectors you're targeting, what is the capacity that you have? Obviously, the capacity that our friends and colleagues in South Africa have is a certain way. Other countries that have high potential may not have that existing industrial base. Where it's a matter of shifting. In other places, it might be a matter of greenfield construction. So it's many different things that have to happen. And I think based on our experience that we have in Europe, and we are financing hydrogen projects with corporates in Europe, and also building the accommodating infrastructure for Europe to receive more green hydrogen. We see the value of sort of upstream work to try to design the projects in such a way that they do deliver those benefits locally for development, but also globally through the supply chain. And for that, for example, earlier this year, we launched a fund together with the GIZ from Germany, focusing exclusively on green hydrogen. It's a small fund, it's only 25 million euro, but it sort of gets the ball rolling. And I think we have to look at exactly what colleagues were saying, the regulatory frameworks, where are the pilot projects, can we demonstrate that this can work? And what does it take to get it to scale? Do we have the means to move from the few hundred megawatts installed that we have right now to the tens of gigawatts that we all know and say that we need? But that's a tall order, So let's put our heads together. I think there's a lot of goodwill and certainly a lot of resources, starting in Africa with imagination, energy, and creativity of the Africans. So hopefully be able to build on that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Michael. I think what we've heard over the past hour is there's tremendous potential. Some African countries are extremely well placed. There's a lot of work to do, upstream work, and there's support available to do that work. Our African countries have to get their acts together and can't afford to miss this opportunity for industrialization. Part of what was said in the presentation, 20% of the global trade in green hydrogen can come from Africa. And there's opportunity to develop ancillary industries around these facilities. We have to mobilize significant amount of financing, which requires partnerships. And so it's really up to us to take advantage. And Africa is going to play a key part in the world's decarbonization. So on that note, I'd like to thank our panelists. Unfortunately, we haven't had time to do a Q&A, but I think it's been a very valuable discussion, and thank you very much to our knowledgeable panelists and also the audience for listening. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're on time, right?
Can you hear me as well? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you guys hear me? Super. So just a quick question that I can share the link with one of the speakers who's joining online, right?
And for my panelists? But now, can you coordinate that with the lady before she comes? Change of order. They want to make the family focus first. Is that okay? With his idea? Yeah, welcome to this place. I just wanted to wake you up. Sorry. I didn't know that it's so loud. Before it was so difficult to speak into the mic. So now, sorry, we would like to start our session on the very exciting topic on ensuring Africa's rich critical minerals, which are crucial to the global energy transition, are leveraged to promote the SDG 7. Or the other way around. Maybe the SDG 7 should come before we talk about the minerals. But here we want to see how the minerals, and I am happy to have a very powerful panel, which I will introduce as we go into the questions. Let me just give you a small background of why we are doing this. You know that we are sitting here talking about clean energy, for energy transition, for a clean environment, but we will need minerals. All the technologies we are using will need minerals, and most of these minerals are not as clean as we think. Most of these minerals are not available everywhere where you need to use them. So, as we are now really seriously considering to remember, please help me with sound is a bit weird. We need to discuss how Africa can be, how Africa can go into energy transition without making any other crucial problems with the minerals. We are talking about just transition. We should also talk about the just extraction of the minerals. So what is the role of these crucial minerals? What is the scope of the international collaboration, since we are always working with international partners? What are the economical challenges we are going to meet? That will be the first group of questions. And then the second group of questions we'll discuss about, we know what has happened in the past in Africa with minerals. I don't have to go deeper into that, but we want to know from the lessons learned, how can we position ourselves that we don't repeat the same problems we had before? last of my questions, which we will handle today, is how can Africa really make sure that we protect these critical minerals in a way that, or we channel them in a way that we are sure to achieve the SDG 7. SDG 7 in Africa is a critical issue. We do not want to discuss further than that. Let's just stick to that. So, my panelists, very powerful. Let me allow the panelists to be introducing yourself with a name, where you are coming from, but very short. Starting from the end there.
So my name is Tim Gould. I am the Chief Energy Economist at the International Energy Agency, and the work that we do on critical minerals is, much of it takes place within my team at the IEA. So very happy to join you today.
Thank you.
I'm Sebastian Sala. I'm a policy advisor on energy transition issues at the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, and closely involved in our work on transition minerals governance.
Thank you. I allow you to introduce yourself. Make it clear so that people will look at you afterwards by name. So,
So my name is John Lindberg. I am a Public Affairs Manager for the International Council on Mining and Metals. We represent some of the largest mining corporations in the world, 26 of them, and we work on ensuring that mining is done according to principles that are enshrining ESG principles, essentially.
Yes, good evening. My name is Mike Ensgard. I work for GIZ, which is the German International Cooperation Agency, an agency of the German government for international cooperation. We work in more than 100 countries worldwide. I'm head of a unit for infrastructure, so when I look at the title of this event, I rather represent, with my background, the global energy transition issues, but GIZ is also very active in many parts of the world in areas of, let's say, resource governance, minerals governance questions with a lot of support programs. But I learned also from colleagues on the panel here that they know much better what our agency does in that field than I probably do. But very nice to meet you, and very pleased to share the panel with all of you.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. My name is Ana Carolina Gonzalez, and I work as Senior Director for Programs in the Natural Resource Governance Institute, NRGI, which is a global think and do tank that work across countries in Africa and Latin America to promote the governance of the oil, gas, and mineral sector since, I guess, the last 15 years, and increasingly working in critical minerals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's someone else who is missing. Where could we find that person? I think it's virtually. His name is Jerry Haji from the African Development Bank. He's hiding somewhere behind that forest in DRC. There he comes up. Please introduce yourself. Can't hear you. It's okay, Jerry. Jerry, you will have to introduce yourself when your turn to talk comes, so that we don't lose time. Okay. We have a bit of challenges with technology here. Now we can hear you. Please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jerry Haji from the African Development Bank. I'm a mining engineer, and critical minerals is one of our flagships, and so I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can follow that this panel is very powerful. That's why we gave them the slot at the end, so that their power can still, if we had given to the weaker ones, halfway we would have stopped talking. But I know that we have a powerful team, and the fewer audience we have, the better, because we can capture more. Let me start with Tim. And this question, I'm going to throw it also to John. So just be ready for the same question. What is the role of critical minerals in supporting the energy transition, and how can Africa capitalize on the resources which are in abundance? I think IEA, you can tell us a bit more. But I give you 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I would like to, I think the first thing to say is that by its nature, many of the technologies that we need for successful transitions are minerals intensive. That's just the nature of the type of transition that we are going through. And as we move down that road, a natural corollary of that is the demand for minerals to go into wind turbines or solar PV modules, but particularly into batteries that are going to be an increasingly important part of our power system and our mobility. That demand will rise very strongly. And if we are to get on track for a 1.5 degree stabilization in global average temperatures, the total volume of demand for these minerals is going to rise by at least a factor of 4. And when we look at some of the battery minerals in particular, so with lithium or cobalt, we're looking at extremely large increases in demand. And the thing that is exercising the mind of policymakers at the moment is that we are not seeing the developments on the supply side that give us confidence that we can easily manage that scale up in supply that we're going to need to support smooth transitions. And there's an awful lot now of attention being paid by policymakers to emerging energy security vulnerabilities. So at the moment, everyone is, certainly in many countries, lots of people are looking at gas security, but they're also in the back of their mind thinking, well, are we going to swap one vulnerability for another? So today it's gas, tomorrow is it going to be cobalt, or is it going to be lithium, or is it going to be rare earths? And because the fact is, when you look at the level of geographical concentration in the supply of key parts of energy transitions, it is much more concentrated than today's oil, gas, or coal value chains. And so a lot of thinking going into how we can increase the security, diversity, resilience of those supply chains, and that's where the story turns to Africa, because Africa is very rich in those minerals. Sort of 40% of the reserves of manganese, of cobalt, of platinum are in Africa. So I think this is an exceptionally important moment for Africa to get it right. I know we'll discuss in a minute, you know, the experiences with some of the extractive industries in Africa. Those experiences by no means are all positive. So there is a lot to learn from the mistakes of the past, but there's also a huge opportunity to get things right in a way that promises to be a growth business for many, many decades to come.
Thank you very much. Maybe, John, you have been nodding your head so much.
Yes.
You don't have to repeat what he has said. Please add some more.
I wouldn't dare to try to repeat anything with the IEA on the panel.
But also criticize whatever he said, which is not correct.
I'm not sure I would dare to do that either. Look, I really want to second everything that Tim said. This transition from a hydrocarbon-based economy to a minerals-based economy is not only a challenge, but it is an opportunity to try and reimagine the world that we live in, and Africa sits on an incredible wealth, and in order for this transition to happen, and we have to remember that not only are we going to go to a net zero economy, we're also looking at raising a substantial majority of the human population out of energy poverty. So it's a dual challenge, and in order to meet these two challenges, these minerals are going to be crucial. And as Tim alludes to, and I'm sure we'll come back to this throughout this panel, there have been mistakes done. There are really important lessons to be learned. But if we do learn the lessons from the past, this transition into a mineral-based economy can really, I believe, act as a catalyst for incredible wealth generation across the African continent, and I believe that's going to act as a powerful poverty alleviation tool as well.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. I think here we're getting the right concept that Africa, with the minerals, we have been discussing energy, I think, from another angle of just having energy, hoping that we do it. But with the minerals, we have to look at what is that way. But let me ask, because we, in Africa, we believe in partnership. We believe in working together. We don't want to do things on our own. It's not good enough. We believe in sharing. So Mike, being from an international organization which is so active in Africa, what is the scope of international collaboration to support these critical mineral developments in Africa, especially looking at the high environmental and social performances which we are aiming at?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. And I guess it's very appropriate that this event is hosted in the context of the EU-Africa Energy Partnership. As you said, partnerships are important, and the clearer it becomes that partnerships are driven eventually by a healthy degree of self-interest by both parties, it becomes probably easier to manage them. And given what the colleague from the IEA described, I mean, the drive towards diversification and security of supply in the context of the energy transition is something that is so much, let's say, dominating the news in the country I come from, in Germany, and in Europe, and especially after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the implication it has on gas supplies. I mean, also now currently our Chancellor is traveling through different parts of the world, Africa, he's currently in Asia. The issue of diversification of supply chains, of markets, of partners is so much on top of the agenda that it becomes obvious that what we're discussing here is not only an energy question. It's an issue where I think so many different agendas meet, and which will eventually make it very complex. It's the energy, it's the technology, it's geopolitical, it's human rights issues that are involved. So all of this has to be somehow discussed on the same platforms in forms of partnerships. Event is happening in the context here of an energy partnership between Africa and Europe, but there's so many more issues that are not just energy-related issues. So I think to really understand, and I like your concept of, I think you said imagination, or let's say an idea of foresight into the future. Is just not also think in terms of projections, what form of energy use technologies do we have today, and what type of minerals will we need, we scale them up, but also to understand the possible changes in consumption patterns that we will need globally, both in Africa as it develops, but also in Europe is an important issue to draw on. Will it be individual cars? Can it be, I mean, do we have enough resources for each African-owned cars the way we do in Europe, and then have them battery-driven? But also the question of technologies. I mean, there's so many, I think, interesting new ideas coming about organic batteries and other forms of alternatives to minerals. So what I'm trying to say is that this issue is highly complex, and I think the complexity has to be reflected in the dialogue we're having in the context of such partnerships.
There we are. Partnerships are becoming more and more complicated, but that does not stop us moving in the right direction. I think the more we understand this, the better it is. Anyone who would like to add to what Mike has done? Because partnerships it's not an issue of only GIZ. John?
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I think partnerships is going to be a crucial component if we are trying to essentially learn from past mistakes. We need to understand that, mining operations, they have immense impact. There's no other way around it. But in order, it's easy to think about a mining project as something that has only a negative impact, but can also, if it's done in the right way, where you have solid and sustained dialogue with local communities, with indigenous peoples, if you do it in the right way, it can have a tremendously positive impact. And again, partnerships is in a very important role, has an important role to play in that. And furthermore, you know, ICMM was set up more than 20 years ago when the global mining industry had essentially lost trust from society because the mining industry had not behaved the way that they should have, frankly. And we were set up by visionary companies that realized that if we are going to be able to regain trust, we need to operate in a different way. So we believe firmly in partnerships, not only between companies, but more importantly, between the industry and different stakeholders. And I'm very, very pleased that there's two very important stakeholders on this panel. You know, EITI and ICMM have done a lot of very good work together, and we fully support the work that you do, for instance, on transparency. And ICMM and NRGI has also been doing really interesting work in the past. And again, if we are going to be able to unlock the immense value proposition that critical minerals holds, we need to do that as equal partners. And yeah, so partnerships are crucial, and it gives us a chance to really share best practices across the world as well, to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past.
Thank you, thank you. I see Anna is already anxious to say something in terms of the partnerships, please.
Yes, I think that beyond partnerships, we need to raise the awareness of the international community about the importance of scaling up mineral production for the global energy transition. And that also means increased awareness about the possible risk that this entails in terms of the surge of corruption, the possible socio-environmental impacts. So there is a collective work in terms of reducing those risks, right? And in terms of committing funding, actually, and financing the work that is need to be done in producing countries to improve those standards. And that also implies even thinking on the due diligence frameworks and reinforcing the governance components of those frameworks that so far had emphasized the ESG, the environmental and social component, but has been very weak, let's say, in terms of governance measures and anti-corruption measures. So yeah, I wanted to add.
Thank you very much. You can keep the microphone over there. Yeah, this is an interesting discussion. I think partnerships is very important, but partnerships is not a mechanical equation. I think it's more of a chemical equation. We have to see how you bring the partnerships in a proper way. Not that partnerships are just meant for this one to get that one, and then afterwards, bye-bye. Thank you so much. But let me move to another question, which I would need a mining engineer who has been listening from afar. I'm sure the African Development Bank, Jerry, I hope you can hear us. The question I have here is, what are the economical challenges for mineral development in Africa? Because I'm sure Africa has been doing mining, and most of the mines, I always meet so many trucks carrying minerals from the inner Africa to the port. I don't know whether we have a manufacturing factory on the port, or they are going somewhere, and I see containers coming back with processed things. Maybe give us, what is the economical angle of minerals in Africa? Generally, yes, we might understand, but in Africa.
That's right. So thank you very much. I think despite Africa's huge mineral resources, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good. Despite Africa's huge mineral resources, Africa still operates, at a primary level. There's mining and processing of the ore. So what in effect we are doing is exporting all the jobs, abroad. And this has happened because of a number of factors. The first is Africa's infrastructure gap. Only 10% of land on the African continent falls within 100 kilometers of its coastline, compared to about 27% in Latin America. What this means is that a number of deposits on the African continent are stranded inland, in part because mining projects are unable to absorb the full cost of the infrastructure development that is required, to develop these deposits. I'm sure, as you've been discussing the whole day about Africa's energy needs, yes, energy is also a key factor that is affecting development, mines in Africa. Indeed, the mining companies, their energy needs is between 15 to 40% as their operating cost, and this is given with a lot of, fluctuations, and this really affects mineral development in Africa. I can give examples of the ECOWAS region where deposits in Guinea, Burkina Faso have not been able to see the light of day because of infrastructure and energy needs. Like the bauxite deposits in Guinea, we've not been able to really develop an integrated bauxite, aluminium project because of infrastructure and energy needs. Then my second point will be in the area of access to finance. It is very critical, for Africa to be able to raise, homegrown financial markets in order to conduct exploration or add value to its mineral. We know that our stock exchange, is not really developed, like those in the developed countries, but this needs to change. If we hear the number of investments going into bigger battery factories worldwide, we don't hear of such announcements coming to Africa. What it means is that African champions will need to come to the table and get counted. Another key challenge is overcoming the economies of scale. If we don't partner, we just spoke about partnership. If countries in Africa don't collaborate or cooperate with each other, it will be difficult to establish the value chains that we are talking about. But recently, there's been an attempt, between the DRC and Zambia to sign a cooperation agreement in order to establish a battery precursor plant. Indeed, we did some work in the DRC, which resulted in the fact that it is 30% cheaper to establish a battery precursor plant in the DRC than in the US, and also cheaper than in China and in Poland. And so that is one of Africa's competitive advantage, which we really need to take on board.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so cooperation among mining companies, governments, civil societies, and other stakeholders will be key going forward in unlocking the potential of Africa's mining and natural resources.
Hello, Jerry.
Without that, it will be very difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe you didn't hear what I said in the beginning. I was allowing panelists to speak for 3 minutes, but since you are from the bank, we allowed a bit more because we know afterwards we get some more money from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a very critical, I think you touched a number of points which I find very interesting, that in as much as we think that minerals make money in Africa, but we are not doing that. We are not reaching our potential. And I like the example you gave of the lack of energy or electricity in some of the mines, that you cannot do the maximum. This is we have to think bigger. You know, the mining sector is doing its own thing, energy sector is doing their own thing, while there are other guys who are supposed to be part of it, partnership within. But coming back to the same question, I'm sure from the team here, those who are here, you would have your own views about what is the challenges you see in mining, economical challenges in the mining sector in Africa. Anna, you nodding your head in a way that I think you should take the lead. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to highlight some important messages from our recent report that EnergyEye prepared called the Triple Win, where we actually emphasize the importance of governance as a critical element to reach climate goals and to be able for Africa to improve the mineral production. And so I would say that that's the base of any discussion, right? Like, there needs to be a win for producing countries and the communities. That needs to be a win for the global energy transition, of course, but there also needs to be a win for the environment. And in terms of mineral development, there are many challenges. I would like to point out to three maybe that we have identified in our report with our teams in Africa as well, which is one, investment. So in our report, we are mentioning that Africa will need to basically triplicate investment in order to reach climate goals, and that's not happening yet. Investors have been reluctant to invest because Africa remains quite unexplored, and that increased uncertainty, but also because of the factors. So there is an important work to make in terms of, for example, geological surveys for African countries to fund and develop geological surveys for the international and development banks to support that process, but also because the problem is not only exploration and information, but risk associated to possible impacts with community and the environment, maybe also establishing stronger regulations, like establishing, for example, no mining zones, so it gives more clarity to where is not possible, where it is possible to engage in this, and we avoid unnecessary risk. And linked to that, a second point is weak regulations. We tend to think that weak regulations might speed up the investment, but it's totally the opposite. The lack of clarity and the problem with these may be producing corruption or additional impacts, as I said, is dramatic. And actually in our report, we mentioned that governance could actually shorten the time from discovery to production around to 2 or 3 years. And there is also important correlation between our resource governance index, so governance, and attractiveness of investment. So that's an important case. And finally, the third challenge I would emphasize is disruptions, right? So given the important lack of satisfaction of some countries and communities with the benefits of mining, this can cause important disruptions of mineral projects, and that is a problem not only for future investors, but it's a problem for current productions and for lenders. So in order to avoid that, we need to ensure that revenues are actually flowing from the industry and from the production of minerals to the countries and to communities. And for that, we need good tax systems, ensure that revenues are collected, avoid tax avoidance practices, and many other governance reforms that need to be there to ensure that revenues are actually getting to communities, and that, as you mentioned before, human rights and environment are also top priorities in the agenda of mineral extraction.
Thank you very much. I think it's not only about the economic parameters, it goes beyond that. I think we hear things coming in here with governance and corruption and what have you. Some of the words we cannot express them because we are in the middle of corruption, but mining sector has been known to be very, 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 very fragile in terms of corruption. But I see Tim is excited about this topic.
I'm very excited about this topic. I just have one data point which I think backs up a lot of what's just been said. Because at the IEA we try and track the investment that's made every year in the exploration side. So which parts of the world are really deemed to be prospective by companies that are looking all over the world for those opportunities. And indeed, worldwide, investment in exploration has picked up. And it's a natural development because of all the reasons that we've mentioned. This is a growth area. Demand, the visibility on demand is very strong. But investment in exploration in Africa has declined. So we're not seeing yet the interest, the economic case for developing these resources translated into real spending by companies to take advantage of that. And I think it speaks to the importance of all of the factors that have just been put on the table.
Thank you so much. I think here, if we dig deeper and deeper and deeper, we find some more interesting stories. Is there anyone who feels he wants to add to this before I close the chapter? Panelists, I think we are, audience, we are going to have time to ask you questions. So please take your notes, yeah? Otherwise, when I start asking questions to the audience and you don't respond, we might give you less marks. Let me move on to the next question. This question I will give it to someone who has not spoken up to now. Sebastian, are you here? Are you still there? Okay, I thought maybe you have gone for a nap. What lessons can be learned from previous resource booms in Africa? We know about gold, we know about diamonds. I don't want to talk too much about diamonds because I used to step on top of diamonds not knowing they were diamonds. Oil and gas. What experience can we learn so that to ensure that the benefits can go back to the local communities, touching on what Anna has already started? Over to you.
Thank you. I think you've already alluded to it. We all know the story, and unfortunately the existing experience from past commodity booms provides a cautionary tale. We see that more often than not, the benefits of the mining sector haven't flown to the local communities, and we see a real risk of that pattern replicating itself in the context of the energy transition. One important issue I think there is that as prices go up, that's probably going to push mining into more environmentally and socially sensitive areas, and that's going to put pressure on communities. We published a report a couple of weeks ago which looks at the governance challenges in the mineral sector in the context of the energy transition. You can pick up a little card with a link to the report at the entrance if you're interested. And one of the things that we show there is that in EITI countries, so I work for an organization, the EITI, in our countries, among several hundred key mining projects, around 80% of those are located on or near the lands of indigenous peoples or other land-connected peoples, and around 50% are on or near conservation areas. And as there's now this rush to approve new mines, we see that there's a risk that there will be shortcuts taken in things like environmental and social impact assessments and in community consultation processes. And then there's an important component also here of the risk of corruption. You've already mentioned that. With this big demand for minerals, with the stakes being higher, corruption risk will also increase. And so we see, for instance, a risk of an increase in bribery being paid or due diligence checks being bypassed to speed up permitting process or to speed up license award processes. And all of that risks harming communities and the environment, and that's something that we at the EITI are concerned about. It's something that civil society, led by Publish What You Pay, recently issued a statement on, but it's also something that the private sector, through ICMM, are very conscious of. But I also don't want to make it sound like it's all doom and gloom. I think there is a role for the mining sector in supporting communities. It can generate jobs, it can generate opportunities for local businesses, infrastructure development, social investments, and importantly also revenue flows that can go also to the subnational institutions, and those revenues in principle can be spent on things that matter to communities. And whether or not we're able to achieve that depends on good governance. And we at the EITI, we set the global standard for transparency and multi-stakeholder dialogue in the natural resource sector, and we find that in the context of the energy transition, the issues that we work on are more pressing than ever. So some of the things that we think are critical to ensuring that communities actually benefit from this boom, we need to make sure that communities have access to the information that they need to understand how the sector is impacting them, and we need to ensure that they have a meaningful voice in decisions that impact them. We need to ensure that there's transparency around revenue flows so that governments can be held accountable for how they manage revenues and how they spend them. And then we need to take corruption issues really seriously. So that involves strengthening due diligence frameworks for companies and governments. It means publishing the contracts that governments and companies sign. And it means disclosing information on who the owners of mining companies are. And I think if we can get those measures in place, that takes us one step towards ensuring that communities can actually benefit from a minerals boom if it materializes.
Now I know why you were silent all along. You wanted to really gain momentum. There you are. Thank you very much. But Jerry, there you are. You are still online, I'm sure. And you have the experience from the mines, right from the mines in Africa. Tell us, what do you think about what lessons have we learned and what can we do better so that our communities don't always be on the losing side? But this time I give you 2 minutes, please.
Okay, yes. I think a key lesson to take, from the mineral booms is the need for conscious planning for developmental projects in mine-fringed communities. In the past, there are, all countries have mining laws, but there's no conscious plan, for developmental projects in mine-fringed communities. Let me give some examples. So, in 2016, Ghana established a mineral development fund, and this comes from 20% of the royalties that are paid, to government. And this fund is to support community development projects. This is key, so we can learn from this. So for the critical minerals, or in Africa we call it green minerals, we can establish a green minerals development fund, which can also help communities. Now, another example is signing of community development agreements. Most mines sign these agreements with their communities in order to develop projects, schools, hospitals, what have you, improve capacity of businesses to be able to supply goods and services, to the mines. The mines also provide offtake guarantees, to these businesses, and that helps. I would like to mention a last point about the concept of community mining in the small-scale mining area. This can also be done, for example, in cobalt, in the rare earths, etc. We need to empower the small-scale miners as well to benefit, from this resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I don't know whether we have anyone with an additional to this question. Mike, you look far away.
I have I'm looking far away because
yeah,
I
I
have a
saw
question.
your eyes were
Question rather than...
I saw your eyes penetrating through
yeah,
the
no,
chairs.
I was thinking about my question. And the question I have is twofold, and it concerns the usage and the valorization of the minerals in Africa. And we've talked about let's say, the global hunger for minerals that is related to the energy transition, and I'm just trying to understand, in my mind, is it a comparative advantage for Africa and for the energy transition? And I mean, thinking in a 20-30 year perspective, is it a comparative advantage for Africa to have these minerals also for the development of renewable technologies on the continent? And with that, I'm also sort of wondering what is the importance and the role of intra-African trade and investment in minerals. Are we basically talking about a sector where, I don't know, Australian firms come in or American firms come in and then minerals are exported? And maybe, I don't know whether the colleague from the African Development Bank has some figures to enlighten us, but this was bugging me when you looked at me.
Thank you very much. I think there were very good examples from the oil and gas. I know one of my colleagues here normally talks about it, but we'll come to that in a few minutes. I think this question we can dig more and more, but your last remark is really making us think much harder. Why are we always looking at export and to outside and not within Africa? That's very important. But let me now go to, because of time limitations, let me go to the last question. And here I would like to start with Anna. Yes. How can Africa really make sure that we ring fence or direct the proceeds of the critical minerals to support the achievement of the SDG 7 in the continent? SDG 7 being the universal access to energy. Maybe you have some clue. Please share with us.
Well, what our teams in Africa has been discussing extensively is that this critical mineral boom could be indeed an opportunity that Africa would need to seize. But again, governance is critical. As critical as the minerals, I would say. And because we have in our report, the Triple Win report that I mentioned, put a figure that more or less, if we based our analysis on past collection rates, they could be around 475 billion in taxes over the life of reserves for the continent. So that's an important amount of money to be raised for expanding energy access and other developmental needs in Africa. But again, governance. Because first we need to ensure that those resources and those taxes are collected. And unfortunately, in an IMF estimation, they discovered that 15 of the most mineral-dependent countries in sub-Saharan Africa could have potentially lost around $600 million a year due to tax avoidance, tax practices from some companies. So that's something that needs to be solved. And then governments need to be held accountable for how they use those resources, right? There is the importance of revenues being well managed to ensure that they are invested indeed in expanding this energy access, but also that they are invested in a way that build an energy future for the future, right? An energy that is actually in line with the climate goals as well, and that they are invested in also building a more diversified, inclusive and sustainable economy, because we don't know how much this resource bomb is going to last as well. And finally, I would just add that mining is also an intensive energy activity. And so whatever we do in terms of investments in the sector might need to be available and ready to fund ways of mining that are, again, in line with the energy systems of the future.
Thank you very much. I think, looking at my watch, we are left with very few minutes, 8 minutes, but I still would like to hear Sebastian. You are the one who has said least, I think. But this time, try to be short.
I'll try to be very short. But
yes,
I mean,
please.
I do very much want to back up what Anna Carolina was just saying. I mean, clearly energy access is a critical topic, and we can't have an energy transition where African countries provide the minerals to help highly polluting countries to decarbonize, while energy access itself remains such a critical challenge on the continent, with I think something around 50% of people in sub-Saharan Africa not having access to electricity. How exactly you do that and how exactly you allocate money to those efforts, I think is a complex question, and I think will vary from country to country. But whatever approach you take, it really needs to be underpinned by effective and accountable management of public finances. And we need strong transparency there. Just as one other thought on this topic, and that kind of takes me outside of the realm of EITI's expertise, but I'm also curious the extent to which, with the mining sector being a very energy-intensive industry and lots of mining companies now thinking about how to decarbonize their operations, whether there's also an opportunity there for mining companies to use that to extend energy access to the communities in the as kind of off-grid solutions for energy access to communities living near mine sites. But the bottom line for us is that whatever approach gets taken, it needs to be underpinned by strong transparency and strong governance.
Thank you very much. Maybe you can give to Tim. Tim, I think, make this your last intervention.
I will. I have a couple
but
of things
short.
that I want to say. I'm not convinced that there is a very strong direct link between this topic and the achievement of SDG 7. I think it involves a huge number of additional considerations. I am very struck also by this focus on export revenue. So in our view, probably the export of minerals, copper, battery minerals in 2020, that was around $20 billion worth. But why are we talking about export? We need to be focusing much more on the creation of value chains within Africa, across Africa. It's stunning to me that the deployment of, for instance, of solar PV in Africa is as low as it is. And last year we looked, and there was less installed solar PV in the entire African continent than in the Netherlands. And that is just a statistic I find very depressing. So let's think of this in the context of building up value chains that can be a source of not just energy, but also all sorts of other benefits for Africa. And then the link to the mining will become self-evident. And that's where you start achieving your sustainable development goals and many other things besides. So.
Powerful, powerful. I would have asked more people to speak, but I am being reminded that our time is over. And I know, unless if you promise to speak in less than 1 minute.
Challenge accepted. Completely agree with Tim. You need to see much more value chain creation inside of Africa. And the second point on global collaboration, we are starting to see some worrying trends of developed countries starting to stockpile critical raw materials. I think that's a trend we need to safeguard against, because I think that could have seriously detrimental impacts on the entire transition, including SDG 7.
Thank you, thank you. And I see there's a protest from the audience. They had been promised to be given. So, but please try to be short and ask one question. I will start with my sister. Please tell us your name. Tell us your name and which organization you are, and ask your question very brief.
My name is Tahas. I come from Eritrea, and I have a website on gender where I have included mining in my section. And I'm shocked to discover the number of young children dying in the process of mining. And I wanted to know what your organization is doing about this. Is there some kind of insurance allocated for this thing? Because the partners should not just get the profit and run away and get advantage of this thing.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll take one more question.
Thank you. My name is Eric Bizil. I work for the Peerage Watchpay International Secretariat. It's not a question, but a contribution. I think the key question is how to do to make sure that where we failed yesterday, we can succeed today. Because mining has operating for years and years in Africa, and it never contributes to development of African countries so far. And I totally agree with what Pete just said. We need to make sure that there is more added value created at the continent to make sure that we capture benefit of the exploitation of mining. PRIP have issued a statement on how critical minerals can, use to strengthen, economy of African countries, but also to make sure that the energy transition is just and accountable. To make sure that African countries benefit from the exploitation of critical minerals. Yes, there is corruption, weak governance in the continent, but at some point we need to create added value at the local level.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's almost like a closing remark. So, please, I have 1 minute left. Anyone who wants to react to the question from my sister from Eritrea? How do we guarantee that people, children who are being hurt or dying are protected by some form of insurance? I see Anna is nodding the head. Please.
Well, there are just so many things we could and should do. Let me just say that I sympathize with your concern, and I think all here share the goal that this cannot happen, that in order to feed the global energy transition, we cannot create some sort of sacrifice zones in the rest of the world. And that's why I think one of the things we are pushing forward is to reinforce due diligence frameworks, so we ensure the traceability of minerals and we ensure where those minerals are coming from to control that this practice doesn't happen at the bottom of the value chain.
Thank you very much. I think I will add 2 minutes because you allowed us to start 5 minutes later. I saw one hand from there. You still have desire to say something? Or I will ask Rashid. Oh, now I see more questions are coming. Thank you, Tim, for being so active. You are supposed to be a panelist who is getting water and coffee while you are sitting.
Thanks. I'm Lee Bailey from the Natural Resource Governance Institute. I work with Anna Carolina. And my question is, this is all really compelling. We could be having this conversation almost anywhere, but we're having it at COP specifically, recognizing that mining isn't, an intrinsic part of what's being negotiated. What are the connections, and should the scope address this at all? We heard at the opening plenary the DRC environment minister say that governance or that transition minerals are a critical consideration, yet we don't hear much about that or connected to negotiations. So what connections to this specific process and this event do the transitional minerals have? Thank you.
Is that question towards the panelists?
Not Anna Carolina, because I can talk to her anytime.
Okay. Oh, 2 offers.
I think that really hits to a critical point. I think there has been and still remains a disconnect between the people working on these types of natural resource governance issues and the people working on climate policy. And hopefully the engagement of the likes of organizations like these at COP is one way of bridging this. But I think we need to make sure that in the global climate change debate, the question of where the minerals for the energy transition will come from is critical, and how those are mined needs to be part of the discussion.
Thank you. Tim, now I see Mike is back.
I mean,
okay.
For me, the reason why this discussion needs to be here is because there is a narrative out there that the energy transition means the end of extractive industries for, you know, we're going to stop digging because of the energy transition. And I think we need to recalibrate our expectations and realize that responsible extraction of minerals is going to continue. We're going to extract different things and we're going to use them to produce different energy services, well, with the same energy services in different ways. But getting this right is so important, and we need to factor that back into our way of understanding transitions.
Thank you so much. I think from there we close our discussion because we are over by 3 minutes. I just want to recognize the presence of our director from the African Energy Commission, Mr. Rashid Abdal. Maybe you can stand up so that people see how tall you are. He has been very active in the gas and oil mining. I think he has brought that topic to the top. Now it's quite a big discussion, but I think you have collected, you don't deal only with oil and gas, go further than that. I think if you can cover the whole of the mining sector, which contains energy, you will help Africa in a big way. But I want you to give us a hand of applause to this very powerful panel. What is so exciting is the energy they still have at this hour. We could have continued until midnight. If you would bring some drinks and coffee. So thank you so much from my side. And as a moderator, I've enjoyed this so much that I wish to moderate your next session next time, anywhere where you are going. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.